Welcome back to my YouTube channel. It's actually a 4-year anniversary of building 1313, which is the creation that's sitting behind me right now. It's one of those projects I've always worked on and never thought I would see the end in sight. If you just work on something, eventually you'll get it done. I had that mindset. I really love the idea of working towards something and hopefully there being an end result, but it's not a guarantee. Because I didn't know I was ever going to finish 1313 in the first place because a lot of life things are happening. But I achieved it. I'm very proud of this creation. It's one of those life changing creations that I've been working on. I really wanted to showcase the time and effort, handcraft, pretty much like brick by brick sculpt my own type of city. That's what I really wanted to showcase in this video. Better way to do that would be take all of my episodes I've ever created for 1313 and make a huge compilation. This is actually my second upload because my first upload had been removed because of a lot of copyrighted music I used originally. So with this upload, I'm going to re-edit every single time lapse I've ever made with Sigmox music instead, which is a lot more interesting, more vibrant. It brings a lot of different tones and feelings when you do watch these time lapses instead of the previous versions because it was all copywritten. This feels more original, and this is a good way to include my friend and a creation I've done many years ago. I finished 1313 last year and it still stands to this day. Nothing has broken off, fallen off. The only thing that really comes off if I ever walk by it and accidentally bump on the edge, there's always little greebling bits that like to pop off, but that was expected. I really pushed the limit what you can do with just Lego. I'll put timestamps throughout the entire video so you can select any point of this creation you want to check out. Everything is fully decorated and has interiors for everything. I only create with interiors in mind because the more the better, I think. More details, more designs, more storytelling potential. So have a great day and have a great life. Hey guys, welcome to a brand new mock series I'm going to be creating every so often, not a regular basis, just as soon as I get enough detail and progress done on the mock, I'll post videos. But this mock will be a Coruscant mock on level 1313. The reason why I wanted to create a mock like this is I created this UCS style police gunship. And it took me a few months to do that. I wanted to have a proper presentation mock for it. So it's about 3 base plates long and 1.5 wide. Just about as big as this table. So I've always wanted to create level 1313 on Coruscant because it's such an intriguing area of Coruscant that we don't really ever get to see. That we could have saw more of if there was the video game, but especially since Disney canceled it, there's no going back to level 1313. Only in the recent Star Wars episodes of the Clone Wars that we saw some details that we didn't see before, but I want to envision that in Lego at a larger scale than usual. Well, at least large for me because I don't have that many bricks and I want to conserve the most amount of bricks as possible. And don't discourage yourself from creating anything because, say, you don't have enough money. Because there's many outlets out there like LDD to create anything you want with endless amount of Legos at 0 cost and easily render out a decent photo, even though it may take a few hours depending on what PC you have. You can do 3D rotations of a single ship, like this one. Especially during these hard times, just create whatever you can, no matter how good it is or bad it is. Okay, let's go and design into the mock. The first section would be like this first base plate right here, would be the area where Fives is killed by Fox, and the middle section, about this section right here, would be the clone bar, 76 clone bar, and the rest of that would be combined with around Ahsoka escaping from the Coruscant police. That'd be really interesting to see. And this will be the top-down view. At first, I created it in such a way that it's perpendicular with the rest of the mock. So this rectangle would be the LAAT, and this L shape would be the platform, and that would be the entrance. But then I really didn't like that at all, since everything in Lego is perpendicular to each other. So this design is created at a 45-degree angle. So this is the police gunship, and this black marking would be the void, and these little rectangles right here would be the crates. In the scene, 5 hides one of the speeders and a bunch of crates. So right there, I'll be recreating that. So basically, it would be like this. So this section right here would be about that large. And just imagine like everything at a 45-degree angle starting here, going all the way down. And then the clone section for the bar would be right here. It's kind of hard to see when there's nothing. Here's a better visualization of to what the size and scale I have to work with. Here's ordinary Phase 2 clone minifigure to the rest of the size of the ship and the rest of the mock. Now let's go sorting. One of the worst parts of creating a mock is being able to sort all parts prior to actually making the mock. And so here's some parts I have left over from over the years I've never sorted. And these dark red plates came from the Republic frigate. I had no use for the set, and I took so many parts off, so I simply just destroyed it. So whenever you have a bunch of sets that you have no use for, just take them apart and you can use the parts for something else greater to actually having something just sit there, not doing anything. Some may wonder why I showed you a time lapse of me just simply sorting a bunch of tiles and bricks. But the reason is why each part of the mock has to be sorted individually prior to being created. So it's really important to know different techniques of sorting. So I did it each by the color, and then later on I'll refine it by plate, brick, and so on. The best way to sort a bunch of bricks is to have at least something on the bottom of a table or something. So for this, I use base plates. So it's really easy for me to take up the whole section and lift up, because if I was to place on a table, it's kind of really hard to grab a bunch of bricks and tiles, whatever. But compared to grabbing a whole base plate, you grab everything at once. So that's extremely important to have some sort of thing on the bottom. So especially with this table, if you look around, it has a whole lip around the perimeter. This is extremely important because studs love to roll off tables, and this will prevent it from falling onto the ground, which is a lot less hassle. Some of you may be wondering why I space these bricks out so far apart from each other. That's because I want to conserve the most amount of bricks as possible wherever I can, so I can use that later on. Base plates were really dirty, so I had to spray it off with some sort of cleaner. And especially if you have a used toothbrush, it'll work really great to clean off any dirt and dust that you have left over on the base plates. And now I have to figure out a way for the plates to be connected at an angle, because since Lego is perpendicular, it's going to be extremely challenging to figure out some sort of method and technique to have bricks going vertical on not any stud. I really didn't like it because there wasn't enough detail along the sides nor the top. And this is supposed to be vertical, so the green base plate is just a placehold. But I looked at the photo and it's actually supposed to be a hexagon. This is an octagon, so I clearly messed up. So let's try again. Here's a second version of my hexagon. I prefer this one a lot better because it's more detailed on the sides and top, especially how it has a sense of depth in the center. So it's very difficult to create any shapes in Lego, especially hexagons, octagons, pentagons. So how I did this was a 1x2 bracket plates, all in a configuration like this, and then on the sides I put a 1x2 jumper plate connecting with a 2x6 plate, and next you put that in the center, and then you get cheese slopes, and then a 1x1 modified brick. Connect it like that, and it should create the desired look. And all you have to do is place it on the center like that. Let's go make one more. One technique for creating Legos at an angle. All you have to do is get a 4x4 wedge plate and put hinges on the sides, and then put some sort of tile or plate between the two to get that look. But this isn't exactly what I want for the mock, so I had to create something else. I created this, which is especially nice because this is the correct angle I want the whole mock to be at, or at least the front of the mock to be at. So what I did was 1x1 clip, like rotated like 10 degrees, and then get 1x2 clips and put at the bottom, and connect those two with a bar, and then place a brick on it, and then a plate. So that's a better idea of what you have. And then you get these wedge plates, and then you put at that certain angle, and then place it right there. It has to be a wedge plate because otherwise this section right here will show the bottom of the plate, what's under it and stuff. So you have to get a wedge plate to create that effect. I've covered up more sections of this. I kind of ran out of plates, so I had to use smaller plates and placehold for the larger ones, but that's okay. So this section right here will be going all the way down at that angle, and then the exhaust hatch or exit will be like this, which will look pretty nice. Too bad I can't put some tiles right here so it looks a little bit smoother, but it's going to be covered up, and it's not going to be really the focal point of the mock. So it's going to go about like 8 or 10 studs, or bricks high, and then going to come over about that section, and then at least another foot tall. I kind of lost track of time and built a little bit too much than I was supposed to, but I think it's great so far how it came out. Especially how the shock troopers and Commander Fox are like going into the sewer, which looks great since it has its sense of depth. And I use black plates at the very end of it, so it looks like it's black abyss, which looks great, even though it's like a few bricks thick. So that's what that looks like so far. And this is the back side of it, which isn't, pretty or supposed to be pretty at all. But that's just structure, it doesn't matter. I especially like the black plates because it really has that sense of like a void. Here's a closer look at these panels that are removable. All they're on is just a bunch of brackets. But I like how these came out. They're nice and detailed, especially this one. That's how they're made. So this is how the hexagon fits on the entrance of the sewer. It just kind of sits on there, and you rotate it. So we're wrapping up everything on this first episode. I hope you guys enjoyed what I made so far. I surely do. So next episode, I'm gonna be working on the second level and the platform and then the backside structure. I'd appreciate some feedback in the comments below. Stay safe, keep building, have a good day. Welcome to episode 2 of Building 1313 in LEGO. First, I want to show a quick look at the LATLE, or police gunship. So this whole section front comes off and is able to go on top of there, so you get the full interior. And the back hatch opens up with a full interior as well. Instructions are available at rebreakable.com. In this episode, we're going to completely finish the full platform. Now let's do that. Here's my progress so far. I've completely finished the first level. That's what it looks like so far. And I started to work on the platform. So all I did was, I made the bottom by using 1x16 bricks and then overlaying a bunch of plates on it. It's not done because it's going to be more of a rectangle at the very end. And also the studs aren't going to be showing. I'm going to use a lot of tiles and snot technique to cover all that section up. And on the bottom right here, a lot of the studs, they kind of like go away as soon as you like look further away from it. So it's not really that much of a detail, since a lot of this is not like the focal point of the MOC. It's going to be more the upper level right here, and also the LATLE. I recently just added these slopes and plates alongside the either side of the MOC, because if you notice, there is some slight curvature along the whole front of the MOC. Now let's complete the entire platform. I'm pleased with this outcome using a combination of tiles and bricks on their sides, especially incorporating this line throughout the center of it. That's how it is in the photo. But I realized that this section of the platform is actually angled inwards. So it's okay to completely take something apart, knowing that it's incorrect. So a few hours later, I've started to notice that the weight of the bricks is actually taking a toll on the length of it. So it's starting to slope downwards, when in reality it's supposed to be more parallel with the ground. Later on, I have to support a lot more structure right here and connect it at an angle with one of these hinge plates or hinge bricks to make it more sturdy at the bottom. This problem happened early on. Initially, when I started to do this technique, I'd never really started to notice that a lot of it's not even touching the tile like that. So it's gonna be a huge problem, especially when a lot more weight's gonna be placed on this section of it, because all of this, there's no support. Without a good sturdy structure, a lot of it will collapse. This is the intersection of the platform. I created it by having 2 snot platforms, this single section at the very bottom, like that. A bunch of tiles and bricks on the sides, and then put at the bottom. And since there is a single line going throughout the center of it, and it comes to a T, these yellow 1x1 plates represent the lights. That's what it looks like on the bottom. So it's a bunch of tiles and plates, 1x plates along the sides, and then separating them with bricks. These tiles are a little bit inaccurate, but it's my own creative liberty that I I put on the mock. Now let's go install it. So that's what it looks like installed. I simply placed the bottom section right here, and then because the bricks and plates fit directly like that, so it's a nice seamless snot technique, and there's no connections. And I did finish the outer section with plates. I put plates instead of tiles because in the photo there's a bunch of crates that I'm going to replicate, so this section will be covered up anyway, so there's no point in putting tiles. I tried to put the most amount of detail wherever I can, especially on the sides, in this section right here, because I noticed that there is some sort of angled outward and then inwards on the picture, and then there's like a rectangle, dark bluish gray rectangle with some lights on the side, so that's how I replicated that. Here's the outcome of the end of the platform. I prefer this section way better than before, because it's so much more dynamic, because the angle, and also these like antennas on the very end. This is the technique I used to create this design. I put a wedge, a 1x4 wedge plate along the side right here, and then some hinge plates right there, or a 2x8 plate with like a rail on the side, with some tiles on the side of that, and then put it at an angle. I noticed that there was a gap right here, so I put a 1x4 plate and a 1x4 tile. I enjoy this section of the mock because it looks exactly like the photo, and the design is so sleek, nice. Of course, I would like to have this plate be like a brick instead of a plate because they're studs, but I don't mind that since I can put like some sort of crate and place hold right there. So these support beams are using these trans bricks, and I'm not really satisfied how this looks so far right now, since it's so invasive on the whole mock, but that's what I have to do right now so far, so later on I can put Technic on the rest of the mock, so that the platform will be supported with that, so I can later on take this out. I also started to work on this design for the intersection of the mock, where the whole border actually is curved inwards. I don't have enough slopes to create a section of the mock like that, so I utilized different bricks instead. So I created it by using 2x2 brackets and 2x4 slopes, alongside with these 2x2 by 3 slopes, dark bluish gray. And then in the center of it, there's actually a 1x1 pin connecting both sides. Then I'll replicate this a few more times to create that effect. So that's the effect it would have when it's all completed. All the plates are going to be covered up by the rest of the wall, so that's not going to be a huge factor. I also created an early up mock-up of this section of the mock. So the black plates would be the functional sliding door I'm going to create right there. And these slopes that go in outwards and go vertical, and they go back inwards. That's how it looks on both sides. I'm very pleased with the outcome of this mock so far, especially this episode, how we got to the platform and completely finished it. Next episode, I'll continue building the wall and try to finish the sliding door. That's the end of the episode. Have a good day, stay safe, and keep building. Welcome to episode 3 of Building 1313 on LEGO. As of recording this episode, the 11th episode of Clone Wars has dropped, and Fives is mentioned by Captain Rex to Ahsoka.
What's happening?
Stay back! Find him. Find him. Fives. Find him!
Which I find very ironic, knowing that I'm building the scene where Fives comes to his death, walks to his death, and understanding this scene is extremely important for the rest of the arc of Clone Wars. I'm very proud to make this mock right now, understanding what impact it has on the rest of the story. So for the rest of this episode, we're going to continue building the sliding door, and alongside with finishing the rest of the wall. And I hope that we get to begin to start on a different section of the mock, especially right here, I would like to create some sort of sewer. So it looks like this entrance actually goes somewhere that's inside the mock. Because right now, I don't want to continue building this section, knowing that there's a lot of empty space right here with all the Duplo. So let's go start building. I'm almost finishing up the platform. I realize there's new techniques for the same result. So it may look like this may be one piece. So it's all connected like that. But in reality, the very last piece is a 1x6 tile versus a 1x1x5 brick. So there's many ways of doing something to get to the same result if you don't have the correct amount of pieces. Because if I was running out of the brick right there, I could just resort to using 1x6 tiles, which is a pretty cool technique. And also start to work on the sliding door. So this whole section right here is the rail for the brick to slide on. Just for example, like that. That's because it has to have the least amount of resistance whatsoever. So if you had tile, you have to use 1x6 or 1x8 tile. And this section right here is all going to be covered up, so it doesn't matter what color the brick is, versus the black section is going to be shown when the sliding door is actually open. I completed this one section of the mock where there's like a rectangle with a bunch of red dots on it, and it's simply a panel that's easily removed like that. It's kind of difficult to figure out because it's using snot. So this is built on vertically like that. But then I used tile on the very top. And I also modified a clone minifigure so it looks more like fives with a good old Sharpie. It looks pretty good so far. And this section of the mock is supposed to be the rest of the wall. That's what I've completed on that side. On the other side, I've completed a lot more, which I'm very satisfied how it turned out because I didn't think it would look this good compared to the actual photo. So I built this section by creating these huge panel pieces, and then a headlight brick with a 1x1 brick with a hole in the center, and then a sun at the very bottom, and then connect at an angle. So it has a nice seamless effect. And then this whole section pops off real easily, like that, as one piece. And that's what it looks like with the section completely taken off. It's just used a bunch of bricks with studs on the side. Right now I'm working on a section on the side of the mock where there's supposed to be this huge cylindrical tube, and this is the pipe I created. It's especially hard with Lego to create these angles, especially at a cylindrical shape and a curve, because Legos are usually rectangle. So that's what it looks like so far. It's created by using a bunch of different slopes and macaroni bricks and hinges. So that's what that side looks like. That's what the other. And then you have to duplicate that on the very bottom. Get that effect of actually having it curve inwards, like a pipe. And now I have to find a connection point between this section and the very top. That's what it looks like so far. I'm really satisfied. Especially that I incorporated some sewer. And from here, what I'm going to do is continue this sewer section, then have a sort of waterfall going down. And then this whole section right here would be like the intersection where Ahsoka would be escaping from the shock troopers. And this is what I've done to create that effect of a sewer. I use 1x1 modified plates and some 1x2 red tiles, and then surround that with light bluish gray plates to get that circular curved effect. And from there I'll continue this section, but it goes all the way down under the mock through the Duplo, and it'll be like an interconnecting, sewer throughout the whole mock, which looks It'll look pretty good once it's all done. Here's a better look at the sewer. I have to continue this upwards and cover up this whole section so the inner structure of the mock won't be seen from the outside. I'm using a different technique for this section of the sewer, especially since it's smaller than this. It's more like a subsection of a sewer that's flowing smaller amounts of water throughout the undercity of 1313. I've also started to work on the sliding door, which I wanted to have it motorized or some sort of function like that. Instead, I just had ordinary by hand. So what I did was put some bricks on the very bottom and then larger bricks on the sides and just move it by hand. I find that's the easiest way to make some sort of sliding door, and that's what the sliding door looks like when both panels of the door are closed. It's gonna be really nice when both doors are open because it has this nice sliding effect. The next part I would like to complete is this section of the mock where it has a sewer. I used blue bricks on the bottom, and then after that I placed these trans 2x2 bricks on top of it to give that sort of depth, dark feeling underneath of it. So this section of the sewer will continue all the way down through the rest of the mock, which will look really nice since I have that nice depth of field. Then from there I'm going to continue building this section where it'll have sort of a waterfall effect all the way down going from here to there. And then after that, this entrance is supposed to be exiting right here. So for this section of the mock, I'm going to have the rest of the Duplo structure be all right here. So I have to create this section before I place the Duplo on top because I want to have enough structure above it. And it'll be really difficult to place this when everything's installed at the very top level. So after that, I'll have to continue building the structure right here to make this more sturdy. I like to work sporadically out through the week and work on different sections of the mock, not particularly one section like the front. But in these 2 weeks, I'm going to continue the front section, meanwhile working on the middle section as well. So my package just arrived as of this second, and this is a set I've wanted ever since it came out. And that set would be the Mandalorian Battle Pack. This set will be a huge asset to this mock, especially since there's always Mandalorians hanging around. Quick review of the set. Great figures, moderately okay speeder, spare parts, more spare parts, and definitely a lot of spare parts for the stud shooters. Here's a quick scene I put together with these figures. I love the placement of these figures, especially this section, so it looks like they're trying to take out these Death Watch troopers with this Mando and the sewer and the other one coming from behind. Here's progress so far I made in the sewer. I completed this fan, which I very much enjoy, especially the snot technique I used. And in this section where it'll have 4 smaller drains, and then right here it'll have a nice path connecting the whole section of the drain. And beyond the fan, I'll have like a bounty hunter guild. Well, that'll be taking bounties right here, which will be really cool to see the Mandalorians go throughout the sewers. And from here, I'll continue a path from here, and then have like a little bridge connecting the 2 sections, and then a path continuing all around the rest of the sewer. Here's the technique I used to create the fan. I'm not completely finished with it since these holes will be duplicated on the rest of the 4 fan blades. And in the photo, these are actually supposed to be dark bluish gray, instead they're light bluish gray. So I probably will keep that since it looks really nice. And I create it by using a bunch of slopes and bricks with a 1x1 pin placed right there inside the brick, and then just simply place it right there, and then create that 4 more times. And this is what the inner structure of the center of the fan looks like. It is a 4x4 plate with these holes on the sides, and then a 4x4 circle, place 2 of them on the center, And then these bracket pieces along the whole area around it. And then these 1x4 slopes placed on the sides. And then after that, you get this weird, relatively new piece. And then put a bar in the center. And then place that like that. And that's how you get that whole effect. I sort of reached a dilemma at this point. I can't tell if I want to go for this more clean aesthetic or I want to go for a more rugged, dirty, rustic feeling. Since I do like that technique, it's just I would have to buy those parts, and I don't really want to buy parts when I can use this. So in the comments below, do you guys prefer the clean aesthetic like this, or the more rugged, dirty look? And this week it was a combination of 2 weeks, since I took last week off, but that's why I didn't have enough progress done. I started to work on the front and then almost completed the water section. There's a lot more to go alongside with the path, the walls, and this continuing all the way down. But hopefully we can finish that next week. So you guys stay safe and keep on building. Have a good day. Welcome back to building 1313 on Lego. This week's segment is going to be a great one because I finished the first level of the sewer and you guys are going to love it. Now let's go straight into the building. So this is what I came up with. It's a little mock-up trial that I tried. So I used these 1x1 green clips and I thought it would look great for grass or some sort of moss. So I incorporated that with the Death Watch figure. And this is just sitting there. So it's a bunch of 1x2 plates. And we place that at an angle like this. And sort of sitting there. It's just a mock-up, so it'll look a lot different afterwards. And then it'll be sloping up a little bit. And then have like this path going around the whole perimeter. This is one Death Watch figure that took the legs off, so it simulates that it's actually like swimming through the sewer. I always love using that technique. And behind him, I have this like engine pipe. I duplicated that twice right here from an old build. And next to that is a kind of modification to the main sewer drain. And I actually thought it'd be a cool technique to end up curving it at a 90-degree angle right here. And then continuing that right here, but then putting it like black brick so it simulates that it goes elsewhere to the muck. But I really like that technique versus having the whole main drain going straight down the whole center, because it uses a lot less bricks, and I think this is a lot more dynamic than the other one. Here's the design I'm working on. As you can tell, I use those 1x1 clips and configuration randomly throughout the platform right there. And then I use 1x2 plates on the sides to have that curvature effect. It's not installed right now, it's just sitting there. But later I'll have a like discoloration effect going from the water to the platform. I love the effect I gave in this section of the sewer. So to start off right here, I thought it would be a good idea to have like some sort of rock path going along the whole perimeter of it. As you can tell, I use the 1x1 light bluish gray circle tiles alongside with the 2x2 circle tiles, and then the inverted ones. And then I use these 1x1 sand green clips for grass or moss, simulation of that. And alongside the bottom of the sewer water, I have like these pipes going along the whole bottom of it. And right here I have a Death Watch figure emerging from the water, and another random figure walking on the path. I noticed that there was a big gap right here. There's this brown ladder piece that I used for a bridge across both sides. I love that kind of thrown together effect that has. Right here is going to have a nice curvature of the wall, alongside with a larger pipe going throughout the center of it. And then right here is going to be the rest of the sewer going off to the right a little bit, using this piece I designed. So it'd be like right there. And so coming along around here is more detail of pipes. And then if I take this figure off, that's what the figure's grabbing onto. It's a sort of ladder technique I used. And this piece is supposed to represent some sort of water filtration device or something that's relatively new. Since everything else is all like grown over, all of this newer stuff is like thrown together really fast. And going off to the later section, I use more of this technique, but in a dark bluish gray. And I have a larger pipe kind of broken and filling into the water with some vines growing on the side of it. And that's supposed to be connected to this section of the mock where it's more like the heavy machinery and it's kind of like destroyed. This section right here is supposed to represent a some sort of pipe that's going to fill or drain water into the sewer. And these pieces aren't going to be right there. It's just a placehold since the wall is going to be right there. So it'll be sticking out of the wall a little bit. And if I go to back here, kind of hard to tell, but there's 1x1 bluish studs, which I love that effect since it has the water is actually flowing throughout the whole section and maybe dumping out right here. And here's some more detail of some pipes sticking out and just a lot more detail right here. I made sure to use a lot of variety of pieces to have a colorful overall mock, especially since 1313 is a lot of dark bluish gray and light bluish gray. And I just want to incorporate a lot of different color to make this mock pop even a little bit more. In this section of the mock right here has a functional rotating valve, which I thought was a cool detail. That would be like controlling the flow and rate of the water right here. And above that is more sewer pipes that will be not continuing and it'll just have like black bricks going straight up. So it has that effect that there's actually more going on with the mock. Reality is just like stopping right there. So that'll be wrapping up the 4th episode of Building 1313 in LEGO. I love what I've done so far this episode. This whole section of the mock is completely finished. Well, at least the bottom layer of it. Next week, I hopefully want to continue building the rest of the wall, at least this section, or complete the rest of the sewer right here. So make sure to have a great day and keep on building. Welcome back to Building 1313 in LEGO. This week's episode is going to be a short one, but you guys will love the result. I just set these minifigures up to see what it looks like, and so far it looks pretty good. So here's a better look on that more greebling detail. I tried to make it look like it's actually pipes going throughout the side of it, and make sure to have it like pop out from the side. As you can tell, the mock actually ends right here, but I sort to build off to the side even more to give that 3D effect that it pops out. So especially incorporating a lot of dynamic detail into a mock helps greatly. Like, the angle of this is pretty good, since this whole mock I do want to incorporate a lot of different angles and slopes and details. Like, from the beginning of the mock, it's sort of like angled sideways, and then going on from here, it's more perpendicular with everything. So it has that great looking detail from straight to sideways. This kind of looks like Jedi Fallen Order to me. Like, say if it was Kashyyyk or something, that's what vibe I get from it. Well, I do take a lot of inspiration from Jedi Fallen Order, since it does have like a lot of great scenery. If you guys ever played the game, if you haven't, you should definitely check it out. Especially the concept book has a lot of great details. So when you guys ever build a mock, make sure to incorporate a lot of different colors. As you see right here, I incorporated yellow, which usually wouldn't be like in a section of this mock like this, but right here it works perfectly since it has that like cautionary kind of look. So moving on from that side, I started to work on this side, but I didn't really finish it since I have to create this kind of circular effect right here for the fan. So I didn't really finish that, but I sort of finished this section where it has this little ladder. I thought it was kind of cool since it's the same as that right there, but I kind of took some liberty and take some of the ladder steps off, and so it looked like it was actually broken in some parts. And then later on I'll put a connection, but it's just leaning on the side right there. I also placed one of these gray base plates right here because I started to notice that I had to put this here since I kind of have to use this section of the mocker here. And then I also started building this section where on this desk actually kind of like has this this lip right here because it's actually supposed to be a drafting desk. So you put a roll of paper in the bottom and then you pull the paper out through the top. I haven't used the desk for that, so I'm left with this like big lip right here. So I actually have to use that for my advantage. So I have to build the mock up one brick and then over to the side. And I can get some snot and place it on the side right here and cover up that little lip right there, so it won't even notice if there's like this whole lip right here, which will look really nice since everything's going to be flush with the desk. So I'm really excited because I recently got an order from May the 4th from Clone Army Customs, and this is my first order from them. I'm really happy to see what I actually got. So this is what I got. I'm surprised because this is like $50 worth of helmets. So this is everything I got. I got the Hound helmet and a bunch of Mandalorians, alongside with a Galactic Marine helmet, so I can make a figure for that, and the Arc Jesse helmet, and a single Bo-Katan helmet, alongside with a bunch of different visors and some Mando weapons. Everything here is great except this Hound helmet is missing the visor, which is very disappointing since this is the main reason I wanted to buy this whole order. So I have to get back to them. Hopefully I get a refund or some sort of like visor sent back. But other than that, I think everything, the quality of these helmets are very well done. That's the Arc Jesse. That'd be for a mock later on. And these are the Mandalorian helmets. And here's the weapons for Mandalorians as well, and visors. I do recommend buying from them, but be aware that they can mess up on orders, especially now since there's like a huge demand for Clone Wars figures right now. So this is my first CIC order, and I do recommend purchasing from them since LEGO most likely won't make these in the future. It fills in the gaps that we can create as a fan base to create a lot more things than LEGO ever can. Overall, I'd say these helmets to me are worth it since I'll use these in the mock I'm creating right now. But to some of you, maybe it's not worth $50 for these helmets and visors, alongside with a couple weapons. But to me, it's more like buying a piece of art because I actually can utilize these way much better otherwise if I didn't have them. But I do recommend purchasing these when they're on discount because $50 for all this is pretty steep. But I think it's a better value than buying one figure for, like $30. Because to me, I'd rather just decal some custom figures like this, AV figure decals, because to me, it's a lot more fulfilling to actually have figures I created myself versus paying $30 or $40 for a single figure that it is printed though. I do like that for brick filming. But other than that, I'm cheap and I kind of prefer my own method. And these figures do represent a lot more than what they just appear to be, because this is like an opportunity to create more mocks in the future. Like right now, I'm going to be using the majority of these figures in Coruscant 1313. Overall, I got a decent amount of the section done, but I'd like to complete this section next week. But I'm satisfied how much I've completed this week. And finally, don't forget to be safe and keep on building. Have a good day. So to start off this week's episode, I finished this subsection of the sewer. I like this thoroughly since it has that rugged, dingy look I'm going for. Since it has like the support beams like thrown together look, and this 1x2 grill piece to simulate like the a pathway, and alongside a bunch of bars and those droid arm pieces to clip together to have that like hand railing. Because usually in Star Wars, there's never any hand railing anywhere in the whole universe. So why would they have it in like this little sewer right here? Which I thought was kind of funny. So zooming out from this section, this is how I did that technique. It's a bunch of modified 1x2 plates, hinged at a circular angle, and then duplicated on the other side. But then having this 2x6 plate connecting it in the center, so it has that circular design. And this section also has like a brace, the 2x4 plate brace, to make sure everything's nice and sturdy. The nice thing about this design, it allows me to actually put my hand in the mock right here, so it's really accessible. And here's a better angle at that circular red ring around the whole sewer section, which I very much enjoy since that has a huge staple of Coruscant sewers. Like in the scene where Ahsoka is running from the Coruscant guards, the package arrived. I'm really excited to see what it is. Well, I know what it is, but you guys don't know, so it's quite special because it's quite a bit of a certain piece. £5 of light bluish gray. Ooh. Look at that beauty. Oh, including a brick separator. That's pretty cool. Pretty glad they did that. So the total of this order was $40. It's pretty nice because I have £5 versus one set that's $40, and it's like, I don't know, not even £1. So this will be used greatly in Coruscant 1313. Now let's go see what's in this. All of that for $40, man. Every single piece has a place in this mock, so I've ordered from this seller before, and this is probably my third time, and I'm never disappointed. Let's go look at some of these parts I can use. Like this piece I've never seen before. Just going through it really fast. That's great, I can use that in the sewer. I've never seen this before. And like, I would say 99% of these parts are actually authentic, so I'm never disappointed with the seller. Sometimes there's like discolored parts, but this can be used as filler. There's parts from a Minecraft set. Here's some of the old light blue, or light gray. I can still use that, but I prefer the light bluish gray. There's some big plates right here. Ooh, that's great. Bunch of tiles, 2x4 tiles. So I can use those. I've never seen this piece before. Pretty interesting piece, so I think it's authentic. Yeah. Can't wait to see what I do with that. but it's just a lot of different light bluish gray, like this Technic piece. Um, some are a little bit older, have a lot of scratches on it, like this one. You can't really tell, but it's alright. Found some Technic piece. Yeah, this seller is my main outlet for these Lego parts, especially in light bluish gray and dark bluish gray. Because if I was to sum up everything right here, 5 pounds of Lego, I would say it's like $200 to $300 right here, maybe. Because there's a few thousand parts at least, and it's all light bluish gray, which is great. Well, except one piece right here, but that doesn't matter. The nice thing about this, I can use every single part, so I'm not complaining whatsoever. Now the worst part of it is to sort it. Overall, I'd say there's a few thousand parts right here. Let's see what I got. So right here, there's some tiles, some Technic, modified bricks, a huge pile of light bluish gray bricks, some plates, 1x plates, and then more slopes, then 2x2 plates alongside with 2x3 plates, and those 2x4 tile or plates. That's just some miscellaneous over there. And there's some more wedge plates, some bracket bricks, and then larger plates like that. And this I didn't sort because it's more miscellaneous, smaller parts that take a while to sort. But this is what I got in total. And this order is such a great opportunity for the mock, since there's so many different parts and pieces right here. Because like these quarter circle tiles, I can use those in any part of the mock. Also, a relatively new part like this is very useful for this mock. So, also I only counted 3 parts that were actually not Lego, or actually 2 parts that weren't Lego, but and then 1 was broken. But other than that, everything was authentic, genuine Lego. But there was only like 5 parts, well, 6 parts that were not gray. Welcome to episode 7 of Building 1313 Lego. I had to take last week off because I was studying for finals. So I finished that now, so I'm off school for a few weeks until summer break. Not summer break, summer terms. So I'll be continuing to do these on a weekly basis unless something happens. This week is a combination of last week and this week put together. I kind of work sporadically throughout both the weeks combined. So I ordered some stuff, built some stuff, a little combination of everything. So hopefully you guys enjoy this week's episode. Here's a quick update what I've done so far. I've completed this first level, which will be nice and flush with this. I did it 1 brick under because if you get another brick, you can just place it on top of that and then build the plates off of that. So this whole section is nice and covered up with a filler brick. I've had a lot since I was little, so that's what I have so far. And that's what the bottom level looks like. So my goal is to complete this section by having more base plates right here, and then have a little balcony so you can see the bottom of the sewer right here. So it'll be more of a rectangular balcony right there. And then after that, I'll cover up this little section right here with more plates and start to place some ordinary Lego bricks compared to Duplo right here. So I have everything nice and flush with this side. So let's go do that. So I started working on this section lock. I wasn't sure if I wanted to continue having things being perpendicular or have things at an angle, but I remember that I have to make sure this whole thing is sturdy so I can take these transclear bricks at the bottom out. So this whole section will be standing by itself. So I came up with this method that it actually is pretty cool. So I use these longer bricks alongside with using 2x2 jumper plates in the center. And then since it's at an angle, that 2x2 jumper plate actually has can fit in the center of it, and it perfectly connects like that. So I did that on both of these sides. But on this one's a little bit odd because I'd use a different technique. So it actually has a 2x2 plate with like a hole in the center, and then combined with the 2x2 jumper plate. So this is the same thing, but it's at a different angle. So I'll continue that on from these other struts right here, alongside right here. It's a lot different compared to this turntable method I did before. I don't have that many parts of these. I'm not going to use this method. Instead, I'm going to use this instead. So far in this mock, I've created this section where Anakin and Rex are actually entering the facility, and it's the scene where this happens.
Well, these are the coordinates Kix gave us. Let's hope Fives is inside. I hope he knows what he's doing.
So right here, as you can tell, this section right here is like has the red and white kind of stripes right here. So I'm duplicating that right here, alongside with this long, dark red and brown stripes going along the center. It's sort of like that right here, but I kind of goofed it a little bit, so. So in this scene right here, it's going to be exact duplicate right here. A lot of this will be covered up with crates and machinery, along with like this sort of fan at the very top. And this section right here will be where Fives is killed. But going on to different techniques, this whole section is all sideways. And I want to make sure a lot of this is perpendicular right here, since it's really difficult to continue on that sideways technique onto these perpendicular studs. So one technique I did was have these wedge plates just kind of sit on top and then place them right there, so it has that kind of lined up effect. But then I'll continue this section going sideways. But as you can tell, this whole section is one snot piece. So in this angle is actually going like this. So that will be really easy for me to like continue this section. So since I love working all over the place, I sort of did different technique for this side. Originally this side's supposed to be like a 18. Instead I changed to 13 because 13. Because in the original scene it's actually 18. So I went to airbrush letters or numbers and changed that to say 13 instead. So that's the look so far. But I realized like it looks very bold compared to everything else. Because since the original is more like it's more centered and it's smaller. So these bricks are 1x2 bricks. Instead I should go with a 1x1 technique. So a few weeks ago I ordered some items off Minifig Madness, and these items are, I would say, not necessary for the mock, but do kind of enhance it in a certain way. So about like 2 weeks ago, they started to make some custom heads, custom printed heads, and these are what I ordered. As you can tell, so that's Jesse's face, and then this is why I ordered the whole order, is because I wanted the Fives face, and then this one's hard to tell, but it should be Cody, yeah, because he has a scar on his left eye, and then Wolf on the top. Yeah. Now let's go see what these look like in better light. Here's a closer look at these minifigure heads. So I realized that it's not the best printing, but it's pretty good for what you get. So I noticed that the printing is on like one face of it and doesn't wrap around and then sort of fades off to the side, which is fine. But I would love to see this whole Republic insignia and correct format. But other than that, it's really nice quality. But some heads have like a little residue on the very bottom of it. That one's alright. But with Fives, it's hard to tell, but there's like some gunk on the sides. Like right there. But it's really easy to clean off. But the overall printing quality, I would say, is very good. Nice crisp lines. But some things kind of like are kind of blurry. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's not very defined like these cheek outlines. But oh, here's a better example. Like this 5 on top of 5's head. It's a little smudged, but overall it's like really good quality. This was the first wave. So far they came out with a second wave that has additional clone heads, but these heads do cost $3.25 a piece. So in total with shipping, this was total of $16, which may seem pretty steep since they're just little heads. But for what I'm doing in 1313, they're basically the only people that actually like make custom heads that look this nice. So as soon as I found out that they made Five's head, I had to jump on it. Here's a close look at my Fives versus Minifig Madness Fives. As you can tell, the 5 is kind of blurry on Minifig Madness versus mine with a Sharpie. It isn't appearing on the camera correctly. It's a little crisper on mine with a single Sharpie, but the overall quality and look of the figure's head looks great. And here's a comparison what the Lego's official head looks like compared to Minifig Madness. You guys can judge which head do you prefer. Here's what the minifigure heads look like on the minifigs themselves. And I love how this looks. I'm really surprised how great these figures look overall, because with ordinary Lego heads, they're very average and very typical, but this gives them much more life and detail into the figures. So to start off with, I changed Five's head with the Minifig Madness, and then exchanged the head I used for AV decals figures with Wolf, and then this is ordinary Phase 2 clone 501st Trooper, and I just replaced it with Jesse's head to see what it looks like overall figure, alongside with Clone Army Customs helmet, and then to the far right I have a AV Figures decal figure and an ordinary Lego P2 helmet with decals alongside with Clone Army Customs visor. I would say it's worth the $16 because if you're going to spend the money and time to decal these figures, might as well go all out by including printed heads, attachments to their visors, and custom weapons to make the figure overall look amazing. Here's a look at Lego's Phase 1 Commander Wolf with the custom head. And I did notice with the Fives head itself, in the show, it's really easy to notice how he puts a hat on and covers up the 5. And I can easily replicate it using this hat, which is a great attention to detail if they printed it in such a way that this figure would be like that. Overall, a great printed head. In conclusion, I would say go out and buy these right now if you have the money, because Wave 1 can be sold out at any moment right now. I'll put a link in the description to Minifig Madness, and right now they release the Wave 2, so check that out if you're interested. So about 2 days ago, I made this order because I had a $5 discount off any order above $30 on eBay. So I use that to order things to make 1313 a little bit better. I had to unwrap some of it since it was like heavily packaged, so let's see what it is now. There's that. So I'm really surprised because this order came in within 2 days, which is really rare since this coronavirus has made packaging really delayed since everyone's ordering things now. But that's just off-topic stuff. But so this Anakin figure is a different version than I usually have because it's the Clone Wars. Well, it's the Clone Wars LAAT version of it that I'll use for the mock. So there's that, and then this is Nash Vegas bricks. So basically, they sell everything on that card. It's really good source because you don't want to pay shipping for all these different items. So might as well just buy it from one person that resells everything. Here's a look what I got. So some Mandalorian heads, well, different variants of Mandalorians, or bounty hunters, and some printed arms or DC-17s, and then ordinary backpack. And these are throw-in freebies, I guess. That's really nice that they did that. Here's a look at these accessories applied. So to start off from the far left, it is fives. It's those printed arms. I want to put on an ordinary figure, or fives figure, because it has a lot more detail and it's more accurate. And start off to the right, the DC-17s on Fox are a lot better than the Lego version, so that's why I got those. And then these bounty hunters look a lot better since, you know, they have like detailed helmets and stuff. And there's the backpack for this one. Oh, and here's a look at the Anakins. So the one that I got was this one off the far right. It's because it's the accurate version during that scene where Fives dies. All right, there, the same exact version of it. So that's why I want to get this one specifically, because this one was the closest looking to it. Not this one. This one version of Anakin, the closest looking, but it wasn't this version of it. So I kind of felt like I had to get the correct version of it because if I'm spending this much money on a mock, might as well have the same or the accurate figures. So overall this week I did a lot, but not that much building. But in next week's episode I'll make sure to go into more detail about LED lights I'm incorporating in this mock in a little bit. And eventually we get to use these orders that I've been purchasing recently. Like right in front of you, you see the new Anakin I just got and the Captain Rex with the DC-17s. So that brings this episode to a conclusion. So have a good day and keep on building. See you next time. Welcome to episode 8 of Building 1313 in LEGO. This episode I'll hopefully like to finish this section by filling up some filler right there, and then showing you guys what I've done so far of this LED light section. Now let's go look at that. Here's a better look at creating a light brick. All you have to get is a 1x2 trans clear piece, or whatever color you want to get the desired effect, and then a 1x2 plate, and then place one of these like LED lights in the center of it, and then turn on. Nice thing about this, since it's a brick, you can place it anywhere in the mock, so it has a great looking effect of having an ambient red color look. Here's a better look at those LEDs I used. So they're actually like little cactuses, cacti, whatever. But I cut off the little limbs, so it has like a smaller impact. So it's just like this little thing, which is great because these little 1x1 cylinder tubes, I just place on there and next make it any color I want. And there's some different transparent different pieces I can use for different colors to give different effects of the LED. So here's what it looks like when it's on. Because initially they're all green because they're cactuses. The nice thing about this, it actually fits under the bricks, which is great because other LED lights usually are really big and bulky, but these are actually like copper LED lights. And it's a great price because it was only $3 at grocery outlet. So whenever you can find some sort of cheap alternative lights like this, so always search other places for other alternatives because you'll always find something. Like in this case, I found these LED lights at grocery outlet. I really am blown away how great this looks. Has a combination of green lights with blue lights to give that nice natural lived-in look. So to start off, I put lights on the side of the grate right here, which it does have a nice effect since usually it would just be blackness right there, but it has a nice like kind of depth. The next light is off to the top left. Put some 1x2 or 1x1 cylindrical tubes and blue right there to give that blue color. And then these ones here are just like, they're there just to see what it looks like so far. But the ones in the back are finalized. I made sure to have like everything backlit equally. And the foreground right here where the Mandalorian stands has a light shining straight on the figure, which looks amazing. And here's better behind the scenes look at the lights back here. They're simply just like setting in place, sitting there, and it doesn't matter if I touch them or not because it's all going to be covered up. And I just have to make sure I don't pull on the strings. The amazing part about this is only the start of 1313. Just a quick reminder, those lights are only $3. And look how amazingly they worked in the little section of the mock so far. So it doesn't matter how much you spend on a mock, particularly in the lights, but just how well you integrate them. So another aspect of installing LED lights in the mock is making sure you plan everything out beforehand, because you have to make sure like these lights come out to a specific area, because you don't want to have extra lights sticking out places you don't want it to be. So what I have to do is actually plan everything out by drawing it beforehand. Here's a good look what I did. So this whole section right here is the platform, and right there is the opening. So it's top-down view like this. And then when you see this section, how it's kind of hard to tell, but these rectangles are actually supposed to be crates and cargo, since this whole area is actually like a cargo holding area. So that's what that looks like. And then these blue lines are actually rafters going out through the ceiling. And then right here is going to be the section where Fives captures Captain Rex and Anakin. And then this section right here is kind of hard to tell, but it's I would say about right here. So this is the balcony. It's going to be more of a rectangular right here. And then this is where Fives is going to die. And going back to the plans, and you look at this section right here. On the very far edge right here, it's going to be like, I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's a like a cargo conveyor belt. And as you see right here, it says exit. So about right here, it would continue on going all the way down, and then I have like a little exit right here going out to the rest of 1313. So it's like it'll make everything cohesive in this whole mock. So say if a ship drops off some cargo, and then it'll be like sort of like an Amazon fulfillment area. So it like sorts everything and then puts everything on the conveyor belt and then takes it off to the rest of the people in 1313. So when you're designing a mock, make sure you plan everything out beforehand so you understand what bricks you need and an overall idea of what you're going to build. Sort of like in houses, buildings, and stuff. So I'd say this section's most important aspect of building an entire mock, because if you don't know what you're going to build, why bother building? Now let's go start doing this filler. Okay, so before I start building, I sort of raise this level so it actually uses one less or two less bricks instead. So that's a good technique. And then also a great technique to use when you want to stack whatever brick is, say, grab these 2x2 bricks, you stack them vertically, and then you break them off to what height you want, just like that, and then you break it off to like 2, and you just keep on doing that. Like that. So if you do that with like studs, you can get a lot of stud coverage for like water, which I always comment on other people's videos when you want to place a lot of 1x1 studs. Just place them in like a stack like this, and then, you know, do that and keep on doing that. You can get that, you know, there's a 3-1. So roughly an hour later, I completed this whole section, which is nice because I don't know if it can tell on the camera correctly, but I used the older light gray and the light bluish gray, so it has a kind of like um, dirty rustic feeling, and then it kind of like transitions into the old dark gray, which is nice because I get to use all those old colors that no one really uses compared to light bluish gray and dark bluish gray. I can also use the light bluish gray for other sections of the mock later on, but overall I just like the aesthetic. So here's a better look what I did. I made this section so it's nice and linear, and then using the slope plate to make it more parallel with this line, so it looks really nice, and it kind of continues on there. The nice thing about this section, it's a straight line, so if you get like a plate and then place right here, it's exactly a straight line right there. So which is really nice because this whole section looks more correct. And then from there, I continue this section going on. And I didn't do this section because that's going to be all covered up like a wall. And then this section's all different colors because it kind of like slopes up and then goes upwards, about like right to here. Sort of like in a Death Star hangar. So I just finished this section of the mock, which I think looks pretty good since it's hard to tell the scale, but it's about, so there's ordinary figure. So that's a pretty decent size. It's about a foot long by at least 6 inches high. So I thought it turned out pretty well. The wall in the show isn't that prominent, so this is kind of what I went off of. Here's another addition I made to this wall. So if you notice in the show, there's actually like some sort of like conveyor belt right there. And I think I made that technique really nicely since it looks exactly like that in the show. And what it is, it's a single bar and like some sort of droid arm connected with like a 1x1 or a 1x4 bar with like a pin on the side. And then duplicate that like, I don't know, like 30 times. So it has that like conveyor belt feeling, which looks really nice overall. I love that technique since it does really complement this whole section of the mock. And I'm not sure if I'll continue this on a second level, like right here, because in the show it's actually, there's two of them. There's one right there, and then one going like vertically this way. Or not vertically, horizontally. But overall, I just love this section, how it came out. So this is a little bit off topic, but I just replaced the overhead lights in this room. So that one's more warmer versus this one's more cooler. This is the most recent one, which I love how it looks on the mock, since it really does change up the whole mood and aesthetic of the mock. So if you guys really wonder how to make a mock pop, mess around with different light fixtures. So you can have cool warm light on this side and cool light on this side of the mock. But that's a little just off topic. But the next section I want to work on is the ray shield, which is going to be like about right here or here, somewhere between here. And it's going to be really cool because it's going to be using 1x1 trans clear bricks. Here's the design I came up with the ray shield. First off, it's not really the best design in Lego since it's like trans clear, but when you look at it from this angle, it looks pretty good since right there, because in the show it's roughly about that size in width and height, since it does come like sort of to a point and it's kind of egg shaped. So if you look on episode 3, like the section where Anakin and Obi-Wan get captured by General Grievous and the ray shields, I would say it looks kind of similar to that, but I made sure that the sections right here are larger panels compared to a 1x2 brick, because you have that that overall like better transparency. But this would be pretty cool to see what it looks like in the mock. I would like to have this little thing be modular, So if I want to replace it, it'd be really easy to do. So here's what the ratio looks like in the mock, which I think looks pretty nice and decent. Correct size. It's about like two minifigures in height. I had to kind of like put some more 1x2 plates on the bottom to make everything all connect, so it's really easy to like remove this whole section. So that's what Captain Rex and Anakin look like so far, just standing next to each other. But then I made it so that it's the same diameter as they are, so all I have to do is like place it on top. So that's what it looks like. But overall, I really like that. But from the outside, it kind of looks really weird for those not understanding what this is. Also, another off-topic thing. I looked off to the background and those shadows look amazing with these two lights above. So it reflects to make it like X shape, which looks really interesting. Hopefully you guys like it too. So that wraps up everything in this week's episode of the Building 1313 Lego. Hopefully this compensates by missing last week, since I did finish the floor and the wall, and also incorporate some nice LED lights in the whole mock. Well, not the whole mock, but the sewers section. So I want you guys to make sure to keep on building, stay safe, and have a good day. Welcome back to Building 1313 Lego. This week, I kind of get a lot done. Here's a little preview right now. So, kind of finished this section and the wall. So this week was more like 2 weeks put together because I got a lot of progress done this week and last week. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. Let's get into the time lapse. So I just finished up this final platform up here, which looks really nice, especially how I made this snot technique. It's actually a big T. It's set in place, but it's not actually like no stud connection. So I can easily remove it if I wanted to, but it doesn't really move at all since it's pretty stuck in there. But the nice wedge plates really do make the T look really nice and straight. And then on the side of this, I made this the balcony, which I've added some sort of or some little greebling right here, which looks really nice. I made sure to keep it all the same color basically, because it's not really supposed to be a focal point. It's supposed to just sort of just be there and not really like take away from other aspects of the mock, like this section or above. And then I also finished this wedge, or not wedge, this side of the mock, which looks really nice since there's no multicolored pieces showing. And on the top of that, I put some wedge plates and then 2x2x3 slope to cover up this whole wedge section. And because you could tell it's at an angle, it's nice that this piece fits exactly right there. Because before I was also thinking about putting this water going straight down to the sewer like a waterfall, but instead I just kind of realized that I might have to like do a little wall right here, or like a little fountain or something, because this section of mock, the balcony actually comes out a little bit further than I thought it would. Going off to this other section, I realized that this whole section is going to be a big wall from here to here, and it's going to continue and do an L-shaped alongside with the other section right here. And it doesn't matter what I do right here, because I'm thinking about having this whole section be hollow, because it's going to use less bricks and less weight on this overall section of the mock, which will be really nice. And when you don't have to use a lot of bricks in a certain section, it really doesn't matter, because you're not going to see it, or it's not going to be a focal point. So might as well just have a whole like section like this be hollow. Another big section of this area, I finished like this big crate mover. I'm not sure exactly what it is. It's a big bulky thing next to fives that he pushes he pushes a button next to this like contraption thing. But it's in the TV show, so I had to make it. It's really difficult because it has a lot of wedge slopes at the top, and then a weird sort of like half hexagon shape on the side right here, which I think it turned out really well. I didn't exactly know what the top looked like, so I kind of had to cut it off right here since in the show the frame is cut off to right here, so I'm not exactly sure what the top looks like, so I just cut it off right there. So the top is my own design, and the sides, this is actually how it is shown in the show from this angle. So it looks really nice because all the correct angles are here, all the wedges and slopes right there. And the dark reddish brown, it's kind of accurate to that. And there's supposed to be 9 at least half hexagon shapes, but there's like 6 here. So I did that because in the show, it's relatively the same height. Not the same height, it's a little bit higher than fives, about like maybe 2 feet. So I had to replicate that in Lego just at a smaller scale. So that's what I came up with. I'd love to know what you guys think about this design. So when I was building this, I noticed that it was top heavy. So I didn't want it to be like falling over constantly. But then I realized that in the show, it's supposed to be like right here. And then it's 1 plate higher on this than the snot piece. So actually equalizes out and makes it all parallel, which makes that whole section sit up correctly, which looks really great since I really don't have to have this connected in with any studs. This section of the mock is coming out really well since I don't even have any of the cargo crates yet, because this whole section is going to be covered like floor to ceiling, literally cargo crates, which is going to take a while to like build all of them because there's some of them like this tall and I have to stack them like 4 high. So I kind of just have to throw them all over the place, but strategically in an area because in the show, Anakin and Rex actually do like a U-shaped when they walk over here. So they open the door, say like right here. Well, so they walk in the door right here, and then they kind of like do a 360, kind of turn around, but then end up walking this way, and then kind of loop around. So, and this is where they get captured by not Rex, but Fives, and that's where he's explaining himself. It's turned out pretty well since there's no reference photos I have, and mostly of it is like in the darkness in the show. So all this is my own creation, since I want to have a nice, smooth, vertical wall with a little bit of detail. Since I always hate having blank walls, especially like this kind of section right here is a little bit blank, but I kind of broke up that monotony by including one dark bluish gray stripe in the center, and then had these this indent right here. And then this is what I came up with. So this design was initially supposed to be like a little waterfall right there. So I changed that to a sort of like a water source or something for this. It has good curvature for the sewer, and then has nice inverted slopes at the very top to have that overall nice curvature. So it looks really nice. And then going off to the side, I had to make sure this whole section is like at an angle. So I put these 2x2 slope or wedge. I'm not exactly sure what brick this is, modified brick, but I stacked a bunch of them to have like an angle. But I think it turned out really well. As you can see, I continue this stripe around the whole perimeter of this whole area right here. So it looks really nice because it has that continuous feeling. And also, it's going to continue around this section too. I didn't continue this wall all the way to these Duplo bricks because I actually wanted to have some inverted slopes come out this way, wrapping around the whole perimeter of it. And then this whole section has to be covered up with plates. I started right here, but this will continue along this whole section going this way. Then kind of slope over this sliding door. And then this whole section will have a nice exterior. And next it will be connected to another side where this will be empty. And a wall will be constructed right here. Here's a look at this side of the wall. As you can tell, it's like kind of pushed in, and then has like a 2x2 slope right here, right there. And then all this section, like what I said before, it's all actually just hollow. Here's a better look on the outside of the whole section of the mock, which is pretty nice because it's like, I'd say 1.5 feet tall. Here's a minifigure for reference. So there's Captain Rex, like right there. And then you zoom out. It's pretty decent size. Okay, so I was a little bit wrong. It's actually 1 foot tall, not 1.5 feet. 1.5 feet would be, where is it? Here. Right there. Okay, so from there, that's 1.5 feet. But I would like to continue this section up another foot so I can have this actually be another level, because I want 1313 to be like multi-level mock, because that's how it is in the Clone Wars TV show. And the video game's supposed to have a lot of levels, and like as you continue from the top it gets nice, and then lower and lower levels actually get worse and worse. So this is like the bottom of the mock. So over here is going to be a lot of dark seedy areas of the mock, and then as you continue going higher and higher, it's going to get more industrial, like richer, compared to these sections where it's like all ruined. Also, another aspect of creating a mock is after a while it kind of collects dust. So I found out by this YouTuber, I forgot who it was, but they recommended this like apparatus thing that you connect to end of a vacuum cleaner, and then that's the tip of it. So it kind of picks up the dust, meanwhile kind of like moves it around. I've been using this for the past few months, and it's great. Here's a little bit before and after. So that's all dust right there, and the whole thing is covered with a little layer of dust. And then it took me like 2 seconds to clean this off with this tip right here, just by going across really fast. I do recommend doing some sort of circle technique, because that's where it has the most dust pickup coverage, I guess. Okay, now let's clean this. So I just finished cleaning this whole black section along with the rest of the mock. And this is actually really great for this section because I realized that there's like a clearance like right here. So I kind of like bent it a little bit like that. And then I was able to clean this with ease. And then on this side of the mock, I cleaned this because it started to get a little bit dusty. So I kind of cleaned that really easily. It kind of went over all of the little greebles right here. And then it didn't suck up any of the pieces because the diameter of the hole is like very small. So only dust is going to go through. Here's a good example to show you how dusty some things I have are. This is on top shelf. I never really touch it because, you know, it's on top shelf. And look how disgustingly dirty that is. So that's before, and that's after. As you can tell, it's a lot cleaner. Looks pretty much brand new since it was just sitting on top of the shelf. And it's a lot easier to clean compared to the UCS Millennium Falcon, which is on the other side of the room. That took like 20 or 30 minutes to clean. This probably took like 10. But overall, it's nice and clean. Now that we got the boring dusting out of the way, I started to work on this section of the mock. It looks a lot better having this whole wall actually be constructed versus like, you know, a bunch of filler bricks showing. So what I did was have this L-shaped wall alongside with this like opening right here. I made sure I have black bricks because there's not actually anything there. So it simulates this actually goes on to something else. And I put a little bit of greebling right here. And I continue this dark bluish gray strip around the whole perimeter of this. So it has a nice consistency throughout the whole wall. So it looks really nice. So on both sides it has nice greebling. That side and the right side. I like the right side more because it's indented into the wall versus this one's like more offset. So I covered up this section with 2x6 plates because I was kind of running out of larger plates, so I use these instead because I had more. And I'm also going to continue this coverage over here. And then the nice thing about doing this, including like this wall, it's really easy for me to open up these sliding doors because I can, do that. It's nice and smooth now. It won't be falling off the sides. So that's nice. So I finished this section right here above the door because I wanted to have a nice structure right here. But I realized that it's actually one plate off because you look at this side and then you look at the other side. It's actually raised up. So clearly in some section back here I messed up, or I can just get another plate, raise it up on the side so it equalizes out, which I'll probably do that. But that closes up this week's of Building 1313 in LEGO. Hope you guys enjoyed all the progress I made. Have a great day and keep on building. Welcome to Building 1313 in LEGO. I would love to start building right here, where I'm thinking of actually putting a little mini trash compactor, but it'll show like people spectating, people getting crushed, which I thought would be a cool concept. So I'm gonna build that. Let's look at the drawings I drew. Here's a look at some pre-planning I do before creating a section. So you can tell from this section right here, it's actually like, it's more like Death Star trash compactor. And I didn't really like that since it's very typical. And this is more like abandoned, disgusting, dirty looking. I would actually like to expand that a little bit wider and then have like a window showing other people like spectating the people being crushed. Meanwhile, I've seen the opening actually not like being accessible and like some boards covering up the entrance and exit, and the ladder going up would actually be broken. So I thought that would be kind of cool to see that dark, gritty, disgusting lower levels of 1313 that we maybe could have gotten in the video game, but who knows. I was also kind of figuring out different types of angle it's going to be at, because here is more perpendicular and this one's more at an angle right here, 45 degree. And I'm thinking more perpendicular because it's a whole scene versus this section right here. It's more like a little sliver of it. It's kind of hard to tell what this is versus this section right here. It'll be very clear what it is. So I'm going to try to build that. So here's what I came up with. I finished this section right here. So I placed some plates and then some bricks on below. And then came up this cool design right here for the trash compactor. As you can tell, it's just a bunch of wedge plates, diagonal, and some like 1x1 and 1x4 tiles placed next to each other. So it looks like maybe some debris got smashed into it and it's like embedded in the metal, maybe. But it's supposed to be like really like thrown together and repaired kind of look, because I feel like these people down here in 1313 won't really care what it looks like as long as it's effective. So I also added like a little bit of ladder right here to see what it looks like. But in reality, like maybe up here or here, it's all gonna be broken so you can't access it. So if I get a little minifigure, like right here, hopefully it's like, at least right here, everything below here is all broken, and next above that, it's all accessible. But it won't matter because the door right here is gonna be like boarded shut, so the nice thing about this trash compactor, it actually kind of like functions correctly. So it's kind of proof of concept right now, but like it kind of moves. It's kind of hard, but like that. About like 2 inches, but if you come around the side, you actually get to see how I made it. It's really simple. So it's an axle with the I guess cap on the very end. And then the length of it is the length of it for it to like go forward. So you just kind of like move it back and forth. Like that. It's kind of hard now because there's no actual structure right here. But once there's a structure, it's not going to be nice and easy to, move back and forth. So right here, people are going to be spectating the person dying in the trash compactor, which is going to be pretty cool in a sense. This area will actually connect to it. I'll have this piece, like right here. Well, it's kind of upside down right now. But like right here. So they'll enter through there, and then they'll exit right here. So it'll be a nice transition between like a sewer, and then it turns into the trash compactor. Honestly, I'm really enjoying how the trash compactor came out. It's not done right now, because I have still this little interior section right here to do. But so far what I've done is I placed some filler brick down, then placed some plates right here to simulate like the trash compactor part. So the first thing I started to do was place these 1 by 1 trans green tiles to simulate the like disgusting murky water from like the trash that was dropped down here. As you can tell, someone was dropped down here too, and he was actually put there for a reason. But in this section, I would like to continue this trash heap, kind of like maybe up to here, to really show how disgusting dirty 1313 actually is. But I have to make sure this section of the wall actually comes out far enough. So what that means is that the section right next to the wall has to be enough clearance for this wall to actually come out a little bit further. As you can tell, it's hitting on a garbage piece right there. So what I have to do is like have all that enough clearance so this section back here actually can actually go out further, but it's stopping right here. So as you go to the side of it, it's really nice and detailed. Well, for supposed to be being a little garbage heap. So I kind of continue this like gross, disgusting garbage, dirty stuff on the side of the muck, which I thought turned out really nice. Then I also continue this greeveling on the side to have that more depth from the coming out from the muck, which is always nice because I kind of continued that, or I started that here. So I like to continue that throughout the whole muck. And here's a better look at the other section, like right here. So here's like some drainage pipes, and then two larger drainage pipes, and then a bunch of like greebles to show how disgusting dirty this is from maybe years or centuries of being constantly used. People kind of just like they do whatever and just throw whatever pieces they have. Well, that broke off. But I'm loving how this section came out because you can actually see like the ladder right here. And you can kind of tell it's like offset a little bit and it's like at an angle. Then if you go up the ladder a little bit, you can tell there's this like really small door right here, which is really nice because it's actually functioning. Because if I really want to, I can kind of open up a little bit, close it. Kind of sucks that there's like this huge gap right here. Maybe I'll try to fix it, but it's not that huge of a deal. But I thought it was kind of cool to have like a little functioning door. But so if you go on the inside, it's pretty much empty since it's a work in progress, but this is what I came up with so far. So this guy is actually viewing him being crushed. You have to make sure you get the minifigure's face correct, because without that, it's just kind of a boring mock without like expressions in the scenes that you're actually creating. So as you can tell, he's like screaming out for help, or maybe he's, I don't know, cursing him when he dies or something. But you can tell he's like smirking through the window. The nice thing about this, since it's like a mock, my own creation, so it can be literally any story that you want it to be. So I think it's kind of interesting. But if you go back into the interior section right here, let's go off to that door. So here's what it actually looks like opening and closing. It's kind of hard to open and close, but I'm not going to open and close it that much. It's just so it actually like, it looks like there's a hinge on a door, it like actually opens. So that's what looks really nice. But right here is like the observatory, and then I'm thinking right here is gonna be like maybe a table or something so other people can watch. I think the section could have been a little bit larger because honestly, I think it'd be really interesting to have like a whole like gathering right here, because it'd be sort of like a cage fight, how you have different angles of the fight, or in this case, it could be, you know, this guy being crushed. That'd be kind of cool to actually have like a cage fight in 1313, so I'll probably do that later on. But if you go onto the side, you notice how there's like these ladders, as I did on the other side, right there. I was thinking about actually having ladders be at an angle like this, so it's maybe harder for people to actually get in. Because if it was vertical like this, I'm just thinking, you know, I want to have this dynamic kind of angle. Because if you go into the outside, I use these slopes, so they'll be really nice to continue this slope, maybe that way, so you actually have like a nice angle right there. But I also kind of thought about having actually going inwards like this a little bit, which looks nice also, so I could do that as well. But the next thing I plan to do is like tile this up, or leave some exposed studs right here, so I actually have some minifigures stand on it, and then place maybe a table right there, people taking bets maybe, and like maybe have this section walled off, maybe, I'm not sure, but It'll be really interesting to see what I do in a little bit. So I'm pretty much almost done with this whole area, but I have a little section to do behind the trash compactor that's not complete, but the rest of it's pretty much done. So I think you guys might like it. So here's a drawn out view. I finished that whole section right here. Has nice snot on the side. And then, as you can tell, this whole section is actually at an angle, so which looks really nice. And then if you actually go inside, you notice how there's like a little table right there, and there's two chairs for like people to congregate. Then alongside the wall, there's actually a slanted wall right here. And I thought it was kind of cool design, but incorporating those panel pieces from Anakin's Jedi Interceptor. And so if you kind of look on the interior of it, it actually has the opening from the outside, which looks pretty nice with that natural light. But I'm actually going to put a LED light probably like right here. So it's going to have a nice shadow casting on things. And then you notice you really don't even see the other wall right here. It's like not even shown. So I ended up not actually putting bricks right there because I'm never going to see it ever. So it doesn't really matter. As long as you have the exterior nice, the interior doesn't really have to look the best. So conserve the most amount of bricks. And I also had a little technique to make this whole section actually be at an angle. This is actually removable, which is really easy, just like that. It uses those, I'm not exactly sure what brick this is, but it's those. But this whole section actually comes off, which looks really nice because it's easy for me to access the interior. It's never actually supposed to be like this because you actually see the filler brick on both sides. And then you can actually see a little bit more detail between the sewer and the trash compactor. I also kind of incorporated like a little crate right there. And so I just think this whole overall section came out really nice. Especially like the Anakin's Jedi Interceptor like wing paneling, since it really does like correspond to the yellow. Since you look at that side, it actually like continues right here and right here. And since I'm right here, I actually finished this whole section for the fan, which I put these slopes around it to create that ring around the fan. And I initially thought the fan was actually going to be too big, but then I zoomed out, but then I realized it actually kind of looks small now, because when I made it the first time, none of this was here. So when I put it there, everything looked, or the fan looked really large compared to everything else, since it was bare. But now everything's actually there. So it kind of blends in. It looks really nice now. And my plan above this is actually to have a little catwalk right here. I started it by putting some 2x2 inverted slopes on both sides, which will look really nice since these ladders will actually kind of like go inward or go outward, then go upwards, and actually going to connect to this little catwalk, which is going to look really nice. And also, I am kind of deciding to actually keep this area open because before I was thinking about walling it off right here, but it's really hard for me to access this area. So I think it looks really good actually like open like that. So this might give people the opportunity to actually leave if they figure out a way to actually jump over this. But I think so far it looks really good, in a bad way, but good. But that's the end of building 1313 Lego. Have a great day and keep on building. See you next time. Welcome back to Building 1313 in Lego. This week's episode, I would like to incorporate some sort of like cage fight around here. I'm not actually sure if I want it to be actually like an ordinary cage fight, but I'm sort of thinking like more of an arena type of like look, since this whole section is actually the sewer, so I want to incorporate the sewer back here. But like in some movies and TV shows, there's always like a fight in a sewer, and then there's like a bottomless pit in the center. So that'd be really cool incorporating like some sort of bottomless pit in the muck. But of course, the bottomless pit would just be like black plates like this. It's gonna be really interesting seeing what I do with this limited amount of space right here. So let's go do that. Here's what I came up with so far. As you can tell, there's that little bottomless pit I was talking about. It looks pretty decent if you come from the side right here. It looks fine. So to start off, I actually did some greebling on the bottom, which I think looks really nice compared to everything else. On these two sides, there's not going to be that much greebling because this is going to be the focal point, because it's like directly in the center of the circle, like right there, which looks really nice. And I really do like that center circle in the center right there. I got that by using these pieces And alongside with those, I use that same sort of technique on this side as well, to have those like drain pipes going to like a bottomless pit. And then incorporated 5 more along the side. And then if you go to the left, you notice how there's 1x1 cheese slopes like inverted on each other. That's a cool technique using a bunch of cheese slopes and a 1x1 pin like these. Then you place them in the very top of the brick, and then you connect them like that to get that crisscross shape. But that's the overall gist of the gribbly on the bottom. So if you go up a little bit, you notice how there's like this center like divider right here. That's actually going to be for this drain pipe. That's going to sit like about right there, which is going to look really nice since I actually didn't have enough of these slopes, so I actually incorporated different techniques. So I used these hinge bricks at the very bottom, and then put at that angle to have that like continuation look, which I think looks really nice because it breaks up that monotony of like flat gray wall. So I'm actually going to cover up this whole section with gray alongside with the other side, and then at the very top it's going to be like not really a cage fight, but more of like arena. And I'll have like spectators viewing off the top, and it'll look really nice. I did this so in order for them to actually like fight, they can push each other off the edge, and this would be like right about there. And so if they pushed each other off the very end, they would hit themselves right here and maybe die from that fall of impact. But if they try to actually like escape through here, remember there's actually going to be a fan right here, and I would like to be functional and motorized, so it's going to be continuously going, which will look really nice since, say if they want to like jump over here, they wouldn't be able to since there's like a fan going really fast. So that would kill them anyway. But overall, it's looking really nice so far. I do like how it kind of like blends in with everything else in the bottom section. And then when you come over here, it's like dirty and grungy looking. And for the sport, I also include the Duplo technique I've been doing the whole way through, which really conserves a lot of bricks. So let's go finish this whole section up right here. I'm starting to really like this section a lot since it kind of reminds me of like a hut in a way, but in reality, it's actually just like a slope and doesn't really mean anything. So what I ended up doing was I filled in both sides right here, like I said, with gray, and then that side too. And the roof, well, not the roof, but the top of it, I actually covered up with 1x1 grill pieces and 1x2, not 1x1 grill, 1x2 grill pieces and 1x2 jumper plates for me to place figures on it. I was thinking it'd be kind of cool if I put wampas battling each other, or like some Jedi fighting to death, or maybe bounty hunters. That's the cool thing about this little arena. You can put whatever figures you want. It'll look really good since I have these lights off to the side. So I'll make sure to wire them so they're pointing directly downwards, which will look really nice. That's what it looks like with 2 wampas. I think it looks pretty nice. If you like look back, it's kind of cool how it fits directly in the circle. Right now it's kind of out of context since there's not like a balcony right here showing the spectators and people like betting on who's gonna win. I also didn't finish this section as well right here because I wanted to incorporate some like pile of trash or something. But I also remembered that since these wampas get in this like arena, there has to be like a grand entrance for them. So I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna incorporate that into this confined area. I'm actually thinking about expanding it out a little bit further here. So probably like end maybe like right here. But that concludes this episode of Building 1313 Lego. Have a great day and see you next week. Welcome back to Building 1313 Lego. A lot's happened this update, around like 2 months ago, I'd say. I've completely finished and released my UTAT design, and that's been posted on Minifig Madness. I'm currently working on a duel on Mustafar for Minifig Madness, and also another reseller, which is going to be released later this year. We finally got the 501st Battle Pack and the AAT, so I picked up a few of those. Overall thoughts on them? The AAT is pretty much garbage unless you modify it, and the ATRT design isn't as good as the 2015 version of it. Bark Speeder is actually really good. But other things that happen in the world, there's more forest fires in Oregon, causing a red hue amongst the sky. But I'm safe where I live, so that's good, but who knows how fast it can come over here. Because fires are unpredictable. But at least I was actually able to take a wonderful photo of Ahsoka in 1313. There's no fires around this area, but I also began to start thinking like, what if there was a fire? What would I grab? I wouldn't be able to grab 1313, so... Or if I was able to grab it, I would just throw it in a box and it would get destroyed, so At least I would have the parts. But I'll probably take all my minifigures and all the custom builds that are irreplaceable, some of my artwork, and probably UCS, Millennium Falcon, and my PC. But that's if I have enough time to grab anything I wanted. So if I had like 30 minutes to grab something, I don't know what I'll grab. Because there's so much stuff in this room. It's always important to know your valuables and where they're at. Even if it wasn't a fire, if someone broke in and stole something, like Republic Attack, how all of its Lego was stolen, pretty much, I don't know what I'll do. So just remember at the end of the day, as long as if you're safe and your family's safe, that's all that matters. Because you can always replace stuff. So let's go back to talk about 1313. The bad thing about this location where this block is, there's 3 windows in front of it, which is actually causing sun damage upon some Legos like this. It's kind of hard to tell with the camera, but in real life, there's some yellowing right here, and also on some light bluish gray Lego, I've started to notice. So I'm actually going to put up some UV film on the windows to like prevent all this discoloration upon this whole mock, which would be terrible if that happened. So over the past few months, I have been working on it, but not as much as I wanted to. So right here, I actually had an idea of introducing this area as like a jail cell. And it'd be really cool. So this area right here would actually be like the hallway, and then right here would be like start of the jail cells on either side. And the nice thing about that, I think it would be like 2 stories, like one here and then one here too, because the height of it is really nice. And I was also thinking this area, like right here, would also have like a catwalk leading to the battle arena. And this whole area would be hollow because I was going to simulate more cells right here, just from the outside. But since these 2 are right here, all that's going to be blocking. So it's going to be really nice. It will have that overall, like, seamless look of, like, oh, this whole area is, like, meant for cage fights. And I've actually started to place down some filler brick right here and some plates to get that extra height. Because right here, there's this big lip. And if I didn't do that, it would kind of be like this. How it's kind of, like, covering up right here, which I didn't really like, so I had to bring up this whole area a little bit. So the thing is that right here, I kind of messed up because I have to take this out since I can't actually push these back. The hydraulics on this, well, it's supposed to be hydraulics, but it's just some Technic pieces. So I have to fix that. But overall, I think it's turned out really nice. So let's go start building it. So I've been working for a while. I've actually came up with this interesting technique. So what I'm actually doing here is this whole like brace thing is actually like going around the whole perimeter of it. And then that's actually causing studs to be anti-studs on the very bottom right here. And then I use the inverse slope, 2x3 slope right here. And then I place it right here. And then by doing that, it's actually flush with everything else because I put some tiles on the ground. And so I get some bricks and put them on the side, and then some grills. So it has that like that depth kind of look. And also has this like weird inverse slope thing right here, which I think looks really nice too. But also notice there's like these gaps like right about here. So I tried to cover up by using like these a 1x2 modified plate, but I kind of wanted to use something else. So I actually found these triangles usually on speeder bikes. So I covered them up right there. They're just in there, which I think looks pretty great. It's like a really interesting technique I came up with. Because if I didn't have those there, usually it would look like this. Kind of just blank. But that kind of gives it more depth and color into the muck. And also this is the design for the cell. So I actually ended up coming up with this design that it uses these doors, like cell doors. And I kind of just set them right there. And then the whole thing's at an angle by using those 2x2x3 slopes. And then some black of those right here. Since I'm not actually going to be able to see what's inside these cells right here. And what I'm going to do is put these like little control panels on the side so they can open and close them. And then after that, I'm going to duplicate that 4 more times right here. And then I can put like a door, but not actual functionally door, because this whole section's going to be blocked off. So it's just going to look like it's a door there leading somewhere, but it's not. And then these 2 areas right here are actually going to have cells on either side. And I also made these little toilets too. I've pretty much finished this overall design. I've actually finished on both sides almost, except this one right here, so I want to show you guys what it looks like on the inside. That's what the interior of it looks like. I use a ladder piece, so that's what that looks like on the inside. On this side, I've actually included inverted slopes, so it like slopes off at the very top, so it looks very good at both sides. So I've been working a little bit more on this jail cell design, and this whole section actually comes off, so it's more accessible in the interior, like this. The whole front of this is like that, so I can get the better the view of the interior of that side and the other side when it's all done, which is a good aspect of this, knowing that it's more modular. That's what I've done this week on Building 1313. Have a great day. See you next week. Welcome back to Building 1313 LEGO. This week's gonna be really special because it's the 13th episode of Building 1313 in LEGO, which means I actually bought a figure that's really special for this mock. So before I show you guys what it is, I'm gonna show you guys what I've actually done the past few days. So I go off to this side. I've actually continued this ladder all the way up, which I think looks really great since I actually did include these little 1x2 pieces. And then at the very top, I actually offset them a little bit right here. So it looks like they're kind of like dangling off the side. And it's great with the little Mandalorian at the top or at the bottom. So it actually shows like the height of the overall like ladder. And at the top, I kind of figured that there should be some sort of like landing area. So if you want to step off, it's right here. So I did this cool little design where it's like 1x2 grills with 1x1 modified brick. So it actually gives that like kind of the offset a little bit right in between. And also to the left of that is this like little drain that's actually sticking out from the side, so it looks more cohesive in a way that it's the overall sewer and stuff. I actually did finish this little section right here because before it was blank. Did some greebling, so there's some nice details on the sides. And back here I actually included some more support structure with the Duplo. And then next to that I've actually finished this section, which is really easy. I duplicated this whole overall design and did it on this side. Then alongside also put like these 1x6x5 bricks, which I think looks pretty cool since on this section is actually going to have the a little arena, which is going to be pretty cool since you can actually see through it. And also I included more of this conveyor belt design on the top, and I'm also going to continue that all the way up here and then finish that down there. So before I actually do any more work on this, I'm going to show you guys what I got in the mail. Let's go check it out. So this is a little order that just arrived. A while back I said that buying printed figures is kind of useless in a way, but there was this one printed figure that I've never had, and LEGO's never gonna make it, so might as well buy it. And since I am making 1313, there's one specific figure that would go great with it, and that is Boba Fett from 1313. I kind of had to get this because he's technically the main character of the video game 1313, and I thought it'd be great to actually have him in the mock, since I only saw one of these for a good price. This is like $28, and the other one was $44, so I went with this one. So let's put it together. So this Boba Fett did actually come with this cape, but I'm probably going to replace it with a different cape because this is kind of like this weird type of plastic that I'm not really fond of. It just kind of looks kind of bizarre. For some reason the camera doesn't want to focus, but I really do like the overall details because it has front printing and leg printing and a little bit of arm printing on both sides and a little bit of back printing too. But this figure actually originally came from Aerialite Customs, but I bought it from Nash Vegas Bricks on eBay. So here's what Boba Fett looks like with the cape. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I do like the look of it though. I'm still going to replace it with the LEGO version of the cape. So I actually did want to compare this figure to the original Boba Fett figure. It's nice to see that the overall design change is really nice between the two, because 1313 is supposed to be like this rugged, dingy area, and you can clearly tell Boba Fett does look like the Mandalorian, but way before the Mandalorian actually came out. So I do actually want to kind of like change out that cape and the head with a actual printed Lego head, because right now it's just a black one. So I really like what I've done with this figure. I've taken off the head, replaced it with the Boba Fett's head, and then replaced the cape with this cape that came from the Mandalorian battle pack, which looks really great with that. It's gonna look good anywhere in the mock, so I'm really happy with this purchase. I've really fallen in love with this Boba Fett figure, and I had actually purchased this figure way before the first episode of Mandalorian Season 2 came out, which, spoiler alert, Boba Fett does return, which is great because anytime we actually get to see more of him, I think it's only a good thing because it can actually show us how a badass he is, versus in the originals, we actually only saw him for a few scenes and that's it. But in 1313, he would have actually been showcased as a main character, and this is my sort of like my version of what he actually could have done if he was actually the playable character in 1313. But this week, I would actually want to sort of finish up this arena right here. I've actually started to work on some of it right here, building up the walls. I actually do have to build this section up a little bit more and finish up this little section right here. I should have done it before, but I didn't. And I've actually built up this section right here. That part's actually supposed to be a viewing area for the spectators, so they can get a better view of it from the other angle. Because there's actually going to be a bunch of spectators right here, and there's going to be like the cage part of the cage fight, so it's going to look really nice. So let's go build something. Man, there's a lot of work to complete. I think it really paid off because this is probably my favorite section of this whole mock. What I've actually done is incorporate that 1313 Boba Fett with other two figures I created from other figures. And it looks really great because in The Mandalorian, how Din Djarin actually prefers more fighters because he likes those odds. Hopefully Boba Fett would like that too.
Please excuse his lack of decorum. His enthusiasm outweighs his discretion. Please lower your blaster.
Have them lower theirs first.
We have you 4-1.
I like those odds.
So I just wanted to say, as of filming this, it's actually my 21st birthday. So all bars pretty much closed where I'm at, so I'm not going to do anything. So just eat some birthday cake and hang out with my friends. So that's going to be pretty fun. So let's get in more detail. So what I've actually done in this section, on Instagram, I saw someone make this like Death Star door right here. And I thought it was really great how he did that design. And I kind of want to like incorporate that in 1313. So I actually incorporated using dark tan instead of dark bluish gray, just because I didn't have the bricks, and I also wanted to incorporate some sort of color into it, but I only had dark tan. And off to the sides, I've actually added these like windows. There's other spectators right there, maybe have like front view seeing, but it's actually pretty bad because there's some like bars over it. So I was actually able to complete the whole floor with those little grills, which I think looks pretty great. And I also incorporated these lights. They're just sitting here right now, but I would like to actually build them into the wall and stuff, because on this side I've actually put one. It's kind of hard to tell right now, but it's actually just behind that wall right there, and it's gonna be great because it's have that like eerie feeling when I actually look at this section of the mock. Personally, I really enjoy this section right here. And I've also finished this little section right here with a little panel, because before this was actually open up right here. So let's go see what that looks like. So this is the section with the prison cell, and it looks really eerie from here, which is a great effect because sometimes in like torturing, if you have a barely dim light and like it flickers once in a while, it actually makes the prisoners go more insane. So maybe they're doing something like this. But right now that LED light is just sitting there, I'd actually like to angle it more towards this way. Well, it's kind of hard to tell what the design on the back looks like, so I'm going to turn the lights on. It looks still pretty dark in there with even the lights on, so I'm going to turn my camera flash on. And so that's what the overall design in the very back looks like. I thought it was pretty ingenious because I actually used not that many bricks with it, because it's actually just a plate on the back side, just sitting there, with some inverted 1x2 tiles. Not 1x2, 2x2 tiles. And those pieces are actually really useful for something like this. And I think this section looks really great so far. It's gonna look even better when I finish this section where it's actually like a little cell right here. So for this section right here, I actually want to include a cell, but this section would actually have a hole blasted through it, because I was thinking it would be like a Jedi was captured here, and I would use the new troopers from the 501st Battle Pack to actually be like doing an insurgency or something, which I thought would be really cool. And this section like halfway through. So it'll be the blast door, and next it'll be like setting up the bombs right here, and then it'll be like the rest of the sewer. But I actually thought that'd be cool if the whole design was the sewer, because this whole bottom section is technically the sewer. So I want it to be like repurposed look. So it'd be like just a bunch of planks put up right here. So that's why they're blowing it up. And then off to this section right here, I actually want to include like a ladder going up to the surface. So that's all the work I've done the past few weeks. I hope you guys have a great holiday, and see you in the next episode. Welcome back to Building 1313. I've actually started to work on the front section and right now I was actually doing the right side of this, because since I never did that section like about 6 months ago or 7 months ago, I said I was going to do it, but I actually didn't. So this is what I actually have done so far. As you can tell, it's a 13 for 1313, and it was just going to attach on the side like right there, but it's going to look really good when it's all done. And I've also continued to build up this section right here, up low bricks. I literally have just a handful of dark bluish gray bricks, so I'm going to have to purchase some more. Which means, technically, that will be the first purchase for a single brick on this whole mock. Because all of these bricks I've had in my collection, which I think is pretty insane. But I can say I've built this, what I've just had lying around. Which I've tried specifically not to order, like, bricks in general. But instead, like, just order huge quantities of bricks overall. But technically, I've ordered minifigures for this mock, but it's not specifically bricks. So technically, I've not spent a single dollar on this mock using Bricklink. And I've also started to build up the interior section of this side and the other side as well, which they're exactly mirrored, so not anything too special right there. But I thought it was kind of a cool technique. I've actually used some snot right here, and then used 1x1 cheese slopes to bridge that connection right there, because if I use a tile and a plate, it just wouldn't work. It would be like this little gap right here, which I can't really figure out a way to fix that, so I just have to deal with it. And I've also started to build up this structure right here, because before it was pretty not sturdy, but now I'm actually start to build up this section, the second level. But I can't really build on the second level because I have to build up the section over there before, because this whole section right here is actually a wall, and then it's gonna have structure on top of it. But I thought this was pretty cool to figure out like the angle from right here. So I used some Technic bricks and some of these hinge bricks to offset that like little angle, maybe to like 10 degrees. But the 10 degrees here is like different from every single one. So I had to figure out some sort of connection between these to make sure it's parallel with everything else. Make sure the bottom is actually perpendicular, because you know it's a grid. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And you can tell I've been working over here, so it's a little bit messy. I've also added to this section right here because I thought this section kind of needed to be separated in a way, because this is supposed to be all clean and stuff, and then over here is all like dirty and grungy, which I kind of think that it should have some sort of separation, because this is like a work area and this is just like hell. So I put this little slope section right here, which I think looks really nice. And I also made sure to have like a little crawl space for them to actually access the ladder. And I've also finished this section where there's a little mini sewer right here, but I thought it would look really good with this like 1x16 rail piece, which I think looks really cool as like a support beam, which I think looks really dynamic. Like it actually does look like it's supporting the whole structure. Then I go up to the side over here. I've actually included a little bit of greebling because I noticed this mock didn't have that much greebling, so I want to add more greebling throughout the whole mock. And if I go up a little bit, there's actually gonna be like a little platform right here to access the interior of right here. So I was building this section, I wanted to have like a balcony showing with some glass too. And then I made some broken pieces right there because I know it's going to be broken. And then I had these two figures fighting, which I thought was really cool. But if I go to the other side, he's actually just stabbing his stomach, which I think was pretty cool technique to actually put the blade in his stomach a little bit. And he's reaching out for help or mercy. And it looks really dynamic since you can tell that the figure has some weight and actually broke the glass. And it's dynamic, so it actually shows that the figure has weight. So if you go on this side, it shows that the weight of him has actually broken the glass, which I think is pretty cool. So little details like that in a mock really does show how dynamic and lived in these figures actually are. It's like they're part of the environment and they interact with it. Don't set figures on a mock and just not have anything to do with them. Because I've actually included another technique I saw on Instagram where a person used a rope piece attached to a person to make sure it like simulates that he's actually roping him, which we've seen the Mandalorian do, which I thought was pretty cool. So I'm thinking like maybe Mandalorians and bounty hunters do this all the time, which I think looks really great. Also over here I started to build some crates, and I filled it with 1x1 red studs because I want to simulate that actually is a spice, you know, because in Star Wars they always talk about spice and how it's like referred to as drugs. And each one of these crates there's actually a little bit of 1x1 studs, which I thought was pretty cool. So I just put that right there. I actually do want to finish up the front section of this mock with the little bricks I have. So let's go do that. So I've completely finished this section off, and I'm amazed how well it looks. Because before it was just this section, which it was just that little part right there, and the front door right here. Now that I've actually completed that section, it looks so much larger than it did before. Also in the fact that it's all snot, which looks amazing. There is some gaps like right here and like right here, which I'm not too happy about. And also a little section over there has a little gap. But overall, it's pretty negligible, which I think is pretty great. I was actually surprised because this section over here, it actually took like 4 or 5 hours to do, which I thought it would just be the same as this side, but I had to do a completely different technique because if I take this little section off, there's actually a bunch of jumpers right here, or a 1x2 bricks with a stud on the side right there, and then the same up here. It's kind of weird because there's actually like a little gap right here, and also like right here as well, which I can't really do anything about. And I also have to replace those little panel pieces on the side so it's dark bluish gray alongside with the top section. It's because I don't have those pieces right now. I just want to build it right now, so to see what it overall looks like, which I think looks really great. I've actually built up the center part right here, which is supposed to be like a dark bluish gray stripe going all the way up, which right now it's like 2 inches, which I would like to expand it like maybe a foot or 2 when this whole block is like, you know, a lot larger. The great thing about building the front section, I'm actually able to open up the front doors and like get the girth of the mock, which I mean like the thickness from here to all the way in there, which makes it look like there's a lot of things going on in there, but it's pretty empty. So I like that I'm able to imagine that there is something going on, but it's nothing. I'm in love how this looks so far, which I think it's about like 2.5 feet long. And I think it looks exactly like the photo. So that's the end of this episode. Have a great day, and make sure to have a good Thanksgiving. Welcome back to Building 1313 Lego. This week's episode is a little bit different because this is actually right after a Black Friday haul. So I actually went to Bricks and Minifigs and got a bunch of Lego for a really cheap and good deal. Let's see what I got. So to start off with, I actually did make these figures right here because they were $10 in total, and I actually want to make some figures for 1313. And you actually notice these two have clone torsos, which is great because we might actually make clones out of them. So that's great for 1313. So these are the other named character figures that I actually got. Starting from the left, the guy from the solo set, I have no idea what his name is. Then the guy from Jabba's sail barge or desert skiff, I have no idea. Gamorrean guard, another alien pirate dude, and then Hondo Naka. And these figures would be great in 1313. It was actually buy 2 get 1 free. I have no idea what they took off, so it's actually free. So that kind of sucks, but all I remember is that Hondo Naka was like $6, Gamorrean guards was $15, the solo guy was like $6 or $5. And the thing about the Gamorrean guard, I did have the option to buy the original one from like 2004 or something, but I didn't want that one because it was like less detailed compared to this one, and I prefer this one way more. It was $8 before for the old one, and the new one was $15. And so get these figures out of the way. I got 2 of the blaster battle pack things for brick arms, and they're $14 a piece, but it was buy 1 get 1 free. So actually it wasn't buy 1 get 1 free, it was buy 1 get 1 half off. So I got 2 of those, which would be great for 1313 for like an armory or something. Literally any figures in it. And in these 2 little ball things, you get to choose like different figures from like certain balls. So I got this bounty hunter character. I actually didn't want to buy her on Bricklink, but I'm happy that she actually came in this little ball thing for really cheap, for like $3.33. And this other X-Wing character that's pretty much a no-name character. So you get 3 of those balls for like $10, which is a great deal, depending on what you find. Because one time I found Luke from the Swamp set back in 2004 for only like $3.33, when he's like a $30 figure, which is phenomenal. So you can always find like great deals like that once in a while. I also did get 4 huge bags of Lego for $60. So it was buy one get one free for the Lego, the $40 one, $40 bag, and then it was technically it was buy one get one half off with the Duplo, but on the sign it actually did say buy one get one free. So I got that bag completely free. So each bag of those were only $10 a piece, and each bag of those were only $20 a piece. So I'm a pretty happy camper. So let's go see what I got. So that's one bag. So here's the second bag. And it was kind of funny because I was filming that and I had actually gotten a message from a friend about some more Lego on sale for $15 on Facebook Marketplace. I was actually able to pick it up, and I would say it's a little bit more for $15. Just a little bit. This is going to take a while to sort because I still haven't sorted all of the Lego from previous haul. Now it's literally double. So overall, I would say it's a pretty decent size haul for this year. In total, it was probably like $130. And I would say this is probably worth $130 maybe. That's probably the best way to get a lot of Lego. Now let's go build something. So I've been building, and I actually think this looks really nice because this is actually supposed to be like the entrance for like the prison cell area, which I was actually going to have the 501st like blasting the door open on the very left side. I'll show that off in a second. But I actually came up with this technique that I saw Rich Boy J use, where he actually built modularly, separately from the actual mock. So I actually kind of want to do that. So this whole section is actually just a modular piece. So it kind of looks like that, which is really nice because I'm actually able to put that just directly in the mock without bending over a lot, which kind of sucks a lot when you're making large mocks. Especially in that corner, it's really hard to actually get to. And if you notice, I actually did use this technique I used previously in the mock series of the sewer, and I actually want to continue that trend on this because it does make sense that the sewer would have the same technique used throughout the whole mock. And I really do like this look. So I've also put this like a bunch of greebling inside to show off its structural support. And the door right here actually comes off, which is great because it shows that's gonna, be able to come off because the 501st is gonna blast it open with some charges. I haven't finished this section because I actually wanted to put this a little ladder piece right here, so it's going straight to the surface of the mock. And this is actually what it looks like with some minifigures on it. So I put a 501st figure with a thermal detonator put on the door, and I want to incorporate the other old 2015 version too, because I have 6 of them, and I know they're pretty expensive, so I want to utilize them, even though I have the brand new ones. And I want to show these figures off like they're actually just covering up their heads because they don't want any shrapnel or damage on their helmets, and they don't want to hurt their ears. So let's go see what it looks like when it's done. So here's what it looks like completely finished. I actually really like this technique I did for the stairs. I used these like 1x2 tile pieces, and then some cheese slopes, and then like some tile pieces in the back, but like turn them around so I gave that like reverse stud look. And I placed another clone trooper right there, actually using the stairs. I made sure to offset a few of them so it looks like they're actually broken. And I made sure to have this area open because it's actually really hard to see, and I'm going to be viewing it from this angle, so it's, this has to be like very open. I really do like this kind of modular technique because it's so easy for me to just like build on top of it. As you can tell, I actually used one of these bigger brick pieces. They're the kind of older pieces I found from the $100 Lego bin, and I utilized that right here. Good thing it was the correct size because I would have had to use like smaller bricks. But this is actually really sturdy, so that's really nice. So I can build on top of it. Here's a quick 360 of this. It's the front side, looks really nice. And then you go to the back side, it's very, very bad because, it doesn't really matter what the back side looks like. And here's what the interior looks like. There's some gaps, but it's gonna be really hard to see because it's gonna be so dark. It doesn't matter about those little gaps. Now let's go see what it looks like installed. So I just finished installing it, and oh my god, it looks so amazing. I also added some minifigures, like doing some business work, maybe like selling that droid. And he's actually having like a little suitcase right there, so he's pushing across the table. And I also incorporated this guard watching over the prisoners right here. And then also a droid as well. It's funny because the guy's sitting down, but yet the droid's standing up. So it really shows how lazy he is. But so this is what it looks like actually installed. And I'd say it looks really nice because it actually fits in really well. Right here is actually going to incorporate some black bricks above it. So it's like everything else, how it's like black where the ladder pieces are. So it's gonna be exactly like that, which it's gonna look really nice. But I really do like how the not first order, 501st troopers really do like go well with Mach. It's really hard to film back here because it's like in the corner, but here's some different angles. And the great thing about this, I can just build on top of it because it's pretty sturdy and I'm actually able to take this whole section off. So I would say I got a few things done today. That's the end of this episode. Have a great day and see you next time. Welcome back to Building 1313. This may look familiar, so I've actually built on top of this. I want to incorporate some sort of guy kind of like hiding out in a little cubby hole, and then a 501st trooper like calling out to him to like tell him to get out, and then he's gonna shoot him or something or arrest him. And then but that guy is actually just camping there in this like electrical center right here, which I think is really nice because I always liked having little cubby holes like this in mocks because it really does give like depth of like electricity and like plumbing and stuff. And I also kind of want to build on top of this because the 501st have to get there somehow. So I'm actually going to incorporate some ATRTs and a bark speeder that I designed. So let's go see what they look like. So this is the ATRT and bark speeder I designed, and I'm actually really proud of these because they didn't really take that long to design, and they're both within like $5 of each other. And I made different versions of each one. So the red, purple, and brown or something. I think it did green as well, but I think they look really nice because it does give the overall effect of like this is a bark speeder and it's ATRT. I don't have all the pieces right now, so I'm gonna order those and they should be coming eventually. So like place them on top of the mock right here. So it's like a little parking lot or something. Because you know they have to get to this area somehow. And it would make sense if they actually like had vehicles to do that. I actually did want to take out that red and place blue to signify 501st. Because right now they're just dark red. I also did want to have like a hatch right here, but then also it's probably gonna go up to like right here or something. So it's gonna look really nice when it's done. So I finished this section and it's all complete right now. And it's crazy because I'm never gonna actually see this whole side from this angle because it's gonna be against the wall. So I incorporated some details right there. And this great technique I always kind of use so once in a while. It's using that spring-loaded shooter missile brick and then some cheese slopes, so it gives it that nice dark bluish gray kind of like angle like inside the bricks, which looks really nice. And then put some Duplo in the back because you know you need to have some structure, but it's pretty much the final time I'll actually see it like this. So let's go install it. So this is what it looks like finally installed. As you can tell, it's just like sitting there and you can't really see it that much, which kind of sucks because put so much time and effort to make that section look really nice, but at least it looks really nice from here. And you can tell I also did take out this section right here, and it's actually going to be harder to see the section even more because this is actually going to be modular. That kind of sucks, but with this modular design right here, I was actually going to duplicate this and make another section like right here about the same kind of like design and stuff, and also built up this section so it's nice and even. What I'm going to do is continue building up these bricks right here and then plate them off, and then this is great because I'm actually able to plate this whole section off, which is getting to the second level, which is going to turn out even more amazing because I made a 2,000 piece order on bricks and pieces yesterday, and hopefully that should be arriving like within a month, which is going to be great because I bought a lot of tiles to tile a lot of this off. So it's like the road section of 1313 and a bunch of miscellaneous little parts that will make this mock even more that amazing, which I think it's probably my favorite mock so far. And I've made a lot of mocks over the years, more than 30 at least. You guys will see that in the upcoming Throwback Thursday videos that I'll be making over the few months. So I actually did order something for 1313. It's a little repetitive what I got, but it's from Minifig Madness, and it's actually a 360 printed clone body with some heads. So I actually purchased this because I wanted to replace the 5's body with something a little bit better. And I got the heads because Lego's never gonna actually make printed heads with cigarettes in their mouths. So that's the reason why I bought it. But I found that the Minifig Madness like body print, it's kind of really weird. So it's like this is focused on the camera, even though it kind of looks blurry. That's actually how it comes, which is like really bizarre. I've never seen that type of printing before, but it's just like kind of blurry. On the back it's a little better, but that's the most focus I can get it. This is how clear and crisp it looks on the advertising photo, and I would say this looks nothing like that. So here's what 5's head looks like on the body, And as you can tell, it's like extremely blurry, which is really weird. I really don't like it. At least these other two printed head looks really great. So I actually did order something else, and this one's actually really special because it's by eBay seller called Engineerio. Oh, paper, yay. There's some paper. Here it is in lovely packing. Guess it came with a little printed thing too. So let's go open this up. So I ordered a Asajj Ventress, but in her assassin suit, which I think looks absolutely amazing. And also ordered the little alien head to put on that figure too. The printing is absolutely amazing. No smudges and smears anywhere, and it's nice crisp lines. So it came with her helmet that she wore on that one episode that she was fighting Ahsoka.
Well, I didn't believe it when I first heard it, but I guess it's true. The Senate has put a bounty on your horned little head.
And I'm going to be the one who collects.
Which is great because I'm actually able to recreate that in 1313. So that's the front side of her, and that's the back side. I don't know which one I'm going to use, her ordinary face or this one, because I love this one as well. I also do have the other version of Asajj Ventress, and here's a comparison between the ordinary figure and the custom figure. Overall, I'm very satisfied with this figure. I'm just happy that I was able to get it because there's only like 2 left in stock, and I bought one of the 2. So they're out of stock now, but so let's go look at 1313. As you guys can tell, it's actually starting to level off a little bit since I built up that section over there, which is great because that means the whole second level is going to be all, literally a whole level, like right here. I just have to build up this section right here so it's all level about right here, and then there's gonna be like some steps going down. I also did make some progress on the front section, so let's go see what that looks like. So what I mean progress, I mean completely finished it because those bricks that I got in that order. And I think it looks really amazing because I was able to build up this section more and then completely finish this off. And there's no miscolors right here. It's all gray, dark gray, which looks really nice. And then I also incorporated some of these crates right here. And with that order, I'm actually gonna be able to tile this off, both sides a little bit. So it's gonna look a lot more sleek. And since I have a little bit of tiles right now, I actually incorporated some more tiles down here. So I tiled that off so it looks nice and sleek. And you can also tell in the corner right there, I actually incorporated this like cylindrical tube design, which I think looks amazing, which is also accurate in the overall design of this like front section. It's actually quite an interesting design. So with that, I used 4x4 round plates with a hole in the center, and then got that like rod piece and like bent it a bunch. You know, the one that you can cut and it's not legal technique. So I used that and then cut it a little bit and then stack those plates and then place them right there and give it that sort of curvature look. It sucks because it's so dark under here. I'm not really able to see it, but at least I know it's there and it's accurate to the overall design, which I think looks amazing. So my goal of this episode is hopefully work on this section right here. So it's gonna be another cell, and I'm gonna still can use that modular technique design. So let's go do that. So I built this little module for the section I was talking about, and I would say it looks quaint and nice and simple, and that's what I was going for because it's supposed to be like a prison cell and there's not supposed to be that much stuff going on inside. As you can tell, it's actually Quinlan Voss meditating while he's like picking up a little glass cup. So I used some of those right there to simulate he's actually like meditating while floating. So that's a great technique I want to utilize, using that piece for something like having a figure float or falling or an impact for a blast. I always thought that was really great. I also did incorporate some like little tubes right here, maybe to indicate that's like where his food comes from, since you don't want to like open the cell and like potentially have the prisoner escape. And you can tell I actually incorporate a little bacta tube, which a bacta tube I'm pretty sure is a Star Wars toilet. So that's what that looks like. It's a small little build, but it really does put a lot of detail into this like small little prison cell. So let's go see what it looks like installed. So that's what the little module looks like when it's installed compared to everything else. I would say it fits in really well, but it kind of sucks because I don't really have that many bricks left because I utilized it everywhere else. Well, I mean bricks, I mean like dark bluish gray and light bluish gray. So I have to figure out some other methods of building up some structure without actually using those bricks, which is going to be really interesting. And I would also like to keep this top section more open compared to the other section. It's all closed off right there. So I was thinking about incorporating some like tubes and tanks and stuff right here, carrying water. The nice thing about having Quinlan Voss in this is because the story actually is these 501st troopers are breaking out of this little prison cell. That's why they're on the exterior trying to break in, putting some C4 charges, or in Star Wars terms, thermal detonators. So that's why he's actually in here. Just a little backstory for this mock. But it's like Quinlan Voss can get out of the cell anytime he actually wants. He's probably captured because he wants to know the location of this like area. So that's why he's in here. So have a great day and see you next time. Welcome back to this week's episode of 1313. It's actually been like a month and a half since the last time I actually worked on this. In this week's episode, it's actually going to be a little bit different because I haven't worked on it such a long time. You're actually going to be seeing all these clips from a month ago, and the majority of it's just hauls. In reality, I should just release this week's episode as a haul video, but I really do want to incorporate it as part of 1313 because I did also get some work done, and I got this done, but I didn't record it. So I'll be showcasing all this next week. But I did get some progress done throughout the weeks. So it's like I did something, but majority of it was just hauls. Also next week, you guys better watch out because I have the biggest haul I've ever gotten. Just a hint, it's actually more than 5 pounds of Lego. That's all I'm gonna say. So those have been wondering what I actually done within like 2 months. I've actually more spent time designing since I'm actually more able to do that. And I'm having a lot of fun with it. Since before I was more, it became a chore, and once your passion becomes a chore, it's not that great to do anymore, so I kind of just like stopped doing it. So to see what I'm actually doing currently, and I post every day on my Instagram account, and it's actually Tony Hardy 1999, same as my YouTube account, because I post every day on my stories of my journey of my Imperial gunship. I'll put a link in the description, so I really suggest you check that out, because I update that way more than I update this. But I hope you guys like this week's episode. Let's see what I got for 1313. Welcome back to Building 1313 in Lego. So this is the first episode of 2021, and it's January 2nd. And I've been waiting for like a month and a half for this order to come. And this is like the only thing I really bought from the vendor. So I had to buy parts with it since. So this order was within like $180 and free shipping. I wanted to buy it for my mom because if I spent enough money, I would get a free set. Which I don't actually think it's going to be in this box, but this is just the parts. But it's a lot of parts. Oh, let's just get that out of there. Don't want to see my address. So I'm actually surprised how big the box is, because I thought it was going to be a lot bigger, but I guess they kind of shoved it in here. So let's see what I got. I got a bunch of these tiles. I got the max of it. It was 200. Usually with these, I went for the most because I need it for 1313. I've never had that much in my hand at one time. I always find myself being really jealous of others that have a bunch of tiles like this. Oh, that's so satisfying. A bunch of these 1x2 tiles. Jesus Christ, that's so much sorting. Oh, that's gonna take a long time. I guess I'll do a time lapse about that. So, I see why it's such a small box now. 1x2s, dark bluish gray. Oh my god. It's crazy because I've never had this much of these new parts, which they're new to me because I haven't really used them much and seen them in sets that much because I don't really buy that much Lego. And that's for the taxi I was designing. More 1x1s for the taxi. And this really made my day, having all these parts. Now it's just time to start sorting them. That's gonna take forever. So let's go do that. So these are all the parts that actually came in the thing. And if you guys notice, I actually did have my dad kind of come in the room and kind of help me start knowing this for me, which is great because I didn't ask him to. And he just did it because he wanted to. And I thought it was pretty cool. I was talking to him how there's a lot of parts that are here that are cheaper than Bricklink because it came straight from the manufacturer. And Bricklink is a used site, so they don't really like have good value on things sometimes. Like a lot of these right here, the quarter tile pieces, they're actually going to be for the sewers. So I cover up all those little sewer entrances, which look really nice. And just a lot of miscellaneous parts that I never had that many of. And I'll show you how much I had before, prior to this order. So let's check it out. So this is literally everything I have left over from 1313. Like there's no 1x8 tile pieces. And so just a lot of miscellaneous parts that I don't have much of. Like I have no 1x4 light bluish gray tiles. And just pretty much out of everything. And this is my supply on the 2x2s and 2x4 tiles. And as you can tell, I pretty much have nothing. That's why I have to spend so much money on certain parts in Lego, because there might be a lot right here, but they're not correct parts for certain sets or parts of the mock I want to build. I guess this is also a little behind the scenes to show you guys how I sort my Lego. Because I'm a visual person, I like to see things in front of me versus on a big wall, because usually people have these in like containers. I found these for my dad a while back, and this method is amazing because I'm able to take out this whole section and go build something and put it back when I want to. And I'm able to have 2 rows of it and many things divided up, so it's a lot of stuff just right in front of me. So a whole drawer is dedicated to certain parts, like tiles and stuff. But here is a drawn out view. So I actually have 4 of these, and each one has 2 rows on it, so that's just a little behind the scenes. Eventually I make another YouTube video describing my whole room setup and all my Lego sorting, so I've never seen anyone else do it like this, and I think this is probably the best method. Because eventually I want to have a nice custom made one with my dad, made out of wood, so eventually I'll do that. So actually before I start building it, I went to Bricks and Minifigs again this week because they had a new sale, and it was one of these tubs for $10. So I got 3 of these for $30, and then I got some Brick Arms Customs blasters for the clones for $13.13. So let's see what I got. So this is what I got for pretty much $30. And it was actually pretty cool since I had $6 off, since if you spend $100 or more, you get a $6 off. So technically it was $26 for all this. And then I got 16 of the Brick Arms, so it ended up being $40 for all this. So I'd say it's pretty decent size. We didn't have that much time to actually sort through it, and I was only able to actually build up this section, so it's pure plates. So that's what I do mostly if I don't have that much time. Just kind of get a bunch of plates and then stack them up to this big cube, and then place the bricks all around it. So you can actually get quite a bit right here. Now the worst part is sorting it. Well, let's go back into 1313. Because I'm showing off all the minifigures I've been collecting the past like 8 months. I categorize them by citizens in the front, and then ordinary figures, like official Star Wars figures, in the back. These aren't all the figures I have because I have the 501st figures. They're currently in the mock right now, so I'm not going to take them out just to put them on base plate. But it's just a quick showcase to show all the mock, or all the figures that I'm going to put in the mock. It's going to suck because I want to have like a large city, so I'll probably eventually, over the few months, I'll get more random figures put together, so it's more populated, but this is a really good start. So we're finally getting back into 1313, which seems like forever since the last time I actually started. As you guys can tell, I actually incorporated some 501st figures right here. Since, you know, some were down here, it makes sense that they would continue to be like doing some work up here as well, just talking and stuff, which also allows me to incorporate my ATR Team Bark Speeder that I designed a while back. So I made a set of 2 of those. And then I also incorporated this sewer entrance, which I think looks amazing so far. And because the way it looks, you can clearly tell what it is without like guessing, which is one of the best things as a designer you can possibly do, is looking at something and understand what it is, which I always strive for. And if I go off to the right side, I actually did incorporate these little modules right here, but they're not final because I'm going to set them other places in the mock. So right here, you guys can tell it's actually Obi-Wan being at a doctor's office with C-3PO, which I thought was kind of cool Easter egg, because it makes sense that Obi-Wan be talking through his pain, and like Anakin would be just killing people, I guess. And then, of course, my favorite mock that I made recently, it's Mayfield killing the officer in the Mandalorian episode. Possibly one of my favorites, but I'm not sure. But as you guys can tell, I actually did finish off this whole section, so it's all flat. I don't remember if I showed this off in previous episodes, but this is kind of a pain in the butt to do. But now that I have all those tiles and stuff, I'm actually able to include dark bluish gray and light bluish gray section right here, just covered up with tile. So hopefully you guys actually really like this episode. It wasn't the best at all. I know I didn't do anything, but that's actually why, because I did get some stuff done. Like over here, I got the sewer section kind of complete right there, and the top panel having the sewer entrance right there. And it looks really nice. I did set up the figures so I could take a thumbnail, but that's pretty much it. But that's the end of this week's episode of 1313. Have a great day and see you next week. Welcome back to Building 1313 Lego. It's actually the 18th episode, and it's hard to tell, but outside it's actually snowing. and I really want to build when it's snowing out, because remember last time I actually did build when it was a forest fire, and it wasn't close to me at all, but you could still see the hue from outside. That's what, it was really gorgeous. But it's crazy how, you know, that's so close and you can like smell the fire, not the fire, the ash from the trees, and it's pretty crazy. But in this week's episode, I really want to complete this whole section, and it's great because I actually understand what I'm going to do, because I drew out a concept of what I actually want to do. So it's really great to do that beforehand, because sometimes I build and don't understand what I'm building until I'm actually building it, and that's never a good thing to do when you're designing, because everything has to be planned out beforehand in order to know what you can build and what you can't build. So let's get into the build. So I haven't really gotten to 1313 about like a month and a half, and it sucks because it's like I kind of forgot what I built last, because it's so similar all the time. Because I kind of forgot, but last time I actually built this, but I didn't show it on the video sense. I didn't think it was enough progress to actually show. But so what it is, it's actually just a cover for the prison cell. Also, it's a walkway, and it's great because I'm actually going to incorporate this pipe coming out straight from right here, and then it kind of ends out like right here. And what's gonna happen is it's gonna connect to here, and then what's great, I'm gonna continue this angle going all the way up, so it's gonna be parallel on this side, allowing that nice angled look on the whole section right here, which I really want to incorporate, you know, a lot of angles and stuff in this mock, so might as well continue that angle trend in the sewers, because that's where so far I've seen a lot of different angles, and having that cohesive design throughout the whole sewer section is always really good. So I'm actually going to film a time lapse of what I actually complete, and so you guys can actually see what I do. I really do like time lapses, but it's like, it sucks because sometimes I don't know exactly what I'm going to build, and I don't know if I have the parts to build it, so I kind of just build along a few hours here and there. It's really hard to film over here. I'm actually just sitting down because there's not enough space. So I'm showing off the inner detail in the cell, and I thought you guys would like it since it's actually showing the axle pins coming all the way through. And that's a technique I had to do because otherwise this whole section for the trash compactor couldn't retract all the way. It's kind of difficult to do, but as you notice, you see the pins actually go through like that. It kind of looks pretty cool since, you know, that's what it looks like. The only bad part is you actually see through like all of the inner filling detail that is just structure, which I really don't like. But I'll mostly have this whole thing like retracted the whole time, so that's what it's gonna look like. So that's the only time you're actually gonna see it with direct light, because it's actually gonna be covered up. And since I'm down here, that's what the rest looks like. It's pretty cool from this angle. And the nice thing about this, since I finished this cell, you can probably imagine, like, since there's 6 other cells, or actually 4 other cells on either side over there, so you can imagine this is just replicated on either side, but in reality, it's nothing. That's a nice technique you can do. So it's actually pretty early in the morning right now, about like 6:30. This section right here on the fan always bothered me because there's always like gaps in between, and I realized I can actually fill up those gaps. So what I ended up doing was thinking about just putting 1x1 plates and just put them together and kind of like shove them in between. But then I actually realized this whole section isn't actually what it seems. So there's actually, and that's a circular plate right here. And you notice it actually impairs me from doing that. So I had an amazing idea. Why don't I just get some cheese slopes and put it in between? Now look at that, it's a complete perfect circle. It fits in exactly. And it's great because I actually included brown on the left side, so that continues the rust kind of look. My reality for the fan, I actually designed it so the whole thing is all rusty and gross looking. But I just kind of used what parts I had. And I still think it looks really great. But if it was all rusty, I feel like it wouldn't make sense, because if that's rusty, that means maybe everything else should be rusty as well. As you can tell, it's kind of rusty down here. But that's because it's right next to the water. That makes sense. Versus up here, there isn't really any water. But maybe like some water vapor goes through it or something. But let's put on this piece and see what it looks like. Now look at that, it's completely circular. That's been bothering me for like the past 7 months, and the solution was so simple. It just took time to me figure out how to do it. That's one of the reasons I love designing. It's really philosophical, stuff like that. Because if you can apply that to the rest of your life, it's very good for you, especially during a pandemic. To look at a problem in your life, see that there's little gaps in between, and just kind of sit on it for a while and see where it goes. And if you don't like it still, just kind of fill it in. And it takes time and effort to try to figure out different methods, but at the end of the day, you'll probably figure something out. So the package finally arrived. Oh, you actually get to see behind the scenes of me setting up the clones for the clone army. Go check out that video too. A little self-promotion. But so I actually was worried because in the beginning, if you look right here, gotta make sure to cover up that. It's upside down, but that says 4 pounds, when clearly this box weighs more than that. And I think what happened was on USPS, sometimes you put 4 pounds and then it's just a preset weight per pound. So you probably paid like maybe $20 for this, and if you put 6 or 7 pounds, it's still gonna be $20. So I think that's why it's 4 pounds there. Even though I made sure to like weigh it and stuff, and it was actually a little bit more than that. I'll actually just show you guys right now. Make sure cover up everything. So there's bag 1. Bag 2. Bag 3. And bag 4. So this in total is over 9 pounds of light bluish gray. This is insane. So if you guys ever wondered what 9 pounds of light bluish gray looks like, well, that's what it looks like, all right there. This actually beats out my highest record before of pound per piece, or pound per dollar. Before I had 5 pounds, like at least a year ago, I think. And now this is 9 pounds for roughly around the same price. So I'm very happy. And for those that say, oh, you have a lot of money, you just have to look for a place that sells Lego for really cheap. So that's how I get a lot of Lego for cheap. I just buy in bulk, and it's always worked out for me, so. This is actually one of 2 hauls. The other one I'll get right now. So this is actually the second order that actually came in today. You might be surprised, but this one's actually cheaper than the other one. And this is like maybe 1/10 of the weight of the other one, so. Oh, it's right there. Oh, I wonder what it is. Yeah, I kind of got 2 of them. You know, for Cara Dune. So technically I got 1 for me and 1 just to keep until later. And I'm actually surprised how large these boxes are. So I don't remember actually seeing these in the store. And when I went to go buy them somewhere else, they were all sold out, so now I have 2. That's a pretty good haul. So I kind of poured everything in the big box, and just to show you how much it was, honestly, this is kind of getting obnoxious. I'm just showing this to you just because, you know, this is supposed to be into 1313. In this box, it's pretty deep, so it's like around here, so that's it's quite a bit of time to sort all that. I actually won't be able to like sort all this soon, because I have schoolwork to do, but this is going to take a long time, at least 8 or 10 hours of sorting. Finally, after a week of sorting, I've almost completed over 19 pounds of light bluish gray Lego, and this was not fun at all. There's just a lot of moving, and you can tell even over here, it's starting to just spread out to one big mass. I'm still not even done sorting because all of these are just different pieces, alongside with all those tiles. Those are different pieces, so they're all sorted by category, and then later on I have to go in by part type, and then. So I've been working for quite a while right now. It's kind of funny. So the last clip was probably from like a month ago, since I haven't really worked on 1313 for a while. But this is what I got done so far, and I must say it looks really good so far. Because I actually did draw up a sketch of what it's supposed to look like. Because this is the original sketch that I did. So the top left is the side profile. So exactly from this angle. I must say it looks exactly like that. With the pipe going through the center and the angle continuing upwards to the 3rd floor. And it's even more apparent on this angle. So this angle is actually from this perspective. And of course it's a lot more detailed and there's more things going on. So I must say it looks pretty accurate. So that's what's really nice about design stuff. It's like I had this in my head and now it's pretty much reality. So let's get into detail. So on this exterior where I had these 4 pipes, I want to continue this slope up and want to have some sort of wall detailing. So I just have these panel pieces and I aligned them right here. And then a 2x2x5 or 2x2x4 slope, put them all right there. And that's the thing about this panel, it's actually just sitting there. So we take that up and it just has all the slopes right there. I did that because I had to have this nice continuation of that slope. And this is probably the best way to do that. Or one of the ways, not the best way, but it just sits there at that angle. And if I go on the other side, I have the ladder going straight up. I still don't have the pieces right there, but I'll find the pieces for those. And the cool thing about this section right here, they're actually just ordinary slopes, but put upside down, since I don't have any more of these inverted slopes right here. So that's what I did for that, because I ran out of pieces. And I also started to incorporate some of my newer parts, like right there, which look really nice, has a nice angle. It's supposed to be like the machinery part they can get into and stuff. And then I guess a minifigure would like jump right here if you want to get to this section. So this is the more pipes, then you go underneath it, and then keep walking around, and there's a nice pillar. And of course there's going to be a nice structure above it, so that's why the pillar's right there. And there's lights hanging, so I can actually incorporate them in the mock. But if I go off to the side, a little bit more detail, and if you look in the pipe, there's actually a beheaded Mandalorian wrapped up in chains and like little blood splat everywhere in the pipe, which is a nice good detail. But that's what this whole section looks like. I'd say it looks really good and detailed, and that's what I was going for. And I really like the section a lot. So I'm gonna go install these lights right here. Let's do that. So this is what it looks like with all the lights installed. And I thought it was a pretty cool technique. What I actually did was, so you know, since I have these like little cactus LED lights, I ended up doing was getting 1x2 trans clear yellow bricks, and then placing like that, and then put a modified plate, and then have this like panel piece, and then put it right there. Put this right there, and then kind of squash it in between, so you get that nice directional light going straight down. And that's what it looks like. And I did that 3 times. So that's the overhead lighting. And once I turn that on in a second, it'll look really great. I also incorporated this other blue light over here. And when it's really dark, this actually looks really ominous. And that's what I was going for. And it's great to have actual, like, not ordinary, like, overhead lights, but, like, directional lighting, which is always amazing because it gives these amazing shadows. Especially, like, these panel pieces right here. It's great because all these little ridges in between. It looks pretty amazing. And then I also installed a hidden light in between back there, so it bounces off the wall. And this is what it looks like on the back side. I kind of just sandwiched it in between. It's kind of hard to see, but so that's what it looks like when it's on the interior. And then, so that's what I mean it bounces off the wall right there. It's really hard to tell now, but since it's light out, but that's what it looks like underneath. I'll show some photos, but trust me, it looks amazing. I also incorporated some lights back here, so I actually wanted to have some light behind the pipes, as you can tell right there. And I was going to put yellow brick right behind it, so it gives off that yellow hue light. Well, let's go to the outro. So that brings us to the end of episode 18 of Building 1313. It's crazy actually seeing this when it's completely done, because I've been imagining what it looked like for the past month and a half, I would say. And it's really nice to see your imagination actually be visualized in real life, which I always love that about designing. Next week, I would really like to get to the upper section right here, because I want to kind of plate this all off right here, and in order to actually have this like another level. And in order to do that, I have to get to this section first before I go back here, because I have to build up everything at a single level, because I have to make sure these plates are aligned with these. If it's not, it's going to be off by a plate, and that's really bad. You guys have a great day, and see you next time. So I'm back kind of getting the groove of building again. It sucks because it's like there's a plate missing and it kind of like slopes up a little bit. So I had to like build over it. So that's something I have to figure out because I want all of this to be the same plane. And it's not good when like a plate is off, at least like once over here and then like one over here, because it's not going to be all flat when you build. That's why this section was such a pain to do because I couldn't really figure out like if it was on the same plane or not because it's so flat as is. It still kind of looks like it's missing a plate right here because like a little bit right here it's kind of bowing up, which I don't like. Well, I think I'll end up doing is just like plating it all off and seeing how if it does bow in certain areas and trying to fix the areas that it does bow. And once I flatten all this out, it's gonna be nice because it's gonna be a whole area for me to like pretty much make whatever I want now. So what I have to do is hide this battery box right here, somehow like have a hatch or something, and then put some Technic right here. And it's great because I got all this pretty much land space to build now, and it's great since I actually did incorporate some lights right here, and I actually made it blue instead of yellow right here, so it's gonna give a nice hue at the bottom. But I just have to build it in more detail like this, greebling along the bottom side. But it's gonna look amazing on the bottom, because it's gonna look like that. I'm not gonna actually be able to incorporate anything up above here. I was just gonna block it off and have just people fighting in the area right there, because it's gonna be so hard to see anyway and to get to. So I'm just gonna build all that up anyway and incorporate some lights facing downwards. See, there's at least one right here. I was gonna have another one facing down right there. I must say it's looking really good so far. I actually finished up installing these lights right here, and they look great when the lights are turned off, but it's really hard to tell because it's a low blue light and it's hard for this camera to pick up. It looks amazing in real life. So what I did for this section was I had all this plate right here, multicolored because it's all gonna be covered up anyway. And I have this outside border be light blue, or not light bluish gray, dark bluish gray, because that's the only thing that's gonna be shown on the very edge of it right here. And I want a nice sturdy structure, so I wanted to use the larger plates instead of smaller plates. But my goal this episode would most likely to be cover up this whole section in plates. Look at all this area I can build something. And it's crazy because the nice thing about this whole mock, it's like the whole area of the bottom is a whole build area on top because it's going straight up. And now imagine this all covered up with plates, and then a bunch of Technic structure, and then all this will be covered up with plates, so this whole area will be able to like build on top of. Pretty much just a blank canvas. It's kind of cool to think about how it's a year in, and it's pretty much like kind of like starting from the bottom. So we finally finished the cage fight. In reality, it's not gonna be a cage fight like with spectators. It's just gonna be the room, but that's gonna be okay because I'm able to actually view it from within the mock as well, and I actually installed all the lights right here. And it's nice because I gave off a blue hue at the very bottom with these using these studs. I made sure to include another one for this section right here. So when I turn off all the lights, everything's gonna be emitted a blue hue, which is gonna look amazing.
3 weeks later.
So it's actually been a few weeks, and I've gotten quite a bit of progress done so far. But if you guys can notice, barely, maybe, I actually got a new phone because the other one actually broke. Hopefully the image quality of this one's actually better than the other one. And it's great because there's actually a macro lens on this camera. So with the macro lens, I'm going to be able to take close-up photos of this 1313 mock. And going back to 1313, you can tell I clearly played off everything, and it's really nice and flat. There's certain sections where it's actually bowing, because it's not exactly flat in certain places. Like right here, it's like off a plate. So what I'm gonna end up doing was probably build over this somehow. So that's not a problem. And while I was at work, I was doing a nice diagram how I'm actually gonna design this. So the top photo is actually an overview. It's like this. So the bottom left drawing is actually gonna be the street view. And these little rectangles are like the apartment buildings and stuff. And that's gonna be the street. And then there's gonna be like an alleyway on the right side. But right now, it's a blank canvas, so it's kind of hard to tell. But as I just described, this whole section, as you can tell from right here, this is going to be the whole height of this whole area right here. And it will come out to here, and then there will be the alleyway going straight back, and then more apartments or something going this way. And then right here, there's going to be another building, and then also like another bar right here. I'm still planning out exactly what these buildings are going to be. I know this is going to be a bar. Hopefully, I would like to include like a hostel or a strip club just because, it'd be kind of funny. And as you can tell, this section right here is actually like lower right here. So I'm actually going to have an incline right here for the street. And it's going to look really nice because it's going to go like a little slope upwards and then take a right. What I've built so far is this little staircase right here. It's all right. I might redesign it, but I'm not sure. And the thing I actually knocked over earlier was like, I can't tell if it's a street sign. I don't have all the pieces yet, but I'll show a photo what it's supposed to look like. And I must say, it looks pretty decent. So I'm actually going to incorporate one of these here, and then probably another one like over there somewhere. So here's a quick look at the demonstration I actually made beforehand. So this was actually made because about a year ago, I'd say I made a mock every single day, and that's really difficult to do. So one of them was actually this social distancing mock that I made based on the Empire separating people. And this was a great little bar design I actually came up with. I'm actually going to include in 1313. And you can tell it's just like a little quarter of it, literally. But going into this mock, it's actually really cool. So this Imperial troopers actually have handcuffs, and they're surrounding these guys just at the bar being close to each other. And this alien guy off to the far left, he has a blade in his hand ready to strike. And it's pretty cool because actually he dropped his cup on the ground, and you can tell a little bit spell on the ground. And the other guys are just absolutely unaware of what's going on and really don't care. You can tell it's really old because look at all the dust on it. Like, as soon as I do this, look at that. It's crazy. But the section I actually focus on is this bar section, and I absolutely love this design. It's very angular, and it's great for 1313. So imagine this little section right here, duplicate a couple more times right here, and then a little corner piece, and can wrap around here. And there's actually gonna be like a hideaway slot right here, so you can go down the sewer. So here's what it looks like before. So this is what I came up with. I must say it looks pretty decent, although I have a few complaints with this. It's just too clean on the exterior of it. Of course, this section's actually just open because I don't have the parts right now, and next I'll build the other section exactly like this, just on this side. But let's just go into the details. So on the front entrance of the bar, I thought it would be a cool idea to actually incorporate some like blood in the ground and incorporate this guy stabbing him just right in the entrance. And it really shows that no one really cares what's going on in 1313, so this is completely acceptable. And then you go off to the bar section. I actually incorporated some drinks under the bar, and I'm actually going to have a few more of these. Like, this is kind of pretty funny right here, little coffee thing. And you can tell it's actually sitting on one of the tables, and I incorporated 5 of these, and must say it looks pretty decent. And in the ground, I made sure to have a little bit of detail, just to have a little bit of variety in the section. If you can tell, that's actually a book piece right there. And then one of the square flag pieces. And off to the right, I had 2 of these like support beams, so I incorporated those. And it looks alright. I'm going to need that since I actually have to build on top of this. And the cool thing about the floor is that there's actually a little hidden passage right here, going into the sewer. And it's really easy to close. All you have to do is go underneath and do this. And next to that, there's like this weird sticker detail thing that came from the Cantina set. The $25 one came out like 2 years ago. But must say the details are pretty good in this section. Must say the outside exterior looks great. It's just way too clean for 1313. So what I'm going to end up doing is taking up like a few bricks on the bottom and replace it with brown and stuff to make it look more dingy and dirty. I really do like these angles on the exterior. So I absolutely love the look of this overall sidewalk. And the amount of detail that I put into it is decent, I must say. I made sure to have enough cracks and divots in the ground so it looks like there really is no maintenance at all in 1313, which there shouldn't be. And I made sure to include some of these little ramp slopes right here to make it actually look like maybe they used to care at one point. People used to have like wheelchairs or something, or hover chairs. So that's a cool little detail. Then I came up with this overall road design. It's not too detailed because it doesn't need to be, because a lot of it's going to be covered up by vehicles. Simply placing studs under 2x2 tiles, so to get that overall like offset look. So there's 2 underneath right here, so you kind of like angle it upward or downward depending on what style you want. And then it gets that messy look right here. And it looks really good, I must say. So this is the overview of the whole sidewalk. Or you walk down towards the bar right here, with those little steps. Looks nice. So it wraps around all the way to the building. Another thing I noticed is that the street is actually a little bit too narrow because when I place a vehicle on it, like this police speeder, it's actually like hanging over either side. And I'm thinking about extending it out maybe 2 more studs. Or maybe 4, depending on how it looks. But let's go see what that looks like. So this is pretty much vaguely what it's going to look like. There's 3 more tiles over here. It's going to wrap around the whole edge right there. And it's going to look really nice when it's done because it's going to look exactly like the other side. And as well as I've kind of started building the rest of this section up for the ground to the street. I must say, I really do like this overall design. It's going to look really nice when the whole section is complete, since I'm able to place the vehicles right on top like this. But I have to say, this looks really good so far. So that's going to bring it to the end of this episode. Have a great day, and see you next time, guys. Welcome back to Building 1313 LEGO. It's actually the 20th episode. The 19th one actually took over a few months because I've been working a lot and a lot of school stuff. So I didn't really get a chance to work on 1313 or design anything with LEGO. So I'm actually really excited to get back into this because I have so many ideas I would like to do, and now I have more time to do that. I can actually accomplish what I've set out to do. The past few months I've bought some LEGO, but not as much as I'd like to. Of course, you know, of life stuff and other obligations you have to go toward. But over the next few weeks, I would like to order some massive amounts of LEGO for actually kind of getting this kind of complete. But it's gonna, of course, gonna take at least the end of this year. That'd be nice. That's my goal, is to finish this. And of course, I would like it to be twice the height of this, at least. But right now, it's actually like, you know, almost 2 feet tall. So that's pretty good height so far, considering that it's from each end of the table. It's about like 6 feet, I'd say. The nice thing about this, I can really go as high as I want to, at least to the ceiling, which is like 6 feet. But I really don't want to go that tall. That'd be amazing, but I really don't want to spend that much time and effort more than a year on 1313. I think a year and a half to 2 years is it's plenty for a mock. It's time to move on. Of course, I really don't want to take this apart, and there's no point I have to take it apart. It just takes up a lot of space. So this episode, I really want to get towards building this section up. That'd be really nice if I actually started to plate this whole second level off. I just have to look at what bricks I currently have in plates and Technic and see if I actually do that. But my first goal is to clean everything off because it's an absolute mess right now. Because when I'm built, I just kind of set things wherever, and it doesn't matter because eventually I clean it up later. So, but let's go build something in 1313. So this is where we left off last week. I thought this was a cool Easter egg of having this little construction guy kind of doing stuff, but absolutely hating his life right now. So I'll make sure to keep him in at least a section of the mock doing construction work. But this is a little overview of what everything is done. It's pretty messy right now, considering that I have some sorting bins right there, and then underneath I have a little bit more mess. Gotta clean up. Down there is pretty fine right now, but over there is it's a little messy too, so I have to clean that up as well. But that's my first goal. I should probably get that all cleaned up, so I at least have the ambition to kind of start somewhere. So let's go do that. So the first thing I actually do want to start on is actually the area where Fives dies. And if you guys remember, it's actually this scene where they go down to 1312 or something. Anakin and Rex. And there she is. So it's specifically this scene where you see all the crates all just shoved all over the place. And I really want to recreate that. They're not 100% accurate, but just kind of recreate a bunch of crates. So let's go build those. So I've created a few crates that will be showcased in Five's death scene. Starting from the right, this one's probably my favorite because since it's the most detailed. I put a lot of effort into this one because might as well have one that looks really nice. Remember, I made at least 10 a piece of these, except this one because it takes so many pieces. This one was quite interesting. I like the amount of detail I put into it, and in each one of them I made sure to make them a little bit different from one another. So like on the sides I put some grills. On this one I put 1x2 jumper, which looks pretty good. This one is ordinary, just kind of like tiles on the whole thing, which looks alright. It's more accurate to Star Wars in general. And to the left of this one's 4x4. It's alright. I only created one of these. I'm probably going to make a few more of these. But I thought it's a cool design. And very far left, it's just the generic kind of boring 1x4 pieces. Let's go see what it looks like in the mock. So we're coming back to this section where 5 dies. I made sure to put him in this because I wanted to see a good scale to what everything else looks like. I must say it looks really astonishing right now. I just want to show off the little details I added into this. So I kind of spread them out right there. Some more boxes. I'll be talking about this in a second. There's a little support beams. But you walk over here. Everything's all nice and even now, like up there. It's all supported. So it's not going to fall apart, which is really good. All those little spice details right down there. And if you notice, it looks really nice because I actually include a mirror, like right here. Let's just take that off. So that gives that look of a continuation back there, which I like a lot. Too bad you're not going to really see it that much, but if I go from a different angle, see how it looks like it's continuing on for quite a bit? It's that little illusion effect of just having a mirror. That's why I want to incorporate them more. I just wish it was more prominent in this build, but it looks really good so far. If I actually open up the doors right here, so it's not completely disappeared, but it's just not as noticeable. I open the window right now, so it has really good lighting, but this is all going to be covered up, so I actually have to have some pretty decent lights. And I was at Walmart today, well yesterday, I was working, and I was rearranging some lights in the garden center. That's where I work. And I noticed these are solar LED powered. I didn't think they were cool at first, but then I actually like opened the box and oh my god, I actually have some amazing idea with these. So at first I didn't think much about it, but then I actually started to play around with it. So this little solar power box right here, you kind of just turn on. Of course it's not going to turn on right now, but as soon as I turn it over, they power up, which is fine. It's not like an actual button. It's, you know, just flipping this upside down so there's no light, which I had a cool idea. Maybe actually keeping this built into the mock somewhere and having like a little sliding door go right over this. So it would be like this, like, you know, face the other way. See? So I got 2 of those. I thought it was a great deal since it was like $11 a piece, but with my discount, it's a few dollars off. So I would rather go for this because there's 50 of them right here, so 100 lights in total. Let's say light my bricks, you know, those are extremely expensive. I would never pay that much for 50 count. This is the cheapest alternative that I can think of, because things that are like great about these, they do fit perfectly in the little axle holes right here. Of course, these ones kind of a little bit loose, so I have to like jerry rig something together so they fit in perfectly. But I must say, this is the way to go if you're going for LED lights in a mock and you just want something installed really fast, because you could wire your own things, but of course it takes time and the knowledge of it, and you don't want it to explode, which is the most important thing, versus just go into a store, buy something really fast, and then just plug it in, you know? That's probably the best way to go if you want the cheapest, fastest alternative. But now I'm done talking about the LED lights. The thing I took off earlier was this little support beam I was working on. I'm still trying to figure out the ins and outs of it, because this is pretty strong, like just this, that's pretty strong. But this is way stronger. I just have to put some plates right here and stuff, and fix everything correctly to where the angles right here actually connect. Because like if you get these wedge plates, or not wedge plates, these hinges, and then put them like this, it connects quite well. See? So that's my whole technique I'm going to use for this whole section. So let's cut to me actually finishing this whole section off. Next, I'll come back and talk about it. So this is the overall design I came up with. So I realized that going beam straight across won't support the weight correctly. So of course I had to do a nice grid across the whole thing. And I couldn't continue on this grid right here because this angle won't allow these bricks to be right here. Because you notice right here it kind of stops. Versus if I place it over, 4 more bricks, I just continue on that nice sturdy structure. And these are actually pretty well secure. All these little hinges. Every single one of them. This very last one actually, it doesn't need a hinge at all because I guess it's at the correct angle that it just connects to the stud directly. Which looks really nice. And I also started up the lighting section. So I realized that I can just use that plug strip, or this light strip from over there connected to the bottom section. So I just use the rest of these. So there's 6 right here, and then there's 1 left over. I'm gonna have directional lighting somewhere. And I'll probably have to get that other light strip I just bought and put them 2 right here and 3 right there, 2 right there, and 2 right there. So that's gonna be another thing I have to do. I think it's well lit so far, at least the bottom section. It has to be pretty dim because that's how it is in the show. I'll pull up a photo, but the light box is actually, I'm trying to hide it over here. So you actually flip this over, and then there's a little hatch in there to access the power, which I think is pretty cool. It's nice and hidden, so it's inconspicuous. And the other light strip is actually a solar panel one, so I have to figure out how to incorporate that somewhere over here. But overall, I do say this is pretty well secure. I've, done this a little bit. It's not going to go anywhere, so I'm pretty happy about that. So that brings it to the end of this week's episode. Let's go off to the outro. So that concludes this week's episode of Building 1313. I'm really proud that I actually got this section pretty much complete. All I have to do is plate everything off right now. Because it's one of those tasks that you kind of push off for so long to the point where it's you kind of forget about it. But then as soon as you actually accomplish it, it's you kind of want to just keep on building. So I think that overall hunch of just getting over it, and especially considering that it took a few more months than I would like to. I took a 3-month break because sometimes you have to take a little break off from doing something you really like, otherwise you kind of get burnt out. But next week's episode, I really want to actually get towards building up the front section, at least using up all of the light bluish gray bricks I have so I can see the overall height I can go to, which is going to look really amazing. But that's the end of this week's episode. See you guys next week, and have a great day. Welcome back to Building 1313. This is actually the 21st episode, and this episode I really want to accomplish building up the front section a lot. As you guys noticed, it's actually from a different angle. That's because I actually purchased a brand new tripod for the phone, and that allows me to actually wrap things around it, which it's actually just wedged in between some slots and the drawers right there. Of course, you guys can't really see it right now, but that's how I'm actually allowed to get this different angle. So I'm actually going to start using this angle more often and switch back and forth, just because you guys never actually get to see the intro or outro with just the ordinary 1313 display right here. And I think it looks phenomenal, but this actually allows me to have time lapses building up this section, which is going to be phenomenal. I'm going to use all the light bluish gray bricks I have. Hopefully ends out around here, maybe a little higher, but here's a little check-in what I've completed so far. I must say it's quite chunky now. The nice thing about that, I actually do have quite more bricks left, so I'm not sure if I'll use all of it now for the front section, so I might need to build things other places in the mock, like right here. I'll put this front on pause so I can just continue using those bricks elsewhere. So I know it's just a big gray wall, but I made sure to include a lot of little details Like right here, there's some red little exhaust ports right there. And then nice greebling detail right there. Make sure it's inset so it looks a little dynamic. And on the side, there's this like little slope in 1x2 tile. Here, I started working on some 2x4 tiles. I think it looks really good considering everything else is flat. So at least a little bit of chunks sticking out look really nice. And then you go off more to the right, more details. And right here, I think it's really nice. It's just vertical lines. You know, why not? And I can't believe how tall this is getting. And it's going to be way taller than this as well. So let's go work on this section right over here. So this is the progress I made on the upper section of the level. I'd say it looks really good because a lot of it's dark bluish gray, which I wanted because at the very bottom, that's what the ceiling is. That's what you'll see. And then the second level of that, it's going to be more plates to make it more sturdy. And then on top of that, there's going to be like the road structure right there. These are the access panels I was talking about. I must say it looks really nice. It's almost reminiscent of like an Imperial base or something. So that's what it looks like from above. Nice thing about that, I can easily just take them out and adjust them if I want to. Also made sure to have like nice wedge plates on the side right here. That's what this section overall looks like. Looks really nice so far. And right here, I'm actually going to put some more greebling detail where the technic beam is, as well as greebling right there as well. Next, this is going to be filler brick, so it's more sturdy structure right there. It'll connect right here, up to this level. Let's go to the little diagram I made. I must say, it's going to look really nice when it's all complete. So this is actually the angle where, so the bar is right here, and then the building on the corner is going to be right there. The cool thing about that, it's actually going to be like a Twilight strip club or something, but owned by Maul. Because why not? He's a crime syndicate, so of course he'll have a strip club. And then this is where the road slopes up, which is exactly right here, just represented by 8x16 plates, or bricks. And then if you go off to the side, that's where the staircase is, more street. And next there's like a little alleyway gonna go straight across. And then there's gonna be a huge apartment complex right here with some working elevators. The sewer entrance is gonna be right there, as well as a marketplace at the very bottom. If you notice above that, like where the apartments are, they're actually gonna be boarded off and all, like destroyed windows and some curtains right there. But the more destruction at the very bottom, because that's where people will actually access. And up here, it's gonna be kind of more, just little cracks right here. It's way higher up there, so it makes sense. And once you go off to the sewer section, I'm actually gonna have some like overhang passes right here, where there's like balconies and more windows right there. It reminds me of Cyberpunk 2077, which is kind of what I went off of, sort of, but my own, and reference photos of 1313. It's a little combination of both. Well, that's my overall plan for the third level. Let's go into the outro. That's the end of episode 21. I'm actually pretty happy that I got this much done, and as well as playing off the rest of the section in the back. I definitely thought I was going to get a way more completed, maybe a little bit taller right here, but I think it's pretty good progress on that. Next episode, I would love to continue building up that section, and as well as the rest of the playing off this section back here. I think it looks really amazing when it's all complete. But that's everything in this week's episode. See you guys next time. Bye. Welcome back to Building 1313. Today's actually the 22nd episode, and I'm really excited to actually get this section sort of complete. I've been waiting to do this whole section for a long time right now. You can actually get a little sneak peek from this kind of angle right here. But actually, let's go straight to the time lapse and get to the point. On the third level. So this is actually supposed to be like a maintenance workstation area. I just wanted to throw in a lot of detail because there's no point to this overall section being here, but I just think it would look a lot better if this upper section was open. But I did throw in some nice details, like this little dryer or washing machine. I don't know what it does, kind of spins a little bit. Have little things going around in a circle. There's a little valve right there. Industrial look down here because it's still a sewer. And I think I accomplished that. I also have this floor, nice technique design. I think it's pretty interesting because it has nice gaps in between and it's like offset. And just really dynamic. Nothing like just on a grid shaped. I think it came out really well. Especially that there's no hand railing, which is exactly what I wanted. So if you go off to the left side, you know, there's a crate right there. Just a little greebling detail. But if you go down, there's still a little bit more stuff I have to do down there. But I think it looks really good so far. Especially since you can actually see every single level in all one spot. That's what I really wanted to go for. I wanted to go for, you know, levels going back and forth, interweaving. And I think I accomplished that really well. And right here is actually going to have like a ladder going sideways. Since the maintenance, say if the maintenance attach was like here and the ladder goes all the way up. It goes through the floor to the strip club right here. Because if I incorporated some ladders right here, it would definitely remind me of Jedi Fallen Order. Since there's always sections where you like have to grapple around things and like climb very bizarre structures that don't seem like you can climb in real life. And I was also looking at this section and it's pretty gloomy and dark right here, even though the sunlight's behind it. This is all gonna be blocked out right here. Because the street level is supposed to be right here, I actually changed it so I want to have a little bit height right here so it goes up on a slope. But I really want to incorporate a few LED lights right here, at least 3, so it's not as dark as it should be. But let's go do that. This actually came out very incredible with these lights. I'm incredibly impressed with this detail work. Like really looks top notch to me. To get this incredible lighting, what I did was actually incorporate way more lights than I did before. So this is the top down lights. You know, these ones up here. I thought this was pretty cool technique because these lights actually don't fit the Technic rod hole. So what I did was I placed 3 studs on there and then only 2 on the other side. And that's okay because I'm able to slant it and actually clamp it in so it stays in place. Otherwise it would actually fall out. And with the lights behind, they have 2 holes in the back. And with that, I just placed it back here, got some 1x2 brackets put on either side, and then a 1x2 L piece. It's kind of like a plate with tile on it. Placed it right there to get that like backlit look. And then I also incorporated these nice stairs. Shout out to GM Productions because they actually came with this design where it placed these bricks I've been using for a while. So that's pretty much what that looks like. Cool thing with this walk path is that this angle actually is wrapping around that angle right there. What's interesting about this walk path, how do you get there? So there's actually an access panel on that side and right here. And what I'm supposed to do is just simply take this out from right there. And that's how they actually access this whole side. Because I really do like making blocks that are consistent and realistic. So of course, say if a guy was walking all the way up here, he can get off this level very easily. Then he can continue going up, go this level if he wants, or go down, come out this side, walk up these stairs, go all the way up here, and work on something here. And there's more greebling on this side. It looks really decent up there. This actually is a functional light system. How do I turn it off? You know, turn off right there. Those lights are actually the other ones. These lights are those solar LED ones. So they're pretty good for 10 bucks. Not complaining. Overall, I'm very impressed by this section. Honestly, guys, I actually really enjoyed this episode. It was actually super fun just kind of creating this whole section right here. I had no idea what I was going to do. I kind of just put pieces together, see what things turned out, and it turned out really well. Especially the lighting. I think it's really good. I really want to incorporate more lights into 1313 considering that I have that like 50 pack of little LEDs like this big. So I have 2 of those as well, so I can do 100 lights. And especially considering that it's solar panel, I can easily incorporate in 1313. And say if I actually wanted to have the solar panel light up during the night, I could just keep it on all the time. And it's okay because it's powered by the sun. So there's no batteries, can't replace them ever. So it's kind of a long-lasting form of lighting fixture for 1313. I never really thought about that when I bought them, but as soon as I think about it right now, it's actually a great idea to incorporate LED light fixtures that are actually solar panel powered. So that brings this episode to a close. Have a great day and see you next time. Welcome back to Building 1313. It's actually the 23rd episode of Building 1313. And it's coming close to week 25, which is crazy because there's 52 weeks in a year. Technically, it's a half a year of building. But today's actually a super special episode. I think this is very unique what I'm going to do right now. So, I had the idea of building digitally, but yet having a little voiceover so you guys actually understand what I'm building at the time. I don't think I've actually seen anyone do that before in a building series, so it's going to be a very unique take. I'm very curious what you guys think about it. I'm going to try a bunch of different things with this video and continuing on. Like, I will create digitally, gather all the parts I have physically, order the rest of the parts, and then, of course, there'll be a little segment of me ordering and unboxing everything. And on top of that, you have a time lapse of me building the section of 1313. So I go from digitally to absolutely nothing, which is the process I usually do with like larger mocks. So it's gonna be actually really interesting how this comes out. So let's go on to that special segment. Recently arrived. Let's open these bad boys up. So in this first order, I actually got 50 of these headlight pieces. That's very helpful for 1313 for the building I'm actually currently making. So, got more of those. Then a single quarter tile piece, like a circle piece right there. And then a few of these like other jumpers. I got 2 of those. And then more headlight pieces. and as well as half tiles, of course. So that's that first order. And the second order is actually a bunch of these masonry bricks. The medium nougat, I think. I got a few of those for some doors. And then more headlight pieces, as well as some 1x2x3 slow pieces, inverted. And 1x4 tiles and half tiles in yellow. And the rest of these are like modified bricks. They're going to be completing like the outer section of 1313. This should be enough, but eventually I'll get way more later if I need to. But since I got these orders, there's actually one more coming in the morning, so let's cut to that. So this is actually a very special order. It's actually 1,000 of these 1x2 masonry bricks, and I could do so much with this. It's incredible I got this. Now let's go build off of 1313. So this actually is a really special order. It is. So this is actually really special because this is a underworld police minifigure. And I've actually been wanting to create one of these minifigures, my custom one, my own self. But let's put this guy together. So I'm actually pretty astonished by this printing quality. Like, I am loving the overall design. The arm printing is amazing on both sides of that. I like them quite a bit, especially that they got this new like printing on the helmet. I think it's amazing. I'll put a side by side to see what it actually looks like from Clone Wars TV show, and the back printing is quite good as well. I couldn't ask for a better version of this figure, especially the printing quality is done very phenomenally. There's no smearing or smudges anywhere on it. I definitely do think it's worth the price tag. In 1313 there's actually Cad Bane's like droid that kind of like, so there's actually something really special about this figure. Let's go see. So this is what's really special about this figure, because I actually was going to design this myself and print it out using someone else's printing machine. And I must say, the overall design is very similar to mine, but I want to have more like side printing, so look way nicer than the other one. And the headpiece is pretty similar overall, I must say. If I actually get that figure and place them side by side, you can overall see that the design is very similar, because there's only so much you can do with this figure. I didn't design the back piece, but I had no idea what it looked like. It looks very good. So Engineering was the only person actually creating these figures inside the US, and I didn't want to pay a buttload for shipping across seas, so I got this guy. There's a little quick side by side. There's also something else I want to do with this figure. Let's go see. So I actually did purchase CRCT's Productions Coruscant Police Speeder, and I must say this custom figure right next to the police speeder is absolutely unbelievable. I've been waiting so long to have these this figure next to its own police car. It's not a car, it's a speeder, but I must say they do fit each other very nicely. Of course, I would like multiples of this figure, but I think one just standing next to it in 1313 will have a nice overall look, and this makes me extremely excited for the future of 1313, because I've had this police speeder at least over a year before I actually created 1313, and it's just incredible finally seeing it in action. So let's go off to the last order. So this is actually a very special order. It's actually 1,000 of these 1x2 masonry bricks, and I could do so much with this. It's incredible I got this. Now let's go build off the 1313. So I am enjoying the look of 1313 a lot, but it's so hard to tell right now because it's just a little sliver of it, and I have to do the rest of the street, and then as well as the sidewalk, and then a little walking section right here to the sewer section. And of course I have to build up the side of the building. I'll use all that masonry brick that I just bought for this whole section just to make it all cohesive. This is actually quite a bit of 1313. Because like, there's this, and then like that section. Because it's going to be a hollow inside. Of course I'm going to have like little rooms with little Easter eggs for later on, you guys. And of course you can recommend things in the comments, what you guys would like. But it's going to be some pretty funny Easter eggs. And some pretty cool Easter eggs as well. So, there's a lot of things for 1313 to come in a little bit. So let's go in the outro. I'm actually very satisfied with the progress I've made. Even though it's like this big, it means a lot more to me because the process of how I accomplished that says a lot. I don't think that many other designers, especially mock makers, kind of go through the depths of digitally making something first. That's usually how I prefer doing mock creations, is digitally first and order the parts. Because usually I've figured out that I'm pretty decent at figuring out the different connections, if they should work in real life or not. The only thing I wasn't prepared for with the door is that the little like half triangle 2x2 pieces, I think that sucks they don't like kind of stay on, but it is a nice touch that they are like crooked a little bit, and that gives it more depth, because maybe it was a sign or something and it like just fell off somehow, or just someone bumped into it. There's so many different stories you can tell just from like a crooked sign, because who did that? Who put the sign up? Who damaged it? You know, it's a good little touch on 1313. I think it really needs. Right now, I just have like a little sliver of what has to come, but at least I have the 1x2 masonry bricks, so that's actually going to be quite a feat to do. Hopefully you guys like this episode, put a lot of time and effort into it. Have a great day and see you next time. So welcome back to Building 1313. I think it's the 24th episode. I'm actually pretty happy to actually have quite a bit of detail put into 1313. I know it's been like 2.5 months or 3 months since the last update, but it's been a lot going on recently with my life and school and work. I'm just happy to actually bring you guys some more pretty nice detail in 1313. My overall plan this week is to complete the entire section in front of the sewer, like the entrance of it, so it's the upper level. And there's going to be nice details with the overall building, and hopefully love to add a garage section as well as an interior for that garage, and look really nice when it's all done because I have LED lights installed. I would also love to include like a street bar on the side of it, as well as more of the exterior of 1313, like the street view. So let's go start off building. So right now in the street level of 1313, it's very messy right now. That's kind of how I work sometimes. I kind of set things somewhere. Eventually I'm going to use them in a little bit later in a section of a mock. Besides all the mess, kind of avoid all of that. So I actually did start working on the slope section towards the middle of the mock. That is the road going upwards a little bit. So I actually had the idea a while back, looking at some concept art photos, that there's these nice staircases to the right. I must say it looks really nice so far, even though this is just supposed to be the underneath section of the road. But just imagine all of this tiled up in this kind of weird greybline, dark bluish gray way. So it's going all the way up and then kind of going to the right a little bit. But looking at these staircases, I think the staircases turned out pretty well. I use a 1x4 tile, and in the center I use a 1x1 clip, and kind of just set it in the center between the two, so it fits flush in between. So give that offset look for stairs. And the nice thing about that, I actually angle it one way or the other to give that more of a slanted, destroyed look. That came out very well. And then down that section, this is all going to be plated off with some greybline, so it's a sidewalk. And then when you go to the left, it's the entrance to the sewer. I want this section to have kind of gross greybline, but not as dirty as this, because I want it to be a little bit maintained since it's the entrance to the sewer. There's a nice walk path going straight to the sewer entrance. And behind that, there's a little sticker of damage on the walls and more masonry bricks, so I get that nice texture. I also wanted this to have a little bit more dynamic angles, so I put these 2x2 modified bricks right there. And then right next to it, I'm gonna have the entrance of the garage section angled like that. And next, this is gonna be built in, which is gonna look really nice. I already started a section right here on stud.io, which is gonna be like another bar, but it's gonna be different since it's gonna be like a street bar, so it's gonna be pretty cool. So I'll come back when there's a little bit more progress. You guys are absolutely going to love the progress on this garage section I've been working on. So once I actually open this up, this is the interior section of the garage. I made sure to add a lot of details, like a lot of things on the hooks, like a bunch of wrenches, crowbars, drills, screwdrivers, a little hand truck with some items on it, and some nice shelves above. To add that like detail of this is a workshop and people are currently working on a speeder right here. And in the back, there's like a rope so they can like pull something on. Some saws, some books about speeders or something. Nice little detail in the back right. There's actually like a ant farm thing. And there's currently a worker working on a speeder right now. And the cool thing about this section, I actually made it modular. So it actually just pops out right here. And you can actually see all the little details I added. I made sure to add this greebly on top to like pipes and wires. And have it like angled to the right, just to make it a little bit more dynamic. And the cool thing about the speeder, it's the Mandalorian one, but I made this little rack to actually hold it so that people can operate on it. So, which is a pretty cool detail. But this is a closer look at all of the tools. And besides this garage section, I actually started working on the exterior of the rest of 1313. And I must say, I love this design I came up with. So I actually did install 3 lights at the very bottom to give that ominous glowing hue of like green, and there's like this dark orange stripe going down the center of it. And this is actually probably the halfway point of the height of this mock, because I want it to be a little bit taller, like up to here, which is going to look really nice. Here's a quick little overview of what I completed this week's episode of 1313. So I completed this little slope section, as well as a nice staircase going upwards, all this little bar, as well as the entrance of the garage, and a little bit interior of the garage, the entrance of the sewer, and as well as a little bit of the exterior of the rest of the building. I'm absolutely loving the overall look I'm going for, and let's go with the outro. I was actually really surprised how much I completed this week. It was more like 2.5 weeks in total. I just kind of edited it so it's a little bit, condensed. But I'm very satisfied with the overall look I'm going for. I got completely done the entire left section of the ground of the entrance to the sewer, all of the LED lights. Semi-installed, there's going to be a lot more I want to include with the garage section, like overhead lights, so it's a nice dark, dingy area. But overall, I'm very happy with what I got done this week. I'd love to increase that productivity over the next few weeks to coming months, because I really want to complete this mock so I can move on to something else. It's been like a 1.5 years working on 1313, and I'll have to put the final video out and really show off all the sections I've included the past 1.5 years, because there's so many sections in 1313 that I haven't shown you guys in such a long time. I don't even remember if you guys recall some of it, but there's a lot of little small rooms that I want to include in that mid-season to final episode to really show off, wow, this is a lot of work that I put into this. Nice thing about it, I'm not going to take this apart for a long time or if ever, so I'll probably just move this out of my room into another room and then hopefully have another project maybe twice this size or around the same size. I'd love for you guys to check out my previous videos if you haven't. Besides that, have a great day and see you next time. Welcome back to Building 1313 LEGO. I'm super excited to show you the overall progress I've been working on 1313. I must say it's probably the most work I've done on the overall mock in a few months by now, because I want this episode to encapsulate the most amount of work I've done pretty much all of December. So my plan this episode is actually start on that strip club I've been working on, and I have some pretty good ideas what I'm going to do with that one. Because a while back I had this idea of having like a corner of 1313, like one of the buildings actually be one of the strip clubs, because I just think it'd be very interesting seeing the overall sci-fi and futuristic look in Star Wars, because we actually haven't seen anything remotely related to that in Star Wars, because you know it's PG-13 and it's not R, so of course it's not going to be like strip club scenes or anything. But this is my own creation, and I want this 1313 mock to be kind of more adult oriented, because back in like in 1313, like there's no laws pretty much. Well, there is, but no one really follows them, and it doesn't really matter too much. And also connected to that strip club, it will be like this nicely detailed catwalk between like the club and the overall strip club itself, and it's gonna look very sci-fi-esque, because I want to go for the more cyberpunk, kind of grungy, thrown together look, kind of not maintained at all. And I would actually love to finish the overall road section, because I have all the parts right now. It's just gathering them, since it's like in a big box over there. It's just, they're not sorted at all, and I have to sort all those pieces out, then lay down the foundation a little bit more, and work on the upper sloping section of 1313. I've worked on it a little bit, and I must say it's coming together very nicely. I'm very surprised actually the overall detail I put into it. So I want it to be a little bit more dirty and grungy than the overall rest of the section of the mock, because you know this road is, you know, thousands of years old possibly, so it has to be completely destroyed, not maintained, so it's gonna look very nice when it's all complete. It has some custom LED lights. I also had an idea of putting a fogging machine in the mock itself, and possibly having like little tubes connecting to that fog machine. It's like put it throughout the mock, so I can just push a button and then it will like disperse little smoke clouds throughout 1313 all at once, and to get that really good dark grungy atmosphere. And because I know in New York there's actually like these big buildings that create steam and power it through the sewer section of New York to actually like defrost overall ground and keep the area more warmer in general. I'll put some photos up what it looks like in New York, but I think that'll be insane to put in a LEGO mock, because I've never seen anyone do that before. If I'm able to like nail it down correctly, I think 1313 can be elevated that much further to like other Coruscant mocks out there. So that's enough of me talking about what I'm going to do, and then let's actually do that. So I'm actually really super excited to show you guys the progress on the overall garage section I've been working on. So I actually did come up with this idea, because there was a big blank section right here. I really didn't want to like left that unused, so I came up with that nice idea of creating a little balcony to actually have like a little workshop up here as well. The nice thing about this, since it's modular, you guys actually see what it looks like. So going off the little details, on the first floor there's actually an entrance right there. I think it looks really nice since I use those 2x2 curved tiles, and as well as incorporated a nice ladder for them to actually access the second level. And off to the right there's like a bunch of crates, a nice little barrier to hold the crate as well. Off to the left there's a little bit of cabinetry over there. I also want to include like a little bit more cabinetry above as soon as I start building up there, which I think looks really nice overall. Because if I had a garage, like my dream garage, I'd probably have something like this with a nice balcony overseeing the operation. But let me take out this modular section and show you guys the smaller details. There's a quick look at that door. I must say that's a really nice door design. I've actually been incorporating that all over 1313. Well, not specifically the curved aspect of it, but more of those 1x2 masonry brick pieces. I must say they really do work very well for doors. And off to this section, I must say it looks very great overall. Now it's time to show you a little bit more progress I've done on the overall mock. So I've completely finished all the tiling throughout the whole mock. I can't remember if I showed you guys, but I actually finished this overall section right here. Just a little bit more, but it's not completely done. I actually came to the conclusion that this mock is about halfway done. At least this level of the mock, because I placed this brick right here, the Technic beam. I must say, this is overall the height I want to go for. And when you look at it overall, it's like this is such a little sliver of it compared to the overall scope and scale I'm going for. And even this is like almost halfway, with 3/4 of the way all the way up. But at least when it's this scale, it really shows that this is a city. And if I don't have that overall huge scope and scale of it, it really won't be that big of an impact if you like watch the final result. This is actually going to push me to incorporate more of my own design, because it seems like in the concept art photo, it kind of goes up to here. So what I probably have to do is like incorporate more windows all the way across, which is going to look really nice when it's done, because I will incorporate LED lights in these window sills to make it look like this place is lived in and there's currently an apartment complex, people just living about their lives, which will look really nice. It'll give that little touch of this is a lived-in city. It has been for centuries. And besides this section, I actually did work on the street bar. So this is the overall design I came up with. In the back, there is some shelves for some alcohol, a little bartender in the front, and there's gonna be like a broom angled off to the side. It kind of fell down right now, but that's okay. And then if you go to the left, there is another design for that door design. I was gonna incorporate like 2 or 3 LED lights right there, but it's such a small sliver of that street, it's not really gonna be that prominent. It just gives that nice detail of a lived-in city. This other section I've been working on is actually gonna blow you guys away. Let's go check it out. So this is my quick little sketch showing you guys what the strip club is going to look like. I came up with this really nice sleek design because it's only like 15 studs in width. I really didn't want it to be like just a square box, which would look very boring. So I incorporated this little slight incline right here, and it's supposed to be a window with some bars over it. I was gonna have like a stripper inside the window seal, doing a little performance right there just to give advertising. And as well as right here, there's another entrance to the strip club. It's all sealed off right there. And next, maybe a sign protruding outwards, preferably LED light. And then some nice X designs right here. I'm not sure if it would be like a structural design. And then right here in Arabesh, this is actually, these symbols are actually X's. So that's XXX, which I thought would be a pretty funny incorporation. This is definitely the adults only portion of 1313. And this is actually the design I came up with. I must say, I'm absolutely loving this design. I really didn't know what to do in this section because it's such a small sliver of it. At first, I built up a few studs, or bricks right here, and I really didn't know how much width of it I would be able to build up. So I actually incorporated the section that was part of the street would be part of the building as well, to give a wider width of the overall building. Otherwise, it would have been like this thin, and you can't really do much right here. That'd be a horrible strip club, I must say. We go into the outside design. You can overall see that nice decline right here, which looks very nice. I really want to incorporate it more at an angle, maybe like this way, maybe 45 degree. But I noticed that the inside interior right here, there's barely any space as is. And if I incorporate that angle to be have more of a slope, I would have to move this in like 2 or 3 studs, which would allow like 6 studs right here as interior space. Maybe a little bit less, more like 4, which is pretty horrible. So this will probably do as is, which looks very nice as well. But here's those little bars I was talking about on the windowsill, and as well as a little bit more greebling design right here. And then upwards, there's that X design. It's a little bit more complicated than I went for on the photo, or the drawing. But I must say, I'm absolutely loving this overall design. I would love this design to wrap around the other section of the building, because right now it's currently blank. But it was pretty simple to do. It's just 1x4 bars with some clips and tiles. But that gives that overall nice textured feeling of structure or something. And when you go down, there's a worker trying to entice someone. I don't think she's doing a pretty good job because he's just walking right by. But if you go off to the left, the other entrance, I incorporated a 1x1 panel to access the interior. And that's a pretty nice door design using those stud shooters, or the missile launchers. I've seen that used a lot other places, but I want to incorporate in 1313. And then if you go off to the side, I use these round bricks to actually curve the side of the building quite a bit. I've used that technique before in mocks, but I really want to incorporate in this building because it'll look kind of boring if it was just a rectangular prism. And off to the side, there's more windows. It's pretty blank on that side. That's the back side of the building. That's pretty blank right now. I'm gonna fix it up a little bit. The one thing I noticed I hate is that this mock is actually lopsided a little bit. Look how not parallel that is. Because it should probably be like right here, then sloping downwards so much right there, as you can tell. That's the one thing I was worrying about so much when making this complete flat structure. It's pretty difficult because when you build on top of it, everything's gonna be lopsided. And I came up with this spiral staircase design a while back, so I want to incorporate in 1313 because there's not enough space for a ordinary staircase. So, and I gave this nice 1x2 trans clear blue tile piece, like wrapped all the way around it. So I really want to go for more of the crystallized look for the strip club because I would think it'd be very nice. But besides that, it's actually just a hollow building so far. I'm not exactly sure what is going to be part of the strip club because I actually kind of wanted to block this section off, have this all just be kind of filler, and then the first floor maybe be like right here, and then from there I really just have to plan it out first. But I must say it's going to look very nice once it's all done. And remember this mock is only halfway, like this point right here, so I was actually going to incorporate a catwalk going straight across, and as well as that XXX sign right here. I did do a sed.io render of it and show you exactly what it looks like right now. So you see actually what I was talking about, have a nice curvature for that catwalk going straight across. I'm thinking about cutting that in half, moving it over so I can actually see the interior of it, connecting these two buildings, considering this is a light bluish gray building and this is dark bluish gray. I think it would be a nice contrast showing that this strip club is actually connected to this building, and maybe there would be a staircase to have this overall section be a huge strip club, because like, why not? So I've been working on the road section of 1313, and I must say, like, the overall design detail on the greebling I put into the single section of the road looks really good. When I go into more detail right here, I made sure to include a lot of sloping details right here along the front section of it, and over here there's more of like gross greebling to show that it's been banged on quite a few times over the years. But besides that, I'm digging it, especially with like the forklift and cop car on it, or police speeder. I must say, it does really bring 1313 together. And I'm also excited to show you this, guys. So this is the little catwalk I've been working on. I've been working on this for the past few weeks, trying to get it kind of perfect in my eyes, because I did do it on LED, but then kind of modified it so I had a lot more greebling on a whole section of it. But the nice thing about it, it actually is modular, so I'm going to be able to actually pull this in and out of 1313. But this is the overall look on the catwalk of it. I made sure to make it designed as it's brand new, but kind of modified a little bit so it's like cyberpunk. And these dark red stripes wrap around the whole building of it. And these little rectangles are going to be detachable, so I can actually access the interior of it. So there's going to be lights installed, and as I set that back down without dropping it, so there's a broken window right here, and I was going to put some assassins going all the way up, or I could put like a little homeless camp up here, or pretty much anything. But this is going to look amazing when it's all complete. I can see what style I'm going for right now, because this was actually supposed to be perpendicular to this building, but I haven't finished this section of the building yet, so I kind of just set it right there for now, see what it looks like. I'm actually digging the overall incline right there. Since this is the last video of 2021, I want to incorporate the most amount of work in one single episode. So I must say, this is a pretty good section, so I completely finished the catwalk, this overall section of the road, touched up the garage in this section over here, started on this strip club that I'm currently working on. That's going to be very nice when it's all complete. And I must say, like, overall, it's absolutely amazing to look at. I'll love to take this to a convention, but Bricks Cascade is most likely not going to be viable for this mock specifically because it's one big mock, so it's not modular at all. Let's go to the outro. I must say, this episode has been a complete blast. I've enjoyed every second of building. It's kind of weird, recently I haven't been like super motivated to build, but now it's actually snowing outside again. It's kind of weird watching my previous videos and me talk about the forest fires happened earlier in the year, and as well as snowing, and now it's happening again, so that really puts in perspective how long this mock has taken me. It's about a year and a half so far. It's almost the 2-year anniversary of 1313. I want to finish it right before the 2-year anniversary. I feel like I'm coming to a conclusion with 1313, so that's going to be the final video for 2021. I'm very excited to show you the future of 1313, and as well as the future of 2021, what I plan to do with that overall year, which mocks I create, which vehicles I designed for that mock. I have a few ideas in my mind what I want to do. I don't know if you guys actually are too interested in that, I'll keep that as a separate mock series, so have two of them going at the same time. That's my overall goal for 2022. And all I gotta say, have a great year, have a great holiday, and have a great day. See you guys next time. So welcome back, guys, building 1313. I do have some amazing progress to show you guys. I kind of want to make these a weekly thing, but not a guarantee on that because I still have school and work to do. Build on 1313 whenever I have the spare time. So my goal was to actually complete the height of the mock, because you've seen in previous episodes how tall I want it to be, like past the camera, like a good extra foot. But in this episode, I actually do accomplish that goal, like right above the sewer, that overall entrance right there. And it really gives that overall scale of like, oh, this mock is absolutely gonna be huge. Because I also do work on the corner club building. So my idea is actually have a curvature window on the front edge, and on the interior I'm actually gonna have like some catwalks on both sides, and as well as like pretty nice Star Wars looking tree. So first off, what kind of trees are in Star Wars? So you have like Kashyyyk. They are ginormous trees that there's no way I can put like a Kashyyyk looking tree in there. Downscaled and wouldn't capture a good Kashyyyk tree. And then, so I looked online, and on this Instagram account right here, I'll put one of the photos up. He actually made a Dathomir tree from Jedi Fallen Order, and I thought the overall design was very intriguing because he used snot pieces, different wedge plates to have a nice curvature, and then different slopes, and as well as some chains wrapping around the whole tree. So I want to actually recreate that into the bar section, and next that'll be like connecting to the catwalk, and there'll be some benches. So let's go do that. So I'm actually pretty excited because this new package arrived just now, and this is actually going to allow me to finish up that corner garage section I've been working on, the dark gray one. So this one actually has a bunch of windows. I'm pretty sure it's this order. I got a bunch of these 1x2 dark blue grill pieces for the wall exterior, and a bunch of dark red pieces for like that one XXX sign I was going to make. Some modified bricks, 1x4 dark red bricks, 260 of these brand new 1x2x2 trans clear panel pieces. This is actually great because it's pretty much going to finish off that entire building, and well as the rest of 1313. Because this is actually quite a bit. It's really hard to actually picture how much of an item you're going to order when you put down like 100 of them. Or 200 of them. I roughly estimated because there's like 16 per window, and I want to have like 10 windows, so it's 160. It's right there. But then I also accounted for rest of 1313 as well. So this is this order. Let's go off to the second order. And the thing about this one, I didn't have the correct tracking label with it, so I had no idea where or when it was going to arrive. But let's get into this. So some 1x1 red cheese slopes, grilled kind of cheese slopes. 1x2 red bricks, some more of those panel pieces, some of the masonry bricks, and some more of these 1x2 transclear block pieces. So I've been working on this bar section, and I must say it looks amazing so far. So to explain what this is, I actually had to take this little section apart and incorporate these little Technic beams wrapping around this steel frame thing, at least that design for that brick. And then you got a 1x2 curved plate, place it in between the two. I must say it's really sturdy. As you go up, there's actually two support beams right here. So this will be connecting to this side of the mock, and this side will be connecting to that side. And the cool thing about this one right here is like a little walking section, and next there's going to be some benches on both sides. Star Wars looking tree right there, and it's going to be really nice because it's all going to be suspended midair, and that's what the exterior looks like. I must say that design for the window, I'm loving it. It looks really good. Since I started building on that section, I actually want to finish this section up so it actually reaches the height to the corresponding building over here. So let's go do that. Shocked the way this turned out. I must say, keeping it this height was a good idea because I'm able to actually incorporate some pretty good details. As soon as I started building higher and higher, I just kind of came across these like little building techniques that like kind of screwed up in a way. So right here, I actually have that little discoloration there as well. So it kind of looks a little bit more rusty at the top. But as you go upwards, there's more water dripping down. So on the exterior of the building, there's like little window with some greenery on the bottom going all the way down. I would love to have like an olive green for some of the leaves just to give that more natural color, but the bright green and yellow and red looks really nice as well. Cool thing about this little window seal section, if you look at the top section, it actually isn't pushed in all the way, so it's like offset by a brick and it's kind of leaning forward and it's in there half a brick as well. So absolutely loving this episode. I was able to complete this facade of the building, as well as finish the overall height I want of the mock. Well, that's everything I did this week. Let's go to the outro. I'm actually super astonished because if you like look down one angle of it, you can kind of just immerse yourself fully into the mock. Another idea I actually want to include is adding another level, but just one more to showcase the police gunship I designed like around 2 years ago. Because in like my first episode brought that up, saying I wanted to showcase this specifically for that mock, and I wasn't able to showcase it right here because the overall scale isn't the correct size. This is a miniature size scale compared to the police gunship I designed, because it's like this big. In reality, it should be like about an inch. I still want to showcase that mock because that is what encouraged me to start building 1313 in the first place. So having a nice display hangar bay, like right above like pretty much this whole area, and what is actually going to allow me to create that overall space right there, I was going to include these 16 by 16 tiles. They're pretty much big tiles, but they're the new road plates. I bought 4 packs of these, so it should cover up the ground level. So I'm very happy I got these. It also helps I got these on sale too. So I was pretty excited about that. That's everything I want to showcase this episode, and you guys have a great day and see you next time. So welcome back, guys, to Building 1313. It's actually the 27th episode, and I must say, this progress on this episode is pretty insane. So remember last week, I actually did create like this corner section of above the garage where it's like light bluish gray with masonry bricks. I really didn't like the overall look of that because to me it kind of looked more like a prison versus like actual apartment building, let's say. So I actually took the whole thing apart, reworked everything, and included some nice interior. I have a few cool Easter eggs I actually included. I'm going to show you guys one of them right now. So this is actually a mock I created about, I'd say, a year ago. It's the scene where Mando actually assassinates Imperial officer when he's talking ill about the other troopers. I'll put a link in the description of that video. This is probably my favorite one because it encapsulates the Star Wars Episode 9 that we never actually got. So I remember seeing some concept art photos of General Hux like committing suicide with Kylo Ren's lightsaber, and I really want to create that mock. So he's actually kneeling down. There's gonna be like a little lightsaber hilt going through his chest, and I also included a nice table on the left, and as well as like this kind of weird right mechanical thing. And the reason why it's kind of blank on the other side, I was actually going to incorporate like a little miniature Coruscant in the background, so it gives that overall forced perspective look. So I'm actually really excited to incorporate this. So let's go see the overall rebuilt section. So I've spent a few hours redesigning this overall section, and the newer ones on the left compared to the right, yeah, I wasn't really too satisfied by the overall look of the right side, how they're just kind of blank windows. So I made sure to incorporate a little bit more interior space, but I also include like this different building technique for windows I've done in the past in a different mock. Personally, I kind of prefer that style compared to this one. This one's very simple versus the other one's a little bit more complex. All it is just snot, studs on top, they're just bricks on their sides. And the nice thing about that, they're actually kind of modular in a way, because this panel actually cupped up. So it's Obi-Wan Kenobi actually maybe at the doctor's office and C-3PO is checking up on him. Maybe C-3PO is doing like a psych evaluation on him, which kind of makes sense because when you think about Obi-Wan, he's always level-headed versus Anakin. He's always kind of unhinged all the time. So personally, he should be in this shrink's office right now, which I thought was a really funny detail to put in 1313. Because at first, I was going to include interiors based on these, but I realized these windows are actually way too small to actually see anything. Versus this panel piece, you get to see like the whole interior view. To me, this kind of looks more like a prison, and not really a good representation of what I want to do in 1313. But this is pretty much to show you guys, if you really don't like something that you've made, it's okay to like redesign it in a way, because at a certain point I'll be stuck with this design, and I wasn't too happy with the overall look, and I thought it was way too blank. Which is okay to have blank sections, but this is mostly gonna like shock people, and this is just gonna be kind of looked over, and I really didn't want that in 1313. So let's go finish this thing off. Building is turning out excellent, I must say. So in the time lapse, you actually saw me incorporate more of the building itself. So I built this center section that like uses those hinge plates. That's why I bought like 150 of them, because I want to make that huge curvature along the center stripe of the whole building. I also include some nice 1x1 cheese slopes on the side to make it more cohesive. And as well as I built it into the brick wall on the right side. And then what I did was I built the other window on the left side. And if you notice, there's actually a wire sticking out of it. The great thing about this, I'm actually going to be installing some LED lights, and I tested them. They look pretty incredible inside. The reason why this is sticking out all the way right here is because I'm going to install the catwalk right there, and beneath that there's going to be some lights installed in that as well. Because I thought it was a good idea to incorporate the lights right here, because the endpoint is in this mock, or this building right here, and then it flows along this line. It's going to connect to the catwalk, and as well as the strip club. So in one push of a button, I can light at least 3 or 4 buildings. I have to order a few more parts just to incorporate that other window technique I put on the right side. But as soon as I order the parts, I'm going to install that section to make it more flush. And then you go upwards, there's going to be that catwalk right there, and then I'm going to incorporate 2 of those more, 2 or 3, probably 2 of these windows to the left side. So let's go see the interior. So this is what the overall interior looks like. I also installed this other catwalk that's going to be incorporating that Dathomir tree right in the center. And once that's installed, this section of the mock probably is going to be my favorite building. I didn't realize this, but those hinge bricks in the center give off this insanely interesting technique. Going all the way down. I definitely didn't think about that when I ordered the parts, but that design for the interior looks pretty insane. So in the next episode, I would love to accomplish finishing off this whole section right here, as well as installing the catwalk and building that Dathomir tree in the center. Let you guys see the interior, what it looks like with the lights off. Let me turn the lights on. It's super hard to tell on the camera, but in real life it's a lot brighter than this. But I'm super happy with the overall style and look I went for. So it's pretty easy installation right now. All I did was get some 2x2 bricks and just place right over the wire to hold them in. I'm not actually done with that because I'm actually going to incorporate some other translucent pieces to make sure it's like a different color than just kind of a white light. I'm thinking more of maybe purple or something. And here's a quick little view at what the street's going to look like with lights installed. And of course they're kind of dangling right now, but it's just pretty much an example to show you guys that there's going to be light emitting bottom of the catwalk, and it's going to look insane when it's all done. Now let's go off to another segment. So I'm actually a pretty big liar because I said that I wouldn't continue building this section till next episode, but the orders actually arrived and I got too antsy, so I really wanted to make this Dathomir tree, and honestly the renders don't do it justice. Like, have perfect connections is so satisfying while I'm doing this. There's actually one order left, so there's supposed to be a wedge plate on that little brick right there, but I'll install that later. But the overall design is very nice. I use a lot of slopes, wedge plates and stuff. An overall nice curvature of a tree, and then a ball joint to have this like little bit incline right here to have that curvature. And the cool thing about this centerpiece, it's at an angle, so I put it on a turntable, so it's a little bit easier to actually see the bottom details as well. So I made sure to put details all over this tree, no matter what angle you look at it. I'm like super happy with this overall design too. And in the bottom of it right here, I use some 1x1 cheese slopes and as well as a bunch of slopes to make that overall kind of like cracked ground that Dathomir currently has. Actually, another order arrived from some aerial light customs, and I'm so happy because this allows me to get the Twilight heads, especially for the strip club. Let's see those figures. Honestly, this is probably like the weirdest purchase I've ever made in my entire life. Lego strippers. But I must say the overall printing quality and curvature for like the waist hips look very good. And the mold's pretty cool because it actually comes in two pieces. Like the head wrap actually comes off, so you can either have like this nice design on top, or you can have it just plain head. But I also bought some of this curly hair for this one performer, let's say. I actually don't have the legs in the correct color for these two, and the arms for the red one, but I'll find them eventually. The very far left one is actually on a pole. So this is vaguely what it's gonna look like when they're in the mock installed. I also did purchase some printed arms for the Imperials, and on this guy, he actually has some Imperial insignias printed on his shoulders. And I must say, that's insanely nice detail to put in 1313, especially with his cigarette in his mouth and a beard in his hand, because it really shows that stormtroopers are people as well. And these guys are actually looking straight across the street to go straight to the strip club, so it kind of makes sense. They're pretty messed up on alcohol, might as well enjoy themselves. Honestly, I couldn't be happier with the overall progress I finished in this episode. Like, I finished that overall section over there, reworked that, finished this overall installation, as well as built the overall landing platform for this like tree, and the overall tree itself looks amazing. For next episode, my goal is definitely to include the rest of the windows right here, kind of plate off the top, and as well as install all these lights going all around the tree. So let's go to the outro. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this week's episode of Building 1313. I had an insane amount of fun creating the 1313 so far, especially in that new bar section up there. It's really coming together very nicely. I'll have to fix up the overall section of the strip club, because on the back section, it's very kind of bland and I don't really like that at all. So I actually took all of that apart and we'll be reworking that as well, give more life and color and more detail. But that's everything I completed this week in 1313. Have a great day and see you next week. Bye. Welcome back, guys, to Building 1313. It's actually a pretty exciting episode. I didn't physically build a lot of buildings themselves, but I actually had this cool idea of including an Imperial occupation on 1313, since I always wanted to have like a brigade of stormtroopers going throughout the streets, like arresting people, or maybe there's a protest going on, they are subduing the protesters, and I thought it would be very interesting to see how imperialistic they actually are towards civilians. So I actually want to include another Imperial vehicle into 1313. I placed a 42-inch TV right above the headboard of my bed, which, a funny story behind that, on December 24th, Christmas Eve, I came to work and it was pretty crazy because they asked for me personally. I was like, hey Tony, we have a gift for you, which is kind of bizarre because I'm not used to receiving anything ever in my life, like as a surprise. So I walked in the office and there was this 42-inch flat screen TV just sitting there, and they're like, you actually won a raffle, and we pulled your name out, and I got a free TV from just going to work. Pretty crazy. And it's actually very helpful because what I've been doing is I've been gathering parts on Bricklink, because you know how you have to scroll down, it's always like 10 of these parts, 20 of these parts. It's very monotonous work that you have to do. So the nice thing about this, it's a pretty large screen, so I can easily scroll through it with the wireless mouse. So I can be kind of anywhere in this room and gather all the parts, easily assemble the whatever thing I'm working on. And I actually thought it would be really interesting to include the Imperial hover tank from Rogue One, because I remember seeing the brick vault version of it, and it looked insanely amazing. I actually had a few different other ones, like the Marauder set I also include in this video in 1313, which doesn't look as good as the hover tank, but you guys will see in this video, and well as the Imperial troop transport that's showcased in Rebels and in the Clone Wars. Not the Clone Wars, Mandalorian. So those are the 3 different options I had to use. But I think it was a great choice that I choose the hover tank. Now I'm pretty much done talking about what I'm gonna do this episode. Now let's go to the time lapse. Guys, this hover tank in 1313 looks amazing. I thought it was such a good idea to incorporate this in 1313 since it does have that very industrial Imperial style I want to go for, because I want to have like a little Imperial occupation. It gives off a really good contrast between dark bluish gray and light bluish gray, because I actually do have the Marauder set, and the set like completely blends in with the road and it's not really that noticeable, versus this kind of pops out. And I'd love to incorporate some more interesting crates on the back of these, because I know it stores kyber crystals in Rogue One, but I'd love to incorporate like different shipping containers, because I think that bright orange would be very nice in 1313, but maybe like a purple or green or something, just to stand out a little bit more from everything else. And here's like a different angle at the hover tank. I must say, if you guys are actually building anything Imperial, this is a really good mock. It was built very well. I highly recommend it. And actually behind the hover tank, I incorporated my ATRT I designed a while back, and as well as my bark speeder. I actually do have instructions on the bark speeder on my Instagram. I'll put a link in the description. But these side by side look really nice. It really shows that they're going to take control of this area no matter what happens. I actually threw this in here for fun. So this is a Mark I World War I tank that I designed a few years back, and I really wanted to see what it would look like in a Star Wars mock. It looks really good. It stands out, which is really nice. Cool thing about these tanks, they were like really bizarre design for like tanks overall. And you can tell after World War I, it's like they never used this design ever again. But that's a little tangent I want to go off to. And that's what it looks like with the Marauder set in it. As you guys can tell, it's really kind of bland. Blends in with the road. I made some modifications on top, including more tiles to the set, which makes it look a lot nicer, presentable, like in a mock. I like to incorporate this into 1313, but somewhere off to the side, maybe on like a sidewalk or something. It's a very nice design set. It just doesn't go well with this overall theme I'm going. The cool thing about this, I had pretty good variety of Imperial vehicles to choose from, because I actually did think about incorporating the Stormtrooper transport ship that's in Mandalorian and Rebels, but that one looked very large compared to the street size of 1313, and I don't want to take up the whole street. It makes sense because it's only one lane in traffic, so we went for the more smaller, tactical kind of style for the hover tank, which I thought was a pretty good idea. And here's a little side-by-side with the Marauder and as well as the hover tank. I know there wasn't really building progress on 1313 itself, but I must say it incorporating the hover tank just for this episode. Also, I'm waiting for some new parts to come in the mail, and as well as last week was a pretty tough week in building because I incorporated, that section, the tree, and all of the front section. So I can't have every episode have insanely amount of progress put in 1313. But I'd love to know what you guys think about this in the comments below. Now let's go with the outro. So what you guys think about that hover tank? I absolutely loved it. The overall design and sleek aesthetic it has, like compared to the rest of 1313, looks very nice, especially when it's gonna be all complete. Having the Imperials march through the street like almost a parade just to show how much power and force they have on the whole planet itself. So the great thing about that mock is that you can actually take that little hatch, so it's just a little head sticking out, which looks really nice. I'm probably going to display it exactly like that because it looks a lot more dynamic, and which makes sense because if you have a tank going through a street, there might be people that have little opposing opinions against that and might throw Molotov cocktails or some sort of detonator just to explode. But that's everything I want to showcase this week's episode of 1313. See you guys next week. Bye. So welcome back, guys, building 1313, and you guys are going to love the overall progress I've done on this mock. There's a few things I would like to accomplish this episode. I noticed that there was this nice design of a Coruscant speeder designed by Bit on Rebreakable. I'll put a link in the description of that model that I'm going to make that I think will fit perfectly in 1313. Because I have this concept art photo, I'm pretty much going to recreate this 1-to-1 scale. And a few days ago I was researching more concept art photos, and it kind of blew my mind because there's actually another perspective of that road, facing towards the strip club is on the corner. From that perspective, I kind of felt like my whole life was a lie because it was just seeing it from another perspective. That's the majority of ideas I want to accomplish. So let's go try to do that. Quick look at the airspeeder designed by Bit on Rebreakable. I must say the overall quality of the ship is very nice. Nice studless effect on top using those nice curves, and as well as nice tiles. Plenty of space for the interior, set a good 6 figures. There's also different color iterations you can do. There's purple and blue. I went for the dark blue because that's what I currently have in the most. And at the very bottom, I had most of the parts, but some of them are the incorrect color. Should be some dark bluish gray stripes going all the way through the bottom. But I just used what I currently had and substitute some pieces, and I'm missing one of these wedge plates on either side. The front looks very good, flows with the current whale-like design that Coruscant has on its ships. And as we go to the side, a nice separation in between the two modules. A little bit of detailing underneath as well. If you go to the back, has some pretty nice engine details. I'm pretty satisfied with this overall mod. Good job designing this bit. And here's a quick little side-by-side comparison between Cad Bane's speeder, luxury speeder, and the air speeder to the right. As you guys can tell, I went with a dark bluish gray, mostly because it kind of flows with the overall design detail on 1313, as well as the speeder. A while ago I made some modifications at the very bottom, had more sleek designs, and here's a side-by-side showing off how narrow this one is. But the overall design is very more scrunched up, and these two ships actually complement each other very nicely. So I've been working on this corner section bar, and it's complete. I'm absolutely loving how it looks. It looks way better than I imagined. Made sure to add a lot of details, including some lights I'm going to show you guys in a little bit. Because the only section I wasn't complete on was the top left, and that actually took around like 3 hours to do, just those little panels, because it was pretty complicated to try to install those. And I made sure to include the roof section as well. So the nice thing about having a roof on the bar is that I'm getting some ideas what I can do up here. Because I was thinking of having like a landing platform for maybe some speeders or something, which would make sense because maybe VIP would land up here and looks like make their way down here to see like the special Dathomir tree no one's ever seen before. And as well as they can get drunk down here, go back upstairs and go straight across to the strip club. So a cool thing about this section, a while back I said this is going to be modular, and check this out. The whole bridge comes out. And you guys see actually underneath, there's some LED lights, so it's going to be emitting through the bottom. I thought it was a pretty simple method of just placing the little slot in the little square right there, and having the wires going throughout the bottom of it installed, connecting to the strip club. And here's the interior of the bar. As you can tell, some of the wires aren't fully installed. Most of them are on the top section, which looks really nice, but the ones coming down are kind of just lying there, not really doing anything. So I have to install a little separation between that. Let's turn on the lights. Something about having lights installed in a mock just brings it to life so much. It's kind of astonishing, because you really imagine this is like people would actually use. And here's that Dathomir tree all lit up, which looks really nice as well. So I installed it all throughout the top of it, running around, and then sloping downwards all the way here, and then through the catwalk. Let's head off to the section. Sidewalk all the way down, and I'm actually going to continue this going upwards, and there's actually a concept art photo of a slight incline, and then as well as like a Twilight stripper sitting on the side, so I kind of want to replicate that, but of course I put my own little twist on it, put some LED lights installed, and as well as I added some pretty cool greebling on the interior. Next to that, there's also like a pretty cool sticker that came from like a sticker sheet that came out like last year or something like that. A rail system for like a train. And I also finished up this section where this actually is completely modular, so it looks really nice. So if you guys noticed in the beginning of the time lapse, I was actually referencing this diagram I drew up of 1313. So the top section is pretty much a top-down view of 1313, showing off the garage, the street bar, gun shop I'm going to be adding right here. It's going to look really nice. But this is where it gets really interesting. the bottom section, that's pretty much what 1313 is going to be like. So that concept art photo, I'm actually going to recreate like almost 1-to-1 scale. As you can tell, each section of this is almost 2 scale. And if you guys can imagine, this is going to be all of that. This overall section, like, I can't believe how well it came out, since a lot of this was actually months in planning. But I had that piece like lying around for pretty much a year, and I wanted to use it in 1313. I was just going through a different variety of bags and bins full of different things I built, and I was thinking having just the alleyway going all the way back. I wanted to have a little bit more dynamic angles for different buildings that kind of float off to the distance. I must say, all the details and little greebles I put everywhere, including the dark bluish gray accent, was such an amazing idea. Pretty nice greebles off to the right, and if you guys can tell, the security droid that like views people entering a building, like on Jabba's palace, there's that big eye, and as well as in Mandalorian, there's that eye that watches them. So I really want to include that, but just a really nice detail throughout the whole thing. And it's actually pretty cool since right there in the dark crevice, I actually include like some pair of eyes. I think that's probably the funniest Easter egg I've put in 1313. So here's a little functioning sliding door. There's also another cool Easter egg. If you guys actually look inside, there's a little NBA logo. That was on complete accident because I was using a panel piece on the reverse side, and so actually it was a printed piece. Happened to be a basketball hoop for some reason. So I just kind of kept that in 1313, just a cool homage to NBA, I guess. Yeah, this week's episode of 1313 is like insane with the amount of progress I've been doing. So, if you guys can tell, I've actually made a functional elevator. But I thought it was a really cool detail to add nice curvature slopes on each side. It looks very industrial, which I like a lot. So you just kind of rotate it, and it goes up like that. So imagine that going up like 5 or 6 stories. I found this method of having an elevator be functional probably the easiest. So what you do is just get a tread, then put on some gears, and then rotate it, and it looks like it's going up vertically, which looks really nice. And this is roughly the placement it's going to be. It's going to be a little bit more over to the left side, which is going to be really nice because like you'll enter through 1313 from all the way up here, and then you can go downwards and next exit out through this section, and then there's a nice entrance right here. And of course it looks like there's a ton more progress to do, which there is actually. It's probably going to be 3 or 4 months, and then until I'm finished with 1313. But I've realized that the best method of building is just focus on one section and put a ton of detail into it. I get very overwhelmed with looking at 1313 when it's all empty and blank, knowing what I have to do. So a lot easier method of tackling it is just one little section at a time. So what do you guys think about the episode? I was super astonished by the overall amount of progress I completed, and also the fact that I know what I'm going to make each week, because I was thinking maybe the whole overall section would take around 2 or 3 months, and then I'll be done with 1313. But that's everything this week I want to show you guys. Have a great day. See you next time. So welcome back, guys, building 1313. It's actually a pretty special episode because it's the 30th episode, and it really is a milestone. So I really wanted to create as much detail in one single episode, really showcasing like a month of total work done. I actually just jump around a lot throughout this episode. Like at the very end, I'm going to showcase this whole section. It's going to be complete, and looking at it right now, it's just astonishing how tall it is. Like I'll stand next to it later and you can see the height comparison. Well, it goes to my shoulders, and I'm 6 foot. And I'll also start to work on the back section of 1313. That entire street is going to be almost done. It's like 70% there, and you can see what I'm going for, which is really nice. But that's enough of the intro. Let's dive into this thing. So what do you guys think about this idea? of having the planet set of Coruscant literally on top of the mock. I really want to have some sort of showcase on the very top section of this building, just to bring it all together. And I was looking at these globe sets, and I was like, wait a second. People have used these in unique ways. Let's just use it as like an ornament piece, showcase off this whole building. And there's some schemy guys doing some pretty bad stuff behind this globe. I made sure to add quite a bit of detail up here, not too many tiles, but just enough detail to kind of spice up the whole section. So I have these two like officer looking guys. My little backstory behind them, I think they're supposed to be brothers and they just got caught up in the wrong business, and that's their only way of making a living now. And they're doing some shady work with some Mandos. As you can tell, the payment is some printed Bhaskar tile, which looks amazing in this mod. I bought a few more pieces of that, Firestar toys, so I'm going to sprinkle those throughout 1313. And the other brother is actually inspecting all the equipment, make sure it's all up to date and it's not all rigged or anything. And I thought it was pretty cool. I also included an E-Web cannon, and as well as some Separatist crates. So let's talk to my friend about this bar section I created, and he was saying, oh, that'd be pretty funny if a guy was like hanging from the ceiling. And I was going through my figures, and he was like, that'd be cool if it was a skeleton. So I kind of added on to that idea. So I kind of put some more skeleton parts on the left side, and to the right side, a nice chained up alien. So this is like a super dark concept of people just kind of hang upside down until they die, and the people below actually start to eat them. This guy right here is looking super shifty. Look at his eyes. He's looking directly at this guy. That was totally by accident that his eyes are going directly upward, but I must say that's so funny. It helps that he has a knife in his hand too, like he's preparing himself for this meal. I feel pretty bad for that guy. So this is a little behind the scenes what like happens behind 1313, like price wise. So I realized this 1x2 panel piece in reddish brown, for some reason it's so expensive. Like who would pay $5 for that one piece? If I wanted to buy all those items, it would be 5 carts and it would be around $39 just for those parts. Not even shipping included. So with taking off those panel pieces, brought it down to $17.02. So you guys gotta really pay attention to what you buy on Bricklink, and how the auto-generate cart system is very flawed. It takes a few times to get the cheapest amount of parts and the least amount of carts as possible. Well, let's go buy these parts. I must say I've been pretty busy with this. One order arrived, allowing me to actually create this sign right here. Man, this has been like months in the work. I'm like loving the overall style. Of course, it was only one order, so I didn't have all the correct parts set. Finished everything off. But I have the majority parts and pretty much to show off what this building is going to look like. As you can tell, I actually include a roof. Those might wonder why there's this big rectangle sticking out from the side of it. That's because this building off to the left is going to be kind of like an addition to the building, which is going to look very nice when it's all done, because this whole center section right here is going to pop out right here, have this overall same design, because there isn't really good continuity between this building and this one. So I was thinking might as well have like sort of addition as well as sort of a facade right here, which I think looks really nice. I also added some like 1x2 modified brick pieces that kind of look a little bit grilled on the top. And this design is going to go all the way back, and there's going to be some pretty cool details on top. And of course I'm going to add, I'm thinking like a generator or something on top of that building, because it kind of makes sense. That's a garage, might as well have like a few generators or air purifiers on top of the building. Give the overall sense this is like a polluted city underground, 1300 levels. Of course the air quality is going to be atrocious. I also added this pretty cool panel section. So in the concept art photo, this whole area is actually opened up straight to the outside. But as you realize, this section right here cannot be opened up to the exterior. Since I already built this section, it would just take away from this overall look I'm going for right here. But then I realized there's another concept art photo that looked very similar to this overall mock I'm going for. It utilizes these 1x2 masonry bricks in dark tan, which looked very nice. A little control panel piece. And as well as there's going to be some LED lights installed at the very top with trans orange. I also started working on this sidewalk section right here. As you can tell, it has a nice angle piece right here to make sure it lines up correctly. And then it's going to go all the way down here. And then there's going to be stairs pretty similar to these ones, the same design. Copy and paste those right here. But I must say so far it's looking really good with overall building. So on this front section, like in a few more weeks, it's probably going to reach around like this height. And I'm going to make sure to include the section in Coruscant where Ahsoka's running away from the shock troopers. I have all the pieces for it too. update what I've done so far, and I must say I'm loving this result. So what I ended up doing was figuring out a way to have the vines actually wrap around the, and I must say the effect looks really nice. I thought I'd have to do some weird technique, but honestly, just connecting them and having the leaves curve on itself actually turns out very well. I really do like that continuation, how it grows from the top, and then from there, it kind of like sparses out everywhere. And if you can tell, I actually put some pretty good greebling on the side. It's supposed to be like some degradation on the side of the building, so I just put some 1x2 plates, and then have some 1x2 tiles sticking out a little bit to have that little texture. And I must say, it looks great. And I also include this greebling on the side to go towards that generator on the very top section, so like wraps around that, and then also connects to this section of the building, which is going to be a different colored masonry brick. I thought it would look very nice if I had like a little bit different coloration. And when you go up here, I actually installed that muck, and I must say it looks perfect. Like, it slid in so nicely, and I'm very happy with its overall look. Even though it's not done so far, it's just a nice cross section to see inside of this building itself. And if you guys remember, there's actually more modulars right here, so there's all gonna be lights installed from these 3 sections, and as well as the bottom section. Also, a while back, I got a bunch of these 1x4 tile pieces, and I realized I think this section would look amazing if it's all tiled off in black. So I started off this little corner right here, and it kind of blew me away, this overall like premium look it has. Because I'm kind of just bored of seeing the studs right here, and I've noticed that it always gets pretty dirty. And with the tile, it's way easier to clean off, so I really like that. It's just I have to buy like around 600 or 700 of them just for this little section right here. I'm definitely going to put that off until the very end because it's not that prominent. I have to finish it right away. So it's going to be like the final touches when I'm finishing up 1313. So one of the main reasons this week is pretty much like 2 or 3 weeks combined is because I was waiting for this bricks and pieces order, and as well as some orders I'm going to show you guys later. But this bag had an insane amount of parts because I ordered pretty much a variety of parts for 1313. Like right here, I ordered 100 of these 1x4 light bluish gray bricks, which is really good for the front wall. These pieces actually came from 2 orders. So there's some 2x3 bricks, 2x4 bricks, 1x4 bricks, 1x6 bricks, some more 1x3 bricks, and 1x1, 2x6, and some 1x2 modified ones, and as well as some light bluish gray 1x5 bricks, and as well as some 1x1 bricks. I must say this week's progress is pretty insane, and the amount of pieces I've actually have to build the rest of 1313 is coming out very nice. So I must say, guys, this section of 1313 is looking very good. I'm super surprised on the overall amount of detail I was able to put in this, because I was really worried to not use a lot of bricks all at once, because I want to like disperse these different types of bricks, because I have these 1x2 modified ones, and I don't have that many of them, so I have to like put them sparsely throughout it. Meanwhile, including a lot of detail and greebling on the side. I also made sure to have all these windows be completely transparent, so I could put some LED lights in the back, so it looks like there might be people living in this apartment complex or something. So let's go see what this looks like in 1313. Honestly, I'm pretty speechless with 1313's progress. Like, each section builds so much upon entirely gray wall. So I also made sure to leave these studs kind of popping out right here. So it's very easy for me to incorporate other greebles sticking out, because I also had a little pipe piece. If you guys remember, this is the same design as in the sewer, and it's using that same exact piece. Because I made 2 of them, I really wanted to incorporate it. Here's a better look at Ahsoka escaping. I really had a lot of detail put into this section, and I think it turned out very nicely, because you can tell on the ground there's some water dripping out, and I'm actually going to include some more tiles, so it looks like it's physically dripping out from the bottom of the sewer. And if you can tell, I actually include Headless Tusken Raider. And it's so nice because there's light shining through these bricks, and it goes directly on the face of it, so it's really eerie. And it's also included a nice chain on both sides connecting, just to give that more kind of sinister look. And again, here's a quick little look at the overall section. I'm almost done. I have the order in place, and it's being shipped right now, so that should be done by next week's episode. But that's everything, guys, so see you in the outro. So what did you guys think about the episode? I absolutely am astonished by the overall progress I've done so far, and I'm gonna say around a month and a half. That's around the 2-year anniversary of 1313. So I'm gonna want to finish it by the 2-year anniversary. But that's everything I did this week. Have a great day and see you next time. So welcome back, guys, Building 1313. It's episode 31, and I'm finally proud to say that I've completed the front section of this mock. I can't really say it with the rest of it, but it's coming along. It's getting there very soon. Within like a month or 2, I think it should be done. So in this episode, we actually complete the gun shop / droid. It's kind of a combination of the 2. There'll be a bunch of droid parts hanging from the ceiling, as well as like a bunch of shelves showcasing a lot of blasters, and as well as I really want to have some sort of gun case like behind the cash register, all nice and glassed up. But that's enough of me talking. Let's go actually do it. So after 2 very long years, this front section is finally complete, and I couldn't have asked for a better final result. Like, the scale of 1313 is pretty insane right now, because when I stand next to it, it's almost eye level to me, and I'm about 6 foot. So when I stand right here, this is about almost 6 feet. It's like 5.5 feet. So I actually finished off this overall section. Make sure to include some little bit greebling pipes right there. I like the overall look so far. I just kind of want to finish this section, because it makes sense that it would continue going upwards instead of having an abrupt end right here, which isn't the best look, I think. But I really tried to include a lot of color in a very gray section of this mock. So I put some red right there, little accent colors, and dark blues right there and at the very bottom. And I thought this cool technique of including a chain wrapped around the pipes, because why not? It looks really good so far. But I also included Jar Jar Binks being thrown off by General Grievous. And as of filming this, today is actually the release date of the Skywalker Saga, and I can't wait to play that. So this is a little off topic, but I actually have a gaming PC. I specifically upgraded my GPU for that game. And it's kind of an overkill GPU, but I'm super excited to finally play Skywalker Saga after like 2 years of waiting. That's gonna be pretty cool playing on General Grievous. Hopefully they actually include his Starfighter on that platform on episode 3. So I'm finished with the droid shop / gun range / gun shop. So I was actually super nervous around this section. I was looking at a bunch of different reference photos of different gun shops in the world, and as well as sci-fi gun shops, but I knew I really want to include some sort of display case showing off a nice arsenal, so that's how I accomplished that. So the cool thing about these little display cases, they're actually wall panel pieces that are just like glass. There's actually a gap in between the brick and the panel itself, and I was thinking, wait a second, I can like shove some guns in it so it looks like it's being displayed. And I must say, the overall effect turned out so amazing. Also put an M16 in there, and a bazooka, and an AUG on the very bottom right. And I thought it was really cool details, because some of them are, the majority are actually Star Wars weapons. Like right back there, there's actually a long hilted lightsaber, which looks very good. The cool thing about that, you can see on the reflection, there actually is a cash register right there, which makes sense because this is a shop, so It's such a nice small detail that actually brings it more to life. And look off to the left, little bathroom I actually put in here, because that 2x2 tile is actually custom printed. And in the center of the room, it's actually like a bargain bin area. You have to just throw things, and there's some droid parts. To take you guys to the left side, I really wanted to have some sort of gun range because I've had this little mock. The challenge for me was like making everything look cohesive and make sure it looks like in one single shop. So I really want to have some sort of barrier because of course there'd be a gun shop, the gun range, and there's like a wall in between the two because you can't shoot anyone else in the store. So I had those panel pieces. I was like, oh my god, I have to use these. So I put some nice panel pieces in between the two. So when you're standing here, you can watch people destroy the droids. I must say, this is probably one of my favorite sections of 1313. I know I say that like almost every week, but having little modulars and just throw it into the mock is such a nice feeling. That's a good point in 1313. I must say, it really does fill out the area very nicely. Like each corner is detailed enough, but not too much, and it's a very good first floor for this building. Of course, I'm not going to add any more stories. With the actual interior, it's all going to be a facade. So, and you can also imagine this being like one story above this, and it's going to look very nice when it's all done. Well, that's everything this week. Let's go out the outro. So what did you guys think about this week's episode? I'm super happy with the overall progress of the front section just being complete done. So I really don't have to worry about that too much. The cool thing about this, I built it in sections. So it's really easy for me to break this section off so the whole part comes off and goes straight across. So I can actually access the interior while I'm still designing. Because that's one thing I was really worried about when I built this. If I built it into the mock itself, it would have been super difficult for me to reach the interior. But now that I know that I can just take this whole layer off, it's gonna be a lot faster for me to actually build more of the street and as well as the buildings on the opposite side of this. That's something I'd love to accomplish next week, but I'd like to know what you guys think about this in the comments below. Have a great day and see you next time. Welcome back, guys, to episode 32. It's been a few weeks off. I'm pretty much on the edge of being done with 1313. That's how much I get to actually accomplish this episode, because last episode we were working on gun shop, so I completely finished that off. So there's a lot of little things I actually get to finish up this episode. You can kind of tell from right here, I already built all of it. Now it's just like me waiting on the parts for the rest of the tiles right here. It's gonna look very premium when it's all complete. I have like 2 or 3 orders left, and then I should be completely done with 1313. I can't wait to film the final video because it's taken like around 2 years to complete this build. Because to me, this mock is more than just something I do. First off, I need to order the parts, so I need money for the parts. So I work to buy the parts, think about what to build later. So I'm constantly thinking about what projects I have to finish on 1313. So it's always like this kind of cycle that goes in me creating the videos, me creating content, posting online, engaging with you guys, which is one of my favorite parts. I don't say it much, but I would like for you guys to like, subscribe, and share. I really do want people to see this mock, and I know people do watch the series, but that'd be really great if more people saw it, because it's taken a lot of time and effort to complete. I'm just really proud of it. So let's go see what I complete this episode. So here's a little progress update, what I've been doing so far. So this actually is the section above the gun shop I've been working on, and I must say it turns out really nicely so far. It's pretty much like a balcony with a bunch of nice hand railing detail, and I looked at the concept art photo and it looks exactly like this, which I like this overall look. I accomplished that by having some of these bracket pieces with some bars connecting the two. I just have to tile it off and then include these different neon signs from the side. I actually have completed most of the signs in 1313. I made an order yesterday, so those should be arriving by the end of this episode. Pretty excited to see how those turn out. I must say those look really badass. But let's go see what this looks like when it's done. So this is the overall progress I've gotten so far. I've completely finished this balcony section, and it looks way better than I imagined. I added a lot of greebling on the side, as well as section over here where it kind of curves off. And this was actually kind of challenging. I love the way it turned out, especially that trans blue. So in that curvature, that's what it looks like. I thought it was kind of a cool technique to actually have So 1x2 tiles make that curvature more circular in a way. And then up here, I had a bunch of these different chairs left over, and as well as some of those tables I had in the bar. So I put a few of those over there, as well as a little minifigure, just to showcase what it looks like. And it's actually to scale, which looks really nice. Also made sure to include that little sign over here. I know it's just a 2x3 tile, but it does the job. And as well as another sign right here. And then I connected on this section of the mock. I built that all up, which looks really nice, which is really convenient because I can just plop it into 1313. I really wanted to continue that dark tan color, as well as having a light bluish gray. So it's a really nice tone between the two. It kind of splits off in the center. It's actually really convenient because I ran out of dark tan bricks, which is okay because I actually finished off this whole level. And I think it looks amazing so far. I also do have this panel piece. I kind of built on of it. So it's a 3x3 grid. So this piece is actually going to go right here, and it's going to be very tall. And I'm loving the way it looks so far. I actually have to modify it somewhere in between because it wouldn't make sense to have this blocked off right here. So I want to have some sort of entrance. I'm thinking off in the center. I'm not sure. I'm going to figure out eventually. And if you guys remember, this section is actually completely modular. So I built it separate from this. So it pops out like that. And that's what the interior looks like. There's something so satisfying when I connect these two sections like this. It's just like, it's so seamless. I just love that look. That's why I do recommend, if you want to build something very large, just make it modular. It's a lot easier to build and as well as install. And to me, it's a lot funner because you don't have this whole mock to worry about. Just only little sections at a time. So here's pretty much the final result I came up with. I love it. I made sure to include this kind of curvature wall design for the door. Because I was thinking, I can't do bricks right here because there's no actual interior right there. So I made it look like there's interior by including a nice dark red accent, which looks very nice. I think it really does stand out between, you got the dark tan, then you got trans blue, you got dark blue, you got light bluish gray and dark bluish gray, a little yellow. I just think it looks absolutely incredible. Especially now that there's kind of a sunset right now. So it kind of has that darker hue, more natural light, which I love. Something about natural lighting in a mock just brings it so much to real life. Here's what it looks like on the opposite side. As you can tell, I didn't put that much detail on this wall. I'll make sure to include some greebles. But as we go up, there's actually going to be that sign I designed on stud.io, and it should finish this overall section so it looks very nice. I can't wait for that to arrive. Because the cool thing about that, it's going to pretty much take up this whole section from here all the way down here. So it's going to avert your eyes towards this section of the mock versus the back. Let's go install this in 1313. So this building is pretty much done with the overall design. I couldn't have asked for a better result. I must say it fits in perfectly with 1313. I just love the amount of detail I've been able to put into this section, as well as the other section, how it like kind of flows together very nicely. Of course, I didn't finish this section right here, so I have to brick that off and then actually incorporate a roof as well. And as well as the right side of the section of the wall isn't complete. But the face of the facade is pretty much done right now. And I love that two-tone of the building. It looks incredible to me. It really does showcase how dirty and grungy it looks. Since the interior is very accessible, it's going to be very easy for me to include some LED lights in the mock. So that's something I'm going to incorporate the very last episodes. But like the overall drawn back view is pretty incredible. finished building up these little neon sign things. I think my favorite one's the one to the right. It just pops more versus the one to the left. The dark red kind of blends in with the brown. In the actual photo, it looks more orangish. I don't think all these tiles were available in orange, so I opted with the dark red instead. The nice thing about these signs, I detailed on both sides because that's how I imagine it in the scene. So that's what that looks like on that side. And on the reverse side of this, it was kind of cool. I didn't know until I was putting it together. Some of the parts I grabbed from my bin, these 1x2 tiles, they're actually glow in the dark pieces, which I think looks insanely awesome. So there's like one right here, I think one down here on both sides. I really want to incorporate LED lights in this little green or orange section right here. We'll see if I'm able to do that. I must say, this looks pretty exact. I think capture that perfectly. So that's going to be on the right side by the strip club. And then on the opposite side of the street, I'm going to put this sign on the very edge of it. It looks really cool side by side, really showing off. Upper two ones are a little bit more complicated. I couldn't really tell what it looks like, so I just went off what pieces were available in those colors. Let's install these bad boys in the 1313. So I've been working on the building for the past few hours, and it looks very nice. It was actually a pretty easy installation for the sign on the corner. I think I accomplished a pretty cool technique. It's just some 1x1 clips with some hinge plates and connect them all the way to the very bottom, and it looks very nice. Good looking technique. Then you go to the right of it, it kind of looked very blank, so I really want to incorporate some sort of texture. I ordered these cool sticker pieces, and I really want to incorporate it somewhere because they're just way too detailed not to show off. So this building is pretty much done. The roof, I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do here because I know this pattern continues up a few more times, but I might just cut it off here. Hard at work on this section. I really had no idea what design I was going to go for this whole section, but I kind of grabbed some sections I've built prior, like this little garage portion, as well as this functional elevator. So I really want to incorporate that in this little street section. So I kind of built around it, and I must say I love the final result. Since I had this already pre-built, I kind of want to modify it so there's more detail. And I love this technique I used for these like little snow cone pieces. Grab more than one of them. You can put on the end of the tip of one and kind of angle it upwards so it looks like it's smoke. I also added one of these probe droids, which looks pretty cool, like patrolling the street. And then off to the left, there was actually a train station map. That was in a different section of 1313, but I really want to have its own spot, a little showcase in that area. I built this like last year, and I really want to showcase General Hux being kind of committing suicide, because a while back the Colin Trevorrow concept art photo was released, and I really wanted to kind of make a little mock of that. So this is my little version of it. I really want to incorporate another city, or the cityscape of Coruscant in the back. I don't know if I'll have the space to do that, but I'll try and see how that turns out. But I must say, this whole section is incredible. The cool thing about it, I'm also going to build it up maybe 2 or 3 times the size. So it's going to go up to like around here in height. So I'm going to copy this design like 2 more times. Make sure that elevator goes all the way to the top, as well as have kind of a catwalk going straight across, which is going to look pretty incredible once done. Here's a progress update on this building so far. And I must say, I'm loving the overall details I was able to put into it. As you can tell right here, I'm utilizing the horns off of Darth Maul's head as a little greeble detail, which turned out very funny and very nice at the same time. But made sure to add enough detail on these panels that doesn't look pretty boring. This is what I was trying to avoid, but at least having one of them moderately clean makes this look very nice, knowing that it used to be clean at one point, but now it's just gone to hell. Also included this detail piping to the side. I think it turned out pretty nicely, and after that it's just kind of bricks going all the way up, not too much detail. But when we get up here, it's going to get really interesting because there's actually going to be like a sidewalk hanging off edge. This elevator is going to go straight up towards that section, and then it's going to go straight across right from right here. And a while back, I made this one cylindrical piece that I'm finally actually going to include in 1313. And I've had it for like a few months. And it's going to turn out really amazing when it's all done. And the detail continues on this section. So I finally finished up this section right here, showcasing the little catwalk. And this is the rear of the Bonk. I must say it looks not good, but it's not supposed to look good, so that really doesn't matter. I just made sure to have one single bricks going throughout the center of it. I'm also going to have some bricks going from the bottom right here for a nice support structure, and then it's going to connect at the very top. This is pretty much the final result. I don't have the rest of the pieces, I have to order more, but I love this overall design. And down here I actually left out some blue holes, specifically for LED lights I can install in the back. So I had the idea of doing something that I said I would never do. Like around the first or second episode, when I first built this section, I said I wouldn't tile it off. Too bad I can't put some tiles right here so it looks a little bit smoother, but it's gonna be covered up. And it's not going to be really the focal point of the mock.
One eternity later.
But now, since I'm tiling this section off, and since I have the majority of the parts right here just to film this section, do a little time lapse and showcase this all nice and tiled off. So I've taken the face of this mock and pretty much done the whole facelift. So pretty much this whole episode, I finished off this whole tiling section right here, which looks amazing. Couldn't ask for a better result. And I ordered some pieces to finish off this whole section right here. So it's all gonna be black tile. That's gonna be in next week's episode when that order arrives. It'll just add that premium look. I'm so excited for that. And as soon as we go up, I finally was able to install that little greeble handle pipe thing on the side of this, and I really actually want to incorporate more pieces into that so it goes all the way up. Pretty cool sticker pieces on the very side right here, so that adds just a little bit more texture towards this very kind of gray mock. And you look off to the right, I changed it up a little bit, so you notice it's sort of like curving outwards a little bit. Which makes sense because, remember guys, this whole section of this mock is like in a circle, 1300 levels down. So by adding that little curvature, it just reminds me that it's not just a blank wall, but instead it's, 1313. Also include these little smoke plumes throughout the side of it. Very nice texture. I love the overall look. It really adds a more dynamic look to it because there's wind, of course, so it all blows in one direction, which looks really cool. And up here, I have to have Jar Jar Binks being, So I was kind of playing around with this, seeing where vehicles fit and don't fit. And I think I set a pretty cool scene right here, just to show off kind of the hustle and bustle of 1313. And it feels so lively, that's what I love. Like, there's a guy down here carrying an astromech droid up the stairs. Little homeless guy, and then some bounty hunters back there, shopping for new guns or something. Then there's a police officer with a crime scene. And then the newest edition up here, I was messing around with this, and I was like, wow, this looks incredible. Because I've been playing a lot of the new Skywalker Saga video game, and especially in the city of Coruscant, you can kind of run around lower levels, and this reminds me of it exactly. But I kind of like this version better because I can do my own twists and customization. So what did you guys think about the episode? I am astonished about everything I completed this episode. It's been like 2 or 3 weeks since the last one, but I think it's completely worth it. Seeing all the progress I was able to complete in that amount of time. I'm just really excited for the next section, is the strip club, because I actually made it completely modular. So this is what the modular strip club looks like. Pretty much almost every single building in 1313 is modular. The only one left is that corner bar. And I was looking at it, it could be very simple for me to completely make that modular. But it's a very dangerous task because it's pretty fragile at the moment, so that's something I could do in the future. But I actually did finish this design for this building. An amazing reflection off the other bricks, allowing that nice realistic tone that I would want in the mock itself, but unfortunately I can't have these bricks light up. I still think that's one of my favorite renders I've ever created. I also have some other future ideas for 1313. Since I created those models digitally, I'm able to import those files directly into MechBricks, and then from there upload it to Blender, and then from there I can render out different images as well as animations, create an actual game around it. That'd be something I would love to do. Because remember, I have so many different files of vehicles and mocks I've designed for 1313. I hope you guys do like and subscribe, as well as share this with other people. I'd love to a little bit more recognition. You guys have a great day and see you next time. Welcome back, guys, to Building 1313. It's the 33rd episode, and I'm proud to announce it's one of the final episodes of 1313. I'm going to have a two-part series of episodes showcasing the final touches on 1313 itself, and I'm super excited about this because I've been working on this mock for around 2 years. It's been such a huge portion of my life past 2 years. It's something I always go to when I'm kind of bored or just kind of feeling down. I always just come to this kind of design something, but I'm finally able to show you guys the ideas I had in my head 2 years ago, and it's actually coming to fruition. And it's really nice because, as you can tell, this police gunship I have right here is what inspired me to build 1313 in the first place, and really having a showcase piece just for that mock itself. But then it's just like the icing on the cake for me personally, because it just kind of brings everything together up front. Even though it's not exactly to scale, I still think it looks really badass. If I did it to scale, it would be huge. It'd be like 3 or 4 times the scale of this. So what I ended up doing was, because a while back I actually built this. This actually isn't my own design, but someone on Rebrickable made the police gunship, but I just recolored it in blue. And I would say this is roughly to scale with 1313 right here, which it looks pretty cool because it has all the little details, pretty much the same exact version of this, but just at micro scale. I think it looks really cute. Of course I didn't have all the parts because there's some missing right here, but it gets the job done. But that's pretty much all I want to say about 1313 itself. On this episode, I actually get most of the strip club completely done. I'm very excited because I've been working on that section of the strip club for like 4 months now, and I just can't figure out the design for it. So it kind of just, it was always that section of 1313. It was always very difficult for me to just figure out how to approach it, but I can't wait for you guys to actually see it. Let's go get into it. So I just came back from the post office. I picked this up because they don't actually deliver it straight to my house anymore since my driveway's too long, but I already opened this bad boy up, so that's just a little annoyance on my part. So right here, there's actually a Spider-Man sheet for stickers. I had no idea what's that. All I know is from Spider-Man because there's a little Spider-Man on the bottom right. But I was just looking at these. There's different sticker designs that I think would fit very well in 1313. I think this came from Luke's Land Speeder, but definitely has a nice wiring detail that would look great. Bought 2 of these specifically for this one part right here. This little sticker detail right here. I guess that is what detects a droid if they actually go into a building or not. So I'm gonna add a few of those since I already have one. There's this pretty cool design. I have no idea what it is, but I'll figure out. And then there's this guy, Pepe's Pizza. And let's do with all the stickers. I purchased a bunch of these masonry bricks for the strip club. Of course, you guys can't actually see it. Here it is. And the fortunate thing is, I don't think I bought enough. There's 350 right here, but as soon as I finish up designing that building, I realized I might need a lot more than that. So, well, at least I have this much. That's really nice. There's 30 of these 1x2 tiles in black. That's a little unfortunate. These are supposed to be dark bluish gray, but I guess he just did light bluish gray. As you see right there, dark bluish gray. That's really unfortunate. So in this bad boy, 750 of these 1x4 black tiles. I think I did the correct calculations that this should fill up the whole section in front, but that's okay if it doesn't finish, because I can just buy more if I want to. So there's 1x1 black tiles. There's 1x3 tiles. But that's pretty much everything in this whole box. Let's go straight to the time lapse of me. office for Darth Maul, because for some reason I feel like he would have some sort of undercover base there on the street levels of 1313. So I really want to incorporate him kind of overseeing all of the chaos and destruction going on outside while he's like kind of contemplating just on the inside. And if you guys notice to the right, it's pretty cool greebling, but actually has function to it. So if you notice these hinge bricks, you know, since they actually hinge, I'm able to pull this forward and it slowly becomes straight. So as a function, it looks really cool. But he actually has access to the balcony that's gonna be right here, which I think is such a unique design. I'm very happy that I included that in 1313. So I set up this really cool scene with Darth Maul's office, and with a little rotating chair, you can talk to Gar Saxon right here, a little meeting. But then there's also a Asajj Ventress with him too. Here's current progress on the strip club. I've been actually adding quite a few things to this building. As you notice to the left, there's actually these squares that kind of protrude outwards. Since before it kind of looked a little blank, it was like that. I also added some stickers as well. To me, it looked a little too blank, so I really want to have something kind of pop out a little bit besides just that sign. So I had these squares and they kind of looked like it would fit on the side of the building. And I want to have some sort of accent, so I put some dark red underneath. I also do plan on installing some LED lights somewhere around this just to emit that glow, which will look really cool, as well as on this neon sign that's going to light up. Since this is the overall exterior, I've added a few stickers here and there just to spruce it up a little bit. But as you go on the interior, this is where the fun begins. So on the second floor right here, I thought it was a really cool design. I had a bunch of these pieces, these red curved bricks, and I was like thinking what I can utilize that for in this section. This is going to be built up a little bit, but this is pretty much the overall platform for the third floor, which looks really nice. So this is all going to be flush right here. I'm thinking about installing some LED lights in this floor. I also made sure to include some inverted tiles, so the very bottom it's going to be all nice and tiled off. It's not done right now, but it'll be all smooth when it's done. On the exterior, the back side of the building, I installed these windows, which look very nice. Nice little cover right here for them, and it goes to the second story. The building is going to be roughly this tall, and when I reach that height, I'm going to install the penthouse office, which this is going to be on the very top of the building all the way up here. So I've actually decided to do a voiceover for this section because this is actually quite a bit of the building I've actually done in one single time lapse. I was kind of going on a groove for this certain design, and then just kind of took over, and I just kind of kept on building and building. pieces. And I must say, I really take this to the next level on my design skills. So here is where I kind of come across the idea of like, oh yeah, I have to have some LED lights running through these. So it's going to run behind those grill pieces, and it's going to go straight up the wall and connect to those transparent red pieces, allowing like an intense red glow. I absolutely was astonished about how much progress I put in this episode, because I've finished off tiling this whole section off. It looks pretty incredible right now, versus before it was all dusty with all the studs exposed, because a lot of the dust would just set on top of it and it would be very difficult for me to clean, so it would always be dusty, versus this nice flat surface where I'm able to dust it off really fast just doing this. By the way, these are the two items I use to dust 1313. My right hand is just ordinary paintbrush. You can get pretty much anywhere. And then in my left hand, this is actually for drafting. This is a drafting tool that helps you get rid of all the raised shavings. So it's really common in that kind of design culture. And so I had one of these. This is perfect for 1313 because there's a lot of large spaces where it gets very dusty pretty fast, and I always have to dust it off. But if you guys notice in the very final beauty shots, I showcased power lines in 1313, and that just brings it together in real life so nicely because it has that kind of industrial feel. Power line actually connects directly to the strip club, where that has a lighting section going all the way around, and it kind of looks like it's powering that part of the building, which looks pretty incredible to me. But overall, I want to thank you guys for watching, and those have been here for around like 2 years. I know there's still some guys that still comment regularly on my episodes. I appreciate every one of you, and it's been a huge journey for me on this mock. I'm very appreciative. I'd love for you guys to actually hit that like button and subscribe down below, comment and repost, and do all those fun things that help get this mock more attention. I think it deserves. I had a blast building everything in this episode and filming this intro and outro. I want you guys to have a great day and see you next time. Welcome back, guys. It's part 1 to a 2-part season finale for 1313, and it's taken 2 years to complete this mock. I've put so much money and time and effort into this. This episode's actually a lot longer than I'm used to, because I want to jam-pack the most amount of progress in these 2 final episodes for 1313 that I'll ever create. Kind of makes me emotional in a way, because it's been so much of my life and time. It's just really hard for me to stop doing something I've been doing for such a long time. So in this episode, we actually do get an incredible amount of progress done on the strip club. We're going to be completing that bad boy, as well as a lot more details you guys never even knew I was going to include in the first place. So that's going to turn out amazing. And this episode's pretty much just a bunch of time lapses put together, because the only way for me to actually get something done, it just seems like to time lapse everything, the whole time, the whole progress, everything. But that's enough for the intro. Let's go and get into this. So off camera, I kind of built on more 1313. It's one of those designs that really fit well in the overall look of 1313. It doesn't stand out, and of course I added a crap ton of detail. This is a little bit optical illusion if you guys notice. It's actually a mirror. It's pretty much like the only way for me to show you the opposite side of this section of the street. So the longest time, this whole area has been blank, and I really want to have something fill this section out really nicely. So I had the idea of building it modular like I usually do. Since the cool thing about modular, things pop out. I built the entire street section as one piece and the whole building section as one piece. I just gotta take it out very gently. So I put together this little module. It's pretty much part of the street as well as the sidewalk combined. Of course I'm not done. I have to put more greebles right here and some slope wedges so it actually goes at an angle, going all the way right here. This is an absolute blast building all this greebles right here, because it's so random and it really doesn't matter where you put anything. I just think it just turns out so badass. And especially taking this section out and placing it right next to the other greebles in the street, it really just like connects very seamlessly, which is really cool, because how I built this was I actually used these like modified brick pieces I've had for many years. I've never actually knew what to do with them until now, which is great about 1313. I'm using parts that I've had a good amount of time, about like 7 or 8 years. I've had these parts just kind of everywhere in my room, and I've never really used them. Never had the use for them, let's just say, until now. Because as you can tell, it kind of slopes upward, which is a really cool technique, because this allows me to actually have a lot of structure not present. It just slides into 1313. I would also like to build in some lights right here, because there's some holes. Since why not? And there's a bunch of lights connecting right here on 1313, so might as well include some right here. And on the street, this design looks very similar to the other building I put together in 1313, which I think kind of looks a little funny. It's like a mini version of it. But on this, I made sure to add a little bit more destroyed look on the street. As you can tell, there's some pipes leaking and water's like dripping into the street, which looks kind of cool. This section I want to have more kind of destroyed look, more run down, and kind of... My only problem now is that I'm not exactly sure what I want to put up here. As you guys can tell, this section of 1313 goes right here, and on the side there's a bunch of LED lights sticking out. This is for me to incorporate in the rest of 1313. These lights aren't the super brightest, which is a little bit unfortunate, but at least it's a little bit of a glow. And here's a current look at the elevator. it's pretty much almost finished. There's a certain section up here I have to finish, as well as I have to brick this entire section off this episode or the next final episode. Problem is, I do not know what design I want to go for. There's many different techniques I can go for, because I can go brick on brick, what I usually did over here on the left section, or I can do tile on the side like this. This one's a more cheaper effective, but brick on brick looks always nice to me. On another section of 1313 that you guys probably haven't expected. I'm actually going to be creating a bridge connecting these two buildings. Because in the previous episode, I said I was going to finish this off about right here, but this entire building top section is actually going to be like a walk path going straight across either section of the building. And I created this arc, which looks very nice. I used a bunch of different brackets and hinge pieces to create that nice curvature right here, and I absolutely love the design. I apologize for this section, how it's kind of straight, but realistically it should be nice and curved on both sides. I made sure to add a crap ton of detail into this single part of the bridge, and I think it turned out quite amazing. It's very seamless, nice curves. Realistically, the bridge is supposed to be more to the left right here, connecting either side of the building, going straight across, but the scale didn't really match, and if it went straight across, there's nothing over here, so I didn't really like that. I thought it would make more sense if these two buildings connected. I actually have another thing to show off. I apologize last week, I actually didn't include me installing this part of the building into 1313, because it was getting really long. It was about like 18 minutes, which I usually don't go that length for a YouTube video, and honestly, I kind of just forgot to include it. But I thought this would be a perfect spot to include Darth Maul's office, and I've actually placed it on this part of 1313, and I think it turned out incredible. It just finished off this whole section of the building, and I added some interesting things on top as well. If you guys remember this, it's actually the thumbnail for last week's episode of 1313. I just love these character placements so much because she looks like she's absolute horror right now. I actually included my custom Darth Maul speeder right there. I actually do have instructions on my Instagram account. I'll put that in the link in the description. And I also included this nice water tower, because I remember a while back I had these pieces, and a crap ton of them too, so I decided to stack them and then put this weird rim piece on top, and it really looked like a water tower to me, so I really want to incorporate it somewhere in 1313, and I thought that was such a perfect placement. But this is probably one of my favorite buildings of 1313, because it just encapsulates like 4 or 5 different buildings all at once. Actually, from underneath, I have to get those inverted tiles to make sure it's all gray. And if you guys remember, this actually moves. So if I do this, very slow process, but it gets done eventually. I move it back. There we go. Eventually I got it done. It's just really finicky. Here's a look at Darth Maul's office. It'd be nice if there's LED lights in it. Might be able to include that. This whole section pops off. So you go on the interior. There is a little bit of Easter eggs I put in. I'm gonna put in a little bit more. But this is Maul's happy corner. So there's a banjo, chicken, as well as a Miss Piggy poster and a rainbow, as well as someone and carbonite. But here's pretty much like the drawn back view of the whole building. I can't really get all of it in one shot, but to me, I think it tops it off very nicely. And if you guys notice, entire section of the back is actually not bricked off because that was actually supposed to be right here, and this is supposed to be the access side of the building, so I kind of left it open, which kind of sucks. I put more detail and greebling on the opposite side, which is being covered up right now by the curtain. But at least I know it's currently still there, and I'm not going to take it apart. I'm gonna add another wall to that building to finish it off. So my overall idea for these final 2 episodes, you see all of this, it's not done. There is many different things I have to finish off. Like this whole building I have to finish off to here. Have a walk path going, connecting from each side of the buildings. Have a nice rooftop for this section of the mod. I have some ideas what I'm going to put right here. Maybe a landing pad or some sort of ventilation shaft or air conditioners, anything. And then to the right of this, I have this section of the building. I have a pretty cool design already started right here. So I'm going to buy the bricks just to multiply that like 4 times. So this is going to be going all the way up to here. This whole walk path has to be finished off going straight all the way back. And then I'm actually going to plate this off, put some nice greebling details on the very top. So it's going to just sit on either side of this. And then I have to build all of this, as well as finish off this entire section. And I actually have to make a smaller version of this wall on the opposite side right here. So this is a lot of work I have to do in the next 2 episodes. So I look forward to actually completing 1313 off in the first place, as well as adding all these like final touches and details onto this section, the rest of the building down here, as well as all these lights have to be installed on this side, and as well as these LED lights have to be installed across these 2 buildings. I also ordered these pretty cool wire lights, so these are actually going to be installed in 1313 as well. There's going to be blue lights, green, orange, white, and some pink lights too. I'm super excited to finally get this mock done after 2 years. So let's get into it. Quick story, so you can call it story time with Tony. That was kind of funny. But what is this I'm holding in front of you? So this is actually my first sketch of what I wanted 1313 to be like. I was really bored because this is when COVID was pretty rampant, and I literally had to stand at the front door of Walmart and just count people walk in. Maybe like 2 or 3 days, just counting people. So I had a lot of time in my hands, so I drew up this. And this is actually the top-down view, side view, and other side view of 1313. I just think it's pretty funny seeing them side by side, how basic and rudimentary I pretty much designed it, and it came out to that pretty much exactly, just way more detail. At my bricks, and they just came in, completely installed 11 lights. As you can tell, I lit up the 8 in the center, and I just can't believe how awesome it looks. I've always wanted to do those, because in the back of my mind, I've always wanted to have light up bricks inside 1313. But it's like, this is exactly what I imagined about 2 years ago. I've always wanted an amazing mock to showcase the police gunship, and this right here kind of looks like a showcase piece. Nice spotlights. And one of the coolest thing is, I actually am selling these instructions on my Rubrickable account, and it's roughly around like $250 to create this police gunship. I spent a lot of time. There's so many just different unique angles I've never seen anyone do as accurately as I have. Of course, there's been others by a LED maker, but his is more to scale. Also down here, this area is very lit as well. And I thought it was such a good idea to buy all those tiles to finish this off. This looks extremely nice on camera and off camera. Everything is just so polished off. It's very sleek. I still think the coolest angle is when you kind of get the camera and tilt upwards. You really feel the scale and depth of this mock. I think it's kind of unfortunate the camera doesn't do it justice. I would like to invest in a better camera to take better dark photos, but I can't portray how amazing this looks. And I've spent probably over hundreds of hours the past 2 years designing all the different sections of 1313, and for it to finally come together and just one amazing piece of art, I still think shocks me. The fact that I can look at something every day and then add a few things to it and then view it in a completely different fashion. So it seems like I've never seen this mock before. This just brings out the little details I added previously. What an absolute amazing way to finish off the series is coming back all the way to the beginning where it first began, and I got the inspiration to create 1313 was this area. This is like the first area I started working on, and for me to come back to it and just revisit how amazing it has become. What are your guys' thoughts about this episode? I am blown away by the front section right here when all the lights are turned off. Like, that's something I've never expected. Like, how good it looks. Like, the camera doesn't portray it well enough, but like in real life, it has this kind of presence. It's really nice. Especially when it's gonna be all done in the next episode. There's gonna be lights scattered throughout everything. I mean everything. I'm gonna showcase all those custom figures I've purchased the past 2 years. I'm gonna make buildings very tall. I'm gonna finish off the rooftops of everything. You know, love for you guys to like, subscribe, and comment. I like to share this mock with as many people as possible. There's a lot of good designs I put in this, and I want people to use those designs, their mocks, because that's what it's all about. It's all about sharing and creating different ideas that we've had throughout the years. I actually do have a Rebreakable account with all my instructions posted on there. I would appreciate if you guys actually build these mocks I've designed throughout the years. It really supports me. It shows me that you want more content in general. So I do have the next mock in the works right now, so that will allow me to continue building these amazing mocks. I do also have an eBay account with a bunch of LEGO minifigures and sets on there. If you want to check that out, that'd be really appreciated. But that's everything I want to showcase in this week's episode of 1313. You guys have a great day and see you next time.
Are you gonna build Mandalore? No. Any tips for creating a YouTube mock series? Yeah, do something that people are gonna want to watch and look at, and then just try to stay consistent and all that kind of stuff. Be fun in your videos, and you should be all right.
Welcome back, guys, to Building 1313 LEGO. It's part 2 of a 2-part finale. I actually have some great news to tell you guys. This is actually going to be a 3-part finale. I've come to the conclusion that I've spent so much of my time of my life working on 1313. I actually found out 1313 is actually 5 years old because I was going through some of my old work, all my art pieces, and I came across this weird piece of paper that had a bunch of questions on it, asking like what I want to build and what do I want to be in a city. And it's all these different items that actually appear on 1313. And then I looked at the very top right and I noticed, so I know exactly the time and date when I started thinking about building 1313. And it was 5 years ago. I feel like I've spent so much time now working on it. So I think extending out the finale to a 3-part episode is really a nice idea to think about. I've actually been crunch timing this mock really hard the past 2 weeks. Pulling all-nighters. I probably shouldn't have, but I really wanted to impress everyone, which is a very difficult task on myself. I probably shouldn't have done that, but I want to impress myself as well as viewers. The final 2 episodes have been created simultaneously, so everything is being currently worked on right now. I've actually put a lot of time and passion into this edit for these past 2 episodes, and it really shows, and I do feel like the songs I chose for the time lapses almost impact the action I'm doing. You guys will know exactly what I'm talking about when you notice it, but those people that do, I hope you really enjoyed it, because it was really fun to really dive into DaVinci Resolve and understand more of the special effects I can do. Now I finally got that off my chest, let's finally get into this and finish this bad boy up. Here's a progress update what I've been doing on 1313. If you guys noticed, down here it looks a lot better. I put down a bunch of these little olive green leaf pieces, as well as some orangish yellow flowers and some red flowers, kind of sparsely throughout it, just to make it more realistic and lively. I also modified this area, so it looks a little bit more updated. So, nice cleaner connections right here, because before it was kind of not up to my current standards with the amount of detail. And right here, it just wasn't doing it for me, so I took all of it off and made it look like kind of wires. If this is a cross section of the wall, it would make sense that there would be a bunch of pipes, electricity going through them and stuff, and wires, and just kind of a little bit of everything. So that's what that area looks like. Hey Tony, what's that LED light strip doing right there? So I actually did have a crazy idea. Since I was modifying this area, might as well add some LED lights. On top of that, there's going to be some really cool underwater details I'm going to include. That's going to just pop very nicely with this LED light strip. It's not currently plugged in, but this is just to show you guys the technique I did to hide the wiring. This is a better look at how I accomplished the wiring. I noticed in the back, since this area is very similar to the area over here, I really wanted the mock to be very consistent, so I continued that tile on the interior of the mock as well, which is great because it kind of hides this black box for the remote control, and this will be really cool because I can change colors. This is quite a simple technique, so I took off the center section right here, and the fan as well, took a few bricks out, and I'm going to wire it straight through the mock. It's great because the rest of the mock is all hollow. That's just like a fragment of the interior of 1313. It's really cool. Another cool thing is that I'm actually going to make the fan rotate. And I do have AC to DC adapter, so I can have a nice motor attached to it. And I've tested it in the past, and it works flawlessly. I actually kind of might have to use some super glue on the pieces, just so it stays in one piece. I've had it rotate completely apart, and it's really funny because the pieces fly everywhere. I'm so happy to finally renovate this whole area for you guys, as well as incorporate a lot more detail than it really deserves. I must say, guys, this was years in the making, literally, and I couldn't ask for a more insane result for the silver. The camera doesn't do it justice, but the color, the vibrancy is so nice. You guys can actually tell I included the wire lights up here. This is roughly going to be the final placement. I just have to wire it a little bit better. Now it's just sitting here. And remember guys, this fan is going to be functional, so it's going to be constantly spinning in a circle, which is going to be just add a lot more wow factor to this mock, which it already has an insane wow factor. Since it is an LED light strip, I do have a remote and I can change the colors to anything I want. I can change the brightness and pretty much just a different variety for everything. These are probably my favorite colors. It really showcases the blue as well as the pink and purple. I'm actually pretty happy that I went with a more lighter tone for the walls because it really does pop. And all the little detail and the shrubbery I added just makes this much more alive. Personally, one of my favorite sections of the mock by far. And it's not even done because I'm going to include different types of water as well. Because right here is just 2x2 bricks, but I also have a lot of these 1x1 trans clear studs, as well as the dark blue studs and the other type of blue, which these kind of look very similar. It's not really that apparent, but kind of looks very dull compared to the transparent. The cool thing about the transparent ones, it really doesn't matter what color it is because it's going to reflect everything amazingly. I'm thinking about going for those. It really does just make everything pop. Seeing the final result of the sewer section makes me really excited for the rest of 1313. Because remember, everything is going to be lit. Because it looks amazing without light, and with light, it's going to transform it.
Thank you.
exciting. I've actually received a Clone Army custom package. I always kind of debate to myself whether I should film me opening this, but I figured since I never really order from Clone Army Customs, it's more of like a special occasion. Since this is the finale for 1313, might as well kind of go all out for a custom clone figure. So let's pull that out. Here is the figure. As you can tell, I got a 360 printed Commando. Personally, I think will make it just completely badass. This is actually one of my first ever Clone Army Customs printed figure. I've only bought the helmets from them. I've never actually purchased a complete figure. So this is actually very special for me. And I must say, this is probably like one of my favorite custom printed figures I've ever come across. I've always wanted to have a 360 printed figure. The amount of detail is just immense. I feel like most other figures that I've received have had kind of smearing and smudges when it comes to the clean lines. But this figure kind of has no imperfections on it whatsoever. But that's enough of this figure. Let's go off to the other figure. So right here is a rocket trooper in red. This is actually a little sneak peek what I'm gonna do in the future. I'm just so surprised by the complexity in these little figures, and I've never seen these in person. I've always only seen on camera, but in person it's a lot more defining than on camera. Because when it comes to rocket troopers, I would say this is my favorite rocket trooper I've ever seen, because the jetpack has a lot of minute little details that that's very hard to pick up. Like at the very tip, there's a black ring going all the way around. It's just one of those little details that beautiful. It's genuinely the most detailed creation I've ever made in my entire life. It's like accumulation of all these separate builds I've kind of collected over the years, inserting them in different parts of 1313, almost like apartments, and all these different Easter eggs. It really just brings it all together very nicely as a lively city. You know, most nights I really do kick my feet up, lean back, turn the LED light strip on, and just admire the creation I've made. As viewing from the far, it's around 6 feet tall right now, and I couldn't have asked for a better result. Technically, I can say 1313 has changed my life because I've been planning for the past 2 months the next mock I'm going to be working on. I'll be teasing the next mock series, but the next episode, I'm going to be fully showcasing the intro. If you think this mock is crazy, the next one is going to be 30 gray base plates with as much detail as 1313. I'd love for you guys to share this video with other mock builders out there and other people that might find this interesting. Hit that like button and subscribe and leave a comment. I would love to know what you guys think. All I can say is have a great day and see you next time. Welcome back, guys, to Building 1313 LEGO. Welcome back, guys, to Building 1313, the season finale. I am so grateful to finally be able to finish this mock. It's one of those projects I feel like I've never been able to see the end of it. It's always like the goal has always been to reach the ceiling, be the most creative mock out there. As an artist, I've always been very hard on myself to have perfection, and when it comes to art, your creativity is endless, so putting myself out there has always been difficult. And for me to finally get to the point to want to show everyone my creation, I feel like it's a huge honor. I want to motivate you as an individual to create whatever you want, accomplish your dreams and goals in life. Don't anyone tell you different. Because my goal was to create a sci-fi city in one of my favorite kind of universes, which is the Star Wars universe. And for me to finally come to a nice conclusion to a piece that I've put so much time and effort, I'm very grateful. Some of the stats about this mock, it's around 52 inches wide. Wait. So the width of it is 52 inches, and the height is 52 inches, which is the same dimensions as it is long as it is tall, which is pretty insane to think about. And it's around 27 inches wide, which is like 2.5 gray base plates. But I have actually built off of the table itself, so it is actually wider than the base of the structure that I started on. Because the only limitation is the height of the ceiling, because LEGO has no limitation. The only limitation is your creativity. Another interesting fact about the mock, over 100,000 pieces. I cannot say the approximate, I just know it's definitely over 100,000, because let alone this ship is around 2,500. I calculate all the pieces I've purchased individually. It came around 10,500 individual LEGO parts. That costs around $1,200, so that's from Bricklink, eBay, and all these other different resellers. So the approximate value of the mock is priceless to me, but the overall gross value is in the thousands. Could be like 10,000. I'm not exactly sure, but going off LEGO's 10 cents per piece, it's probably more than $10,000 worth of LEGO right next to me. I hope everyone enjoys this mock. I put everything I have into it and in this edit. So kick your feet up, grab some popcorn, anything to get yourself comfortable. This is a long episode. This is 6 months of work in one episode, but 5 years of work in total. So let's get it. hope everyone's enjoying 1313. This has been crazy so far. Like right here, I just really wanted to show off what this looks like. Since I've created everything in panels, it allows me to actually separate all of these panels in their own little modules. And my goal is to actually maybe make this about 3 times taller, which requires a lot of Technic, which I've been purchasing a load of recently, about 12 pounds, actually 13. So I'm completely set for Technic for life until I actually have to buy more Technic, which is gonna suck. I always hate that when you end up buying so much of a quantity of Lego and then found out, oh, you actually need to buy more of that. It's gonna be around like 3 feet tall, so the base of it has to be very sturdy. So that's pretty much the vague idea that I'm going off of. Structurally speaking, this should work out hypothetically. I don't have all the pieces with me because I need a lot more dark bluish gray, but I have the majority of the light bluish gray to get that done. So let's go do second. This is actually pretty cool. So I realized the wall that I'm making is this tall, and that means there's gonna be a lot of weight. And you realize, actually started to realize, over here, there's nothing for it to actually attach onto. So I have to redo this whole section with a Technic structure. So that's gonna be very interesting. That's what I'm gonna do right now. So let's go back to the awesome It's incredible. I'm just very fortunate that I chose a location for a mock, and I've stuck with it the past 2 years, planning for 5, but I'm really happy to start finishing off this third section of the wall right here. And I thought it was a good idea. I took a photo of 1313, printed it out on the printer, and this is perfect reference for me to draw off of. I have a really cool idea what I want to do, so I'm going to sketch onto those ideas. Meanwhile, I'm going to have a second reference photo put on the second monitor right here for me to constantly go to for inspiration. So that's some of my designing process I really like to do in 1313. That's how all of this has got done to this point. I will be including that subway train going straight across. The perfect thing about that, it will be connecting the front wall of 1313 as well as the rest of the buildings, so it really has a consistent cityscape feel. And as well as that tall building is going to reach around here, be as tall, it's actually going to be taller than the front wall of 1313. And I'll be including a bunch of stuff up here. So next time you see this, it's going to be packed. So let's continue with 1313. So I'm so excited to finally get to this train station I've been working on the past like 3 months, I'd say. The idea was to have this train station be elevated quite high into 1313, so it's like all the way up here. I'm so adamant about adding a train station because George Lucas himself wanted a train station to be like showcased in lower levels of Coruscant. So for me to also add that would be adding on to George Lucas's vision in that way. So if you notice, this entire building has been removed, and this building is moved right here. And I must say, it's a lot taller in person. It's about like 2.5 feet tall. It's just at this angle, it looks a little bit smaller. But this building has been literally like months in the work, and I must say, it came out amazing. So like the awesome thing about this, the train, you know, actually moves back and forth, so it is functional. I really had this cool idea of having a maglev train, but kind of upside down, and so everything would be flipped the opposite direction, and the train would be literally hanging upside down. But then I realized the weight of it wouldn't support anything. I would have to rebuild everything. I just want to use it as is, because it's a really good design, and I don't want to take it apart. I think it's going to be amazing either way. So it will be used as an Imperial train station as well as a civilian use train station. But that's just some ideas I have for this building, the purpose and backstory behind it. So if you go on this side, I've completed this section of the building, and it looks really nice. I include these transclear panel pieces, and it really gives up a nice, seamless window style. I really like that. I'll be showcasing the Mandalorian against these Platoonian butchers. And here's like the opposite side of the building where all the structure is. And it's not supposed to look pretty, you're never gonna see it, pretty much. And this is what I was talking about, the access hole. I just never finished it, so it doesn't matter too much, you're not gonna see it from a certain angle. And it saves a lot of pieces and on weight, that was more important. On the front of the building itself, I made sure to include as much detail as I could right here. But reality, you're never gonna see it. Very disappointing. I never thought about that when I was creating it. On this side of the building, there's gonna be a nice staircase going all the way down. I haven't designed that yet, and that's gonna be very interesting. Oh well, it's gonna look cool. So in the lower sections right here in the sewer, I always refer to Jedi Fallen Order, and I really wanted to incorporate more of that game into 1313, since it would make sense. It's around the time era. Certain things would have continuity between those different locations, specifically the Empire. So I remember on one of the planets that you go on, but that Imperial refinery base always like intrigued me. It always had some really cool details and designs, and something that stuck out to me was this landing platform that was always unutilized, I think, in the game with its cool design. I really wanted some sort of platform just above 1313 in general. I did have a crazy idea actually putting a roof on it and stuff, trying to have that circle in the center right here for the entrance of 1313. But that's like totally out of the world right now. So I should just stick what I want to do, because eventually I can get to that if I want to. But going back to this, I actually did end up building a rough design for it and installed it, and it worked perfectly first time. And it was crazy because it doesn't seem like it should work, but it does. Because the weight of it has to counterbalance on both sides, so there has to be enough weight on this side to balance everything on that side. There's no flex in it at all. As you can tell, I put Darth Vader's TIE Fighter, but this really just shows off the amazing sense of weight that this can actually carry. And the crazy part is that it's only connected with 2 plates. It's connected right here and right there, and that is enough stability for it to connect down here. And as you can tell, there is no flex, it's completely straight. I really want to get to finish off this entire section to show you guys the idea that I had. But this is one of the funnest parts of 1313, seeing everything come together so perfectly, almost like puzzle pieces. And that's what really shows in planning ahead of time. That's all I can recommend to you guys. Just a plan, not thoroughly, but just vague outlines what you would like the outcome to be, and eventually over time you'll work your way towards
you guys think about 1313? I have put everything I have into this mock. I've done everything I've wanted to do for this mock, like elevators, public executions, bars, functional fan, skyscrapers, a strip club, prison cell, a fighting arena, and so many more Easter eggs that I think you guys will love. I had an absolute blast building this, and I can't wait to finally showcase my next mock. I would love to create high quality videos for you guys, that's what you deserve, as well as pushing the limits of what LEGO and mock building is in this community. I've invested a lot of time and effort into the next series, and I hope you guys are gonna enjoy it as much as I have so far. So let's go off to the announcement.